Okay. We'll play this. May not have access to my DLCs here either, but I can live with that. Got a new build I want to mess around with anyway. All right. Eyes is back, y'alls. Might even drink a lot of coffee tonight and be up till 6 in the morning. You like that? Okay, very good. So we're going to see what PSN being down has. Go ahead and get in here. We got to mess with our options anyway. All right, so first let's go look at this. Okay. Why am I not getting all my other options here? Do I have to wait till later? Hide helmet. Tone. Oh, okay. Okay, I know what that is. There's nothing wrong with the floating text. Here, let me, we'll turn these down a little bit. Keep the dialogue up. Turn the music down some. If the music's still too loud, let me know over, because I haven't mixed this through OBS yet, so I don't know, Oh, let's go ahead and do everything, because the ambient is while you're exploring, and sometimes people say some really funny shit. Okay. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, let me know how the mix is and all that good stuff. All right. Boom. Now, here's the thing. Extra skill point, but no extra stuff. Like no extra defenses. Okay. This is actually your best one because archers are your biggest threat in the game. Elves are actually probably between elf and human. Let's go with the basic human, I think. All right. Something to be said for that too. That just doesn't get any more fun than a big two-handed. We'll see. None of the DLCs are active. Or else I'd be getting the option for trials. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see something. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, nothing I can do about that. Okay, so that's the one downside with the new consoles is your DLC is automatically merged into the game itself. It's all considered like if you want to get rid of a DLC but not your game, you got to literally delete everything. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. And I don't really see any. There's no way to even go check on it because you can't get online. Like if I were to go back to the dashboard and bring up the extras, there would be no extras because it wouldn't have access to anything. Yeah, PSN. I don't know that Xbox's thing is any different. These people need to stop worrying about an extra nickel here and there and just be happy with their millions and sell their games and just let people play them. I'm just saying. Okay, so we're just going with the basic. See, that's kind of screwed up because actually, now I can't make it to where enemies scale with me. That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Can't activate any of the trials. All right. Well. I got to go with the default world state too. Wow. Okay, well, it's not like I was going for a canon playthrough or anything, but you have to be online apparently to play your games nowadays. That's a little it's a little bit of a herding the sheep mentality, don't you think? Just a little bit. That's cool. This is just going to be bare bones then. That's fine. Like that mouth, actually. Which mouth is that? Which mouth is that? Do we have a yellowish? I don't like the face structure, I just like the mouth. I think the cheeks are too thin and stuff. Don't like that one either. Okay, well we're gonna go find that mouth then. It's not that one. Might be a thinner version of that one. That's still good. That's no good either. Okay. That's no good. No good at all. That mouth is perfect, though. Okay, we're going to start with the mouth, then. Just go from there. We'll go with that. All right, let's see. Let's get a fuller face. That's probably a good one. Yeah, let's get a fuller face. Okay, that'll work. Oh, that's a nice one. Okay. I forgot about the lack of hairstyles. There's a severe lack of hair in this one. Yeah, I'd be curious. I wonder what happens if we try to load a character that has DLC, like my last character. I can look for you, Huntress. I remember where we started here. Let me go back and try that for you. I'm just curious. Yeah, let's load. Let's load an old character. I'm just curious if we can activate the DLC because it should be on hard drive. I'm wondering if you can force it. This is fine because that's that actually right there is DLC. Please check your download list. Really? Okay, can I get a witness? Hold on, you guys. Y'all see this. Can I get a witness as to what I have installed? I'm just saying. Alright, let's go down here. Here's Jaws of Hakon. Okay. Let's go to all of them. Let's go to all of them. The Descent, Trespasser. I'm assuming the update file is still installed. Maybe. Maybe. Let me just go through all of them. Fuck it, why not? I don't know if this... Jaws of Hakon, Trespasser. They should at least say something like deactivated or something. And just go ahead and at least be honest about it, right? At least be honest. Wow. Wow. That's pretty shiesty, man. That's pretty shiesty. You take that shit off my download list so I don't have proof, evidence that I paid for that and I should be able to use it. You are not letting me use that's there has to be a legal issue there. There has to be a legal issue, them not letting you use a product that you paid for. Unless they're saying if PSN is down, they are revoking your license since it's not actually your property in the first place. Watch, there's some kind of shithole legal loophole in there. Oh well. I don't know how to make it work, Andres. I don't know. I'm not sure where else we could actually go with that. All I can do is confirm that I own it. I can confirm that that it's downloaded. That's all I can really do. Oh well. Well, let's forget the politics of them taking our property and not letting us using it, and let's just play something. Trying to think of what else we could play entirely, but I think a few of you guys are all playing this anyway right now, so. All right. Let's go ahead and make our character then. But yeah, all that seems a little shifty to me, man. I don't take kindly to getting ripped off. In any way, shape, or form. Big, small, doesn't matter. 1 penny, $1 million. Anything in between. It's the principle. All right. So, right, so I think I chose this. All right, let me get back to where we were. Yeah, not sure what to do with that Huntress for myself either. I'd like to have access to some of that stuff. One thing we're not going to be able to get is the Belt of Urgency. That kind of sucks. I don't really like any of the hair. I'm not going to lie, I don't like any of them. Not a single one of them, actually. Not a fan. I'll go with that one.
How much is this going to cost me exactly?
I like the mouth. Okay. Yay! That'll work. Right there. Okay. That'll work. Those all suck. They all suck. Damn. All right. Okay. Just go ahead and adjust that a little bit. Ah. Okay. eyes. That's fine. Might be the best one right there. No, maybe. Oh, probably that one. Oh, I like that one. We'll go with that one. Narrow that down a little bit. Can we bring it out some? Fuck no, the nose region is just sunk into the face. Damn. Okay. Is that the lower, the bridge? Okay, that's cool. I don't know. Just leave that about right there. You can't do the inner brow? Why do I remember you being able to do that? Whatever. Oh, that'll work. Okay, so let's... Okay. It's a little better. Okay, so pull it up a little bit. You can do that, or tilt it up a little bit. I think we'll tilt it up just a little bit. Just like that. All right. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, that's got to... All right, let's try this now. Now... Okay, that's just size. Should do something for the middle of the brow, though. Let me see. Eyebrow position. No. The brow itself. Brow size. No. That's cool. That's not what I'm... It's the... Right here in the middle. Needs to come down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Where can you adjust that? It's got to be a place to adjust it in here. Gotta be a place. Yeah. Let me see. Nothing to do with it. Well, I can live with it. I would rather not have to, though. You know what I'm saying? Alright, that's fine. Whatever. Let's get this. That's as low as it goes, huh? That might be a problem. Why so pointy? Okay. This is bad. Let's bring that back. Put that up. Let's see if we can't get the jaw. Is that all that does? No good, but no good. BioWare, no good. Okay. Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool at all. I'm wondering. It's just gonna have to do that. I think that's just part of her particular face design. Yeah. Nothing I can do about it. See, that shouldn't be there at all. Can't even get rid of that. It's got the mouth that I wanted, though. Okay. That's just her bottom lip. Okay. that all that does? Really? Huh. I'm trying to create a character. Hmm. Okay. I don't like the double chin, but you know what? I don't dislike it either. That's fine. We can roll with that. Oh, wait. I know what I want to... Okay. There we go. That's better. I'm going to leave that alone. Just leave that alone, too. Let me see. How do you zoom out? I think we'll just leave that. Now, how about those brows? You widen that any? Can't, can you? Maybe forehead? Okay. Still nothing around the temples. Like the side over here, I would widen the brows some. I would widen them. Show you where, see where my marker's at? Right there. I would move them out just a little bit. Just a little bit. But I guess that's not an option. If it is, I don't know where to find it. Maybe that one. Yes. That's, looks like Zorro went to town on her face. Miley? Does she, does she look like Miley Cyrus? Does she really? Maybe scarred up a little bit, actually. I like those. I don't know why that fits. It just does. I'll go with that. Whoa, I forgot about that. Oh, wait a minute. Then, hold on. Can I get rid of this one on the chin? I don't know. I'm just sitting here. Sorry, I'm just playing. Like, ooh, look at all these new options. A lot of dwarven style tattoos, huh? Oh, they didn't give me much options there, didn't they? I don't like the thing on the chin. I don't like the thing in the middle of the face either. Oh, I like that one though. Here, we'll go with that. I didn't even see that. Okay. There should be different styles of eyeshadow. Just doesn't work. It just really doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. That's fine. Son of a bitch. Get right there. Blush doesn't work either. Yeah. Oh, fuck that. I think she'll look good when you're actually in game. Okay. I like that. What did I miss? I missed a question or something. Sorry. I'm trying to get my character right. I think that's good for that. Okay, see that? See how the cheekbones are just sunken? That bothers me. That bothers me. Like her face is really flat right there. I don't think it should be. I have a problem with that. Cheek shape, maybe? Shit, it's even worse like that. But you have to... Okay, let's go for that. I got an idea. What if we... What if we give her that, and then we'll come back here like this. Bring these in and down a little bit. That's a little better. A little. A little bit. So this whole region right here needs to come forward. Like right on the side of the nose. Come forward a little bit. Seems like it. I don't know. I don't know if I can get any better than that, though. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. So I'm not really comfortable with the eyes, but that's just have to do. I wonder if they could come up a little bit. You think the eyes could come up just a little bit? Like, right there? Alright, I'm done fine-tuning here, I think. Wait, never mind, I'm lying. Get her jaw. God, I spend too much time in this particular character creation. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I guess our character's name is Evelyn. I certainly didn't mean to do that. Well, since we had to start with the default world state, I guess we'll start with a default character name too, right? It's a two-handed warrior, DeGleo, man. This is where you this is your taste test right here to see how your character actually looks in game. It's not always the same. Sometimes it's better, which we hope is the case right here. I need my character to have a bit of a scarred look. I want my character to say, "I've seen some shit." Actually, you can use the Black Emporium mirror anyway, right? That'll work.
Tell me why we shouldn't kill you now. The Conclave is destroyed. Everyone who attended is dead. Except for you.
What do you mean everyone's dead?
Explain this.
Explain this.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I don't know what that is, or how it got there.
You're lying!
You're lying.
We need her, Cassandra. I can't believe it. All those people. Dead.
Do you remember what happened? How this began?
I remember... running. Things were chasing me, and then... a woman?
A woman?
She reached out to me, but then...
Go to the forward camp, Liliana. I will take her to the rift.
What did happen?
It will be easier to show you. Call it the Breach. It's a massive rift into the world of demons that grows larger with each passing hour. It's not the only such rift, just the largest. All were caused by the explosion at the Conclave.
An explosion can do that?
This one did. Unless we act, the Breach may grow until it swallows the world. Each time the Breach expands, your mark spreads, and it is killing you. It may be the key to stopping this, but there isn't much time.
I understand.
Then...
I'll do what I can. Whatever it takes.
They have decided your guilt. They need it. The people of Haven mourn our most holy, divine Justinia, head of the Chantry. The Conclave was hers. It was a chance for peace between mages and Templars. She brought their leaders
Okay,
together.
that can stop stealing my bandwidth now. You can tell Stolas to shut up every 2 seconds if you want to.
But we must think beyond ourselves. As
I do believe he will be the primary antagonist in the next game.
the breach is sealed.
I don't think it'll be archdemons, it'll be arch-Solaces that we'll be fighting.
There will be a trial. I can promise no more.
I like to think the fight is going to go in several directions, actually.
Where are you taking me?
You got the Tevinters. Although the Tevinters, I don't know, are going to be... I don't know if they're necessarily
Your
going to
mark
be
must tested on something smaller than the breach.
the straight-up bad guys, you know? Okay, I gotta get used to the controls here. Gotta remember what I've got and what I start with and all that. We'll respec as soon as we get to Haven. Okay. Nothing with the central. What is that, for tactical cam? I don't remember what the central pad is for. God, it's been a long time since I played this. Ouch. Ouch. I want Cassandra's hairstyle of my character. I want Morgan's hairstyle for my characters.
The larger the breach grows, the more rifts appear, the more demons we face.
How did I survive the blast?
They said you stepped out of a rift, then fell unconscious. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one.
Well, with no trials on, this is going to be, well, I say easy. Yeah, isn't it? That would be the shit, wouldn't it, Fox? I just always thought Morgan was just the hottest thing ever. Like, why am I swinging wildly? What kind of damage I'm taking? None, really.
It's over.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. I can't get any of the trials active, though. Because the game's not giving me access to any of my DLCs.
All right.
Which
Have
is a
it your
problem.
way.
Wait. I cannot protect you. And I cannot expect
Well, I'll
you
be going to the Black Emporium to change the looks of my character, obviously.
I should remember you agreed to come willingly.
Narrow the eyes, shrink the eyes a little bit, narrow the eyes a little bit, yeah.
Take these potions.
Change the hair color.
Baker knows what we will face.
Where are all your soldiers?
At the forward
See.
camp or fighting. We are on our own for now.
Okay. Left 2. Okay. I'm remembering.
There! Watch out! If we flank them, we may gain the advantage.
What I'm trying to do is build a little bit of guard. Okay, we're going to talk about builds when, yeah, I'm thinking you're right, Huntress. It's, it may just not let you load it at all. Just period, because if you got all that other stuff going on, DLC mounts, odds are you've got other stuff too. You know, anything from weapons to materials, crafting materials. If you've done any kind of farming for stuff, and you found any kind of tiered items that are specific to the DLC, you know what I'm saying? That's going to be a problem.
Up on the hill. It attacks from a distance.
Ouch. go. Gotta let her have the threat. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, normally the trials I play with are the ones that remove all the health potions from the game, the ones that cut your XP in half so you level slower, which allows you to explore more of the game, but that's fine. I might not even activate that for this anyway, because I'm really just trying to build a character. Let's see. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know that it really matters, but...
Ah! They're falling from the breach!
all that's really here is a few pieces of iron and... it's those wraiths that get me. I'm not worried about the shades, to be honest. Am I stuck? I'm stuck. Alright. Come on. It's fucking shades, man. Or wraiths. Alright, asshole. And I keep wanting to use the Y button to jump. Been playing Skyrim or Oblivion for the last few days, and Fallout too. Okay, we got 2 wraiths here. Go get them. See, this is where I even make Cassandra go aggro the wraiths.
I'm injured.
Sandra's stuck. Her AI is stuck. Yeah, this game's buggy too. I forgot how. She's stuck. This one doesn't have the DLCs to blame for that. The DLCs introduced so many bugs and glitches it wasn't even funny. Like there was one, the trial where enemies get special immunities. It made the game unplayable at times. I mean literally unplayable. You just couldn't play. Enemies were invincible. And I don't mean they were just hard to beat. I mean they couldn't be killed. Couldn't be killed. Stuff like that. But we don't have any of that stuff going on now, so Cassandra just standing there like she's hypnotized or something, that's really no excuse for that.
We're getting close to the rift. You can hear the fighting.
Who's fighting?
You'll see soon. We must help them. One down.
you do?
I did nothing. The credit is yours.
What's up, Bay? How's it going?
At least this is good for something.
Whatever magic opened the breach in the sky also... I theorized the mark might be able to close the rifts that have opened in the breach's wake. And it seems I was correct.
Meaning it could also close the breach itself.
Possibly. It seems
The breach
you hold
that
the
is
key to
of
our
your making,
salvation.
Solus. It's essentially your fault.
Good to know. Here I thought we'd be ass deep in demons forever. Varric Tethras, rogue, storyteller, and occasionally unwelcome tag-along.
Snarl.
Are you at the Chantry, or...
Was that a serious question?
Technically, I'm a prisoner. Just
I brought you here.
yet, here I am. Lucky for you.
That's a nice crossbow you have there.
Ah, isn't she? Bianca and I have been through a lot together.
You named your crossbow Bianca.
Of course. And she'll be great company in the valley.
Yeah, she's pretty enough.
Absolutely not. Your help is appreciated.
Have you been in the valley?
Ugh.
You need me.
My
Wink,
name
wink.
is Solus.
He means I kept that mark from killing you while you slept.
So let...
I came to offer whatever help I can give with the...
And what...
One hopes, Cassandra, your...
Um,
Let's
we
just
must-
go. Let's 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 go.
This way, down the bank. The road ahead is blocked.
Barbarian
Must
battle
move
axe.
quickly.
I like the sound of that. Barbarian battle axes. Know what I'm saying? Axes. Still can't switch characters. It's a directional pad, right? I think it's the D-pad. We'll find out in a second.
Demons
Well,
ahead.
at least the one update where your character's loot stuff faster is still active. Like, what if it took all the updates out of the game too, along with the DLCs? That would suck. All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. First, let's get you healthy. Okay. Wow.
What now?
Asshole. Get the archers down. Always get the archers down first. I'll take that elf root, thank you. Since I can't control my party's quote-unquote tactics, if that's what you want to call them, right now, to manually control them. We'll get in there and set everybody's behaviors here in a minute. I don't think I'm going to need to respec anybody, except my character. But I got to look. I've got an idea in mind. I just got to go look at all the skills and mainly figure out which order we're going to pick them in. Certain things tend to come first. There we go. Good shit.
So, are you innocent?
I don't remember.
Must have all the elf
As
roots.
you do every time. Should have spun a story.
That's what you would have done.
It's more believable.
She was talking to the crossbow. Yeah, it was. I'll take you places you've never been. I remember when Isabella was talking to Aveline, and she was like, she started out complimenting her for her red hair and all this and that. And as soon as she got Aveline's guard down, she insulted her, and Aveline's basically, you know, like the red hair, and it's unusual, and so on and so forth. And Aveline was like, "Oh well, great." And finally, it was like, "And I'm sure you ran around with your little hair all up in pigtails, scaring all the boys to death, chasing them around the, you know, schoolyard." And so Aveline was like, "Shut up, whore." They really didn't like each other. Aveline had to respect her, though, eventually. Nice. I'll be selling that for 5 gold.
So, I take it you're from the free marches.
Oh.
Access.
Yeah. No, yeah, eventually.
But
Like,
you're from further east, maybe?
the growing respect.
That's quite the air you have.
I'm all kinds of impressive.
I think, you know when I think the turning point was between the two? Is when Isabella refused to, the whole reason she crashed the ship in the first place was that it was, what, full of slaves? Or she was escorting a cargo of slaves to Tevinter, of course, to be used as batteries for blood magic for the fucking mages, of course. But, she wasn't down with it, and that's when the whole thing pops up between her and those pirates and all that stuff. Is sure enough, she had managed to steal this book, but she had essentially refused to have any part of the slave trade thing. And if you take Aveline with you, she looks over at Aveline and she goes, "You weren't expecting that, were you, guard captain?" And Aveline doesn't say anything. She just bows her heads and acknowledges it, that was respectable, you know. That, you know, Isabella, yeah, she may be, you know, a skank and kind of shifty, but she's not going to partake in some things. Look at that barrier coming right on time. Got some free guard, too, bitch. The one thing they at least kept in Inquisition from previous Dragon Ages, to some extent, is threat order. The aggro system's kind of messed up. They went backwards on a lot of things, taking out tactics and doing a lot of that stuff. But the threat, at least the order of threat, like the level design, even if the mechanics don't work a lot of the time, at least the level design is pretty tight most of the time. Like certain challenges, understanding who your threat order is. If certain threats where Enemies may be really weak, but they do a lot of damage, for example. Like these guys, you gotta take out your archers first. Bedroom advice. Isabella gave everybody bedroom advice. I think I like Isabella's comments about Varric's chest hair. I remember some of that too. I miss Dragon Age 2. We'll go back and play some of that at some point. All right. 2 points to spend. All right. Okay. We're going to take back Mighty Blow eventually. I don't think we're going to be using Warcry either. We're going to have to skip through Warcry, though. Hey, let me take a look at some of my skills here. Come on, stop with the fucking tutorials, man. That you can't turn off. Yeah, without the DLCs, you miss a lot of the passives, too. That sucks. Okay. Oh. Son of a bitch. Is PSN up yet? Find out. Hold on a second. It's up. It's up. Yeah, it's up. Okay, PSN is back up. Yay. Alright, very good. Okay, first, let's get back in here.
Rift is gone.
It won't let me save. Won't let me save.
Right away, Lady Cassandra.
Alright.
We are clear for the moment.
We'll go settle that in a second.
Whatever that thing on your hand is, it's useful.
We must prepare this.
Ah, here they come.
Let's get through this dialogue real quick.
Justinia is dead.
How do you think we should proceed. And you are the one we must keep alive. Since we cannot agree on our own.
Varric's actually, I don't know that it really matters.
I won't survive long enough.
Liliana.
Let me see if I can save here, and we'll try to get the DLC, because part of yes, they do change. Let me get a save real quick. All right, so we'll start a save game here. All right, let's go back to the dashboard real quick. In fact, let's go ahead and close the application. We got a save, so we're good. I hope it's saved. Well, if it didn't, we'll just replay. It's not like we're into the game yet, so. All right, so notifications, downloads. Not sure if it'll. Yeah, one of the key things in this build was combat roll. They've got an upgrade where you do damage instead of you basically every skill gets a second upgrade, and one upgrade is defense and one upgrade is offense. That's basically how it works. So are you DPS or are you defense? Like if you want to be tanky, you've got a defensive option for just about everything. And if you want more of an offensive catered ability, then it goes, that's not maybe on every single skill, but most of them. Most of them that have two upgrades, or most of them that have an upgrade, get a second upgrade, and you can choose more the role of your character. So let me sign in. Let's get back in here and see if we can't get these... Okay. All right, let's just load back in real quick. Let me see. The secondary skill upgrades should be available now. It's not like I'm going to use them at this particular moment, but I'd like to see them up there. Plus, maybe we can pick some options, pick some scaling options. The trials make a difference, mainly in keeping enemies scaled to where you're at, so you don't ever out-level an area. Like, you can go to the hinterlands and find level 20 enemies if you're level 20. And that's awesome. That's how Dragon Age has always been. It should have been in there all along, but, well, for whatever reason, right? Aha! See? All right, now look. Okay, this is what I was talking about. This is what we want. All right, so like with this grappling chain, you can either give them a boot or you pull all enemies near your target. So you can group pull enemies. Depends on what you want to do. Basically, you would want to give this, say you were playing a mage, and you wanted to do things like what's the big electric cage, I think it's called, electric cage. You know what I'm talking about, where it creates basically you have an AoE and it creates electric in there and it doesn't let enemies leave. It pulls them in and sucks them into that electric damage thing, right? Well, if you've got your tank pulling them in to themselves, your tank can grab groups of enemies and then you can drop electric cage on your tank. It shouldn't do damage to your tank, but it should do damage to everyone within range and even paralyze those in range of your tank, right? And so if you think about it, there's a tactical advantage there. So, but if you're playing a warrior for yourself like I do, if I'm playing like playing a Reaver, then you would want to be able to give them a boot in the face and knock them down. Because remember, when you give them a hard kick to the face, you knock them to the ground, right? And when you get this passive, you deal 30% bonus damage to enemies that are stunned or knocked down. There you go, right? And so there's synergy. One ability plays into the next, but now you can kind of fine-tune how you want to build. But this right here is what I was talking about. You can use combat roll to damage enemies as you knock them aside. It's 250% weapon damage, which isn't all that much, but if your Reaver has really, really high critical rate, you can even pull criticals off on groups of enemies by rolling through them. So that was one thing I was looking at. See, I'm going to design Cassandra a little bit different also. She's going to go kind of a different route. I'm going to give her Horn of Valor so she can buff the party with a 15% damage bonus and armor, which is nice, but the damage bonus is mainly what I'm going after. And you can do additional. So a 30% damage bonus and 30% armor bonus for 10 seconds. But if you have her spamming that, main thing is to keep her stamina up. So what she needs is the upgrade to challenge, which is where she increases her stamina there. And maybe that too. We might give her that eventually. That'd be later game, much later game. See, 10% for every 10% health loss. Do you think, well, that sounds good. Cassandra doesn't very often lose any health. She usually has so much guard and so much barrier going that she doesn't take damage. You can't really get past her defenses. I'm not saying she never gets hurt, but it's so seldom that it makes this passive. It gives her more constitution. It's not a bad passive to take later game just for the +3 constitution. That's fine for her. But the stamina isn't going to kick in very often. For Cassandra to lose 10% of her health, I mean, you have to be dealing with some pretty major shit. I don't think that passive plays into her very often. Probably more so for your main character, not her. Cooldown reduction for that. Okay, so what I probably want... Right, and so see your, like, block and slash, which is one of my favorite moves because it gives you the option to block as well as combat roll. You can either gain guard or you can do 200% bonus damage and get a full circle, so it's like whirlwind. You actually gain like a whirlwind ability, and it's not friendly fire. So that whirlwind does not hurt your allies, which is amazing. So it's a different way to go. So I'm going to focus primarily on just damage. Damage and damage only with this character. Speaking of that, I'm going to go ahead and spec into that right now. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take that. Then we're going to map that there. And we're gonna spec out of Mighty Blow, and we're gonna go into nothing but Pommel Strike with the cooldown duration and the damage bonus. So Pommel Strike should give us a 500% weapon damage bonus, which when you factor in criticals becomes ridiculous. And also Lightning Jab, it has range on it now. So you remember how you used to be able to, like with what was it? Scythe. There were a couple abilities in Dragon Age 2 that gave you had range. Not a lot of range. It's not like you could zip all the way across the battlefield with that like you could with, say, like Backstab with a rogue or something. But you had, 4 or 5 meters of range to where you could approach your enemy, You could draw into your enemy. And this actually gives you that a little bit. So this is a lot more of a, I guess you could say, a Dragon Age 2 play style. Also, the belt of haste, what they call it something else in here, but essentially it raises your attack speed when you gain low health. So as long as you're below 50% in your health, and you can keep your guard and barrier up to where you're not getting one-shotted, so your mages have to be doing their job too, and Cassandra has to be doing her job in gaining guard for you. But once that happens, essentially you keep your health low, so you're getting a constant damage buff from Reaver, and you're getting a constant speed buff from the belt of urgency. That's what they call it. Instead of haste, they call it urgency, but it's the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly why I call it that. I wanted to call it a Reaver Assassin because it's going to be pure DPS, and that's it. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I didn't ever get my potions. I never re-upped on my potions. Well, we're not going to have potions, y'all. Another thing is Pommel Strike is not friendly fire either.
How many rifts are there?
We must seal it if we are to get past!
Quickly then!
Okay, camera's killing me. Camera's killing me.
Sealed, as before. You are becoming quite
Hot
proficient at
poops.
this.
Let's hope it works on the big one.
Lady Cassandra, you managed to close the rift. Well done.
Do not congratulate me, Commander. This is the prisoner's doing.
Is it? I hope they're right about you. We've lost a lot of people getting you here.
You're not the only one hoping that.
We'll see soon enough, won't we? The way to the temple should be clear. Liliana will try
Colin's just making sure I'm not a mage. That's all.
Give us time, Commander.
to make her watch over you for all our sakes.
Colin's a good dude. I usually prefer taking the mountain path.
The Temple of Sacred Ashes.
What's left of it?
That is where you
What's that?
walked out of the Fade.
What's
and
this,
our
money?
soldiers found you. They say a woman was in the rift behind
Oh,
you.
it's there, huh? That's
No
interesting.
one knows who she was.
All right. All right, so let's talk about behaviors and stuff too. Oops. Nobody needs that. Okay. Is it record? Is it record? Yeah, it's record. Okay. Been a minute. I'm gonna disable that, and then you have them prefer long shot. Normally I would have done this already, but... Alright, so we're going to deactivate this altogether. Like I say, we'll eventually do away with that. Alright, so let's get into behaviors. Alright, so set everything at 0. Always set it at 0. And then have your main character follow the controlled character. We'll set it this at 1, which doesn't matter because I don't even have any potions right now. Alright. Alright, then we're going to have her follow your named character. And then you have all your followers follow the named character. Although, I guess you could essentially have Solus follow Cassandra, specifically, if you're, you know. But I like everybody targeting who I target. And so you take out enemies one at a time, which is really nightmare mode. So we're going to go ahead and deal with that. Now let's go to options. Okay, I always play with friendly fire on. Always. Yes. And then enemies will always be at least the same level. This one, you don't want to play with this one. Traits and abilities get stacked and screwed up. I remember one fight in particular. You had the enemies, they had these mages that were one-shotting the entire party with Mind Blast. The Mind Blast had like a 5 million times damage multiplier on it. They were one-shotting the entire party through full barrier, guard, and health. Which, I'm not saying that's not an offensive spell, but it's not a one-shot kill. Especially not with Cassandra. Cassandra, who's resistant to all that shit anyway. It was ridiculous. Trials may cause... What is this? Just, you lose all focus. There's no point in that. Healing potions don't work. There's no point in that. All supply caches, so I've taken those out. I don't know that that's going to make a difference. We can play with that. It doesn't really matter. Gain XP at half normal rate. I normally like playing with that, to be honest. Now, the bear is harder. I didn't notice that it really made them harder. And I'm kind of worried that this causes it to bug too. It didn't make them noticeably harder. They were tankier, but then I'm afraid if it wants to give them some special shit, that it might not affect other areas of the game too. I'm trying to think of the trials that specifically. I really want enemy scaling with us. That's the main thing. Normally I play with most of these on, but it was creating a lot of... It even tells you, in rare cases, rare, yeah, okay, trials may cause enemies or followers to behave unpredictably, keeping multiple save files. I'm thinking that's not going to affect their behavior. Bears should just be tankier. They should all be bosses, which is fine. I don't care about that. As far as XP at half normal rate, I'm not trying to min-max. I'm not going for a cannon run either. We won't be doing everything in the game type things, so we won't even worry about that. I just want to get this build. Okay. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I hadn't played it in quite a while either, Brendan. Seriously. Definitely gonna change the looks of my character, though. A little bit. I don't like the eyes. I don't like the hair color. I'm not saying that's a bad hair color, just not for my character.
Breach is a long way up.
No, there won't be any Uber Phoenix in this one. The Uber Boss Phoenix, unkillable Uber Boss Phoenix, not in this one.
Liliana, have your men take up positions around the temple. This is your chance to end this. Are you ready?
I'll try, but I don't know if I can reach that, much less close it.
No. This rift was the first. Seal it?
Then let's find...
It's Red Lyrium Seeker. I see it, Varric. She's all sarcastic. I see it,
What are we
Varric.
hearing?
At a guess, the person who created the breach.
You know this stuff is Red Lyrium Seeker.
I see it, Varric.
But
I
what's
see
it
it,
doing
Varric.
here?
Magic could have drawn on Lyrium beneath the temple.
She may be my favorite voice actor in this particular game.
Whatever
The
you
one that
do,
does Cassandra.
touch it.
An awesome job. Like, all of her inflections and everything else, her tone, just totally carries over her personality in every way.
Divine justice.
Although Uber Fennec might find his way in here anyway. He might. Uber Boss Fennec, it's possible. You never know.
What's going on here?
That was your voice. Most Holy called out to you, but...
What's going on here?
Run when you can! Want them!
We have an intruder. Kill her, now.
You were there! Who attacked? And the Divine, is she... Was this vision true? What are we seeing? I don't
Like
remember.
I'm supposed to know.
Echoes of what happened here. This rift is not sealed. I believe that with the mark, the rift can be opened, and then sealed properly and safely. However,
That
Uh-huh.
means...
Yeah, we could have figured that, right? Okay, let's just get after it already. I see a big bad bitch.
No! We must strip its defenses. Wear it down.
God damn, take forever, why don't you?
The demon is vulnerable. Now! More coming through the rift.
Well, that's no good. I'm gonna get one shot at two. You fucking son of a bitch. Cheating bastard. Okay. You wanna be like that about it? I got something for you. Cheating son of a bitch. Oh, I can't, yeah, I can't do this without my character. Fucking threat system just stopped working.
Not good.
Got to be fucking kidding. Threat system just didn't work. Okay, that's fine. Threat system totally broken. Totally broken right there.
We must strip its defenses, wear it down. More coming through the rift. I'm injured.
Game's being an absolute dick right now. Really is. He's way over here, shooting way over here for... I'm dead. Threat system broke again, and he's gonna get me with the whips. Yeah. Threat system broke again. I've never had a problem with this before. Ever had a problem with this before. I don't understand.
The demon is vulnerable. Now.
Shitting on me for stream, I know that. Whatever. Take your time, man. Wow.
More coming through the rift. I'm in.
Die, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, there you go with that broken threat. You're getting attacked, and you all of a sudden turn to me just because I'm controlling my character. Not because I've drawn any threat, not because I've done anything. Broken ass shit. I understand the mechanics of the game, and when the game's not working, yeah, I'll call it. I'll call it. 'Cause that's really bullshit. It's just broken in general. It's broken. And now he's after me, right? Now that he's dead? Yeah. Doesn't matter who's shooting you, doesn't matter who's attacking you, you're just gonna be doing this bullshit. I don't know what's going on. Why won't he die now? Not sure what's up. I can't call this. This is very strange. Yeah, okay. He won't die. I've never had this problem. Don't know. Can't call it. Usually 3 or 4 patterns of this. I shouldn't have to disrupt the Fade Rift 300 or 400 times either. This is very strange. Very strange.
We must
Okay.
strip its defenses, wear it down.
Why for my stream, man? Why are you shitting on me for my stream, you fucking piece of shit? Why?
More coming through the rift.
You switched to me for what? Why did you switch to my character? Off of threat. Switched off of threat to get over here. Wow. I don't know. No, it's he's already broken once. His threats all over the place. It's just odd. Now he's over there. I'll just let him do that. We're just gonna call this a glitch or something. Not sure what to call this. You got to be fucking kidding. Never mind. Never mind. Do y'all see this? Y'all see what it's doing?
Now, seal the rift. Do it.
If this is a sign of things to come, I think I'll be done with this sooner than later also. Never had a problem. Never had this broken trash happen before. Yeah, if it's not one thing, it's another, man. Okay.
I didn't know you were awake. I swear. It's all anyone has talked about.
We good? Okay. Awesome. No Dawn Lotus either. Fuck me, huh? That's what it's saying? Fuck me? Gotcha. Cool. Well, that really just shit all over my little parade. Sure made the easy hard. Unnecessarily hard. Maybe the trials just straight up break the game. Maybe they do. Maybe they make it so erratic. So maybe I can see why they didn't ever actually have a nightmare mode in Inquisition in the first place. That could be it. Could be just that simple. It just couldn't make it work. I don't know if it's maybe something to do with the game engine or something. Maybe. I don't know. What's up, Brian? Finally, what? What are we finally-ing? Finally-ing? Is that a word? Finally-ing? Might as well grab all the codexes, I think. Get up there as quick as possible. Oh, that's, you know, that may be it. Yeah, just something just that simple as they're out of their element. They bit off more than they could chew type of thing. That's possible. Likely, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That is probably it in a nutshell.
That's her. She stopped the breach from getting any bigger.
All right.
Still a lot of rifts left all over.
Still a lot of rifts. Rifts.
Walk safely, Herald of Andraste. Walk safely, Herald of Andraste.
Well, it can keep giving me leathers and things like that if it wants to. I'm totally cool with that.
I thought Seekers knew everything.
It's complicated. We've got to fight the explosion.
If there's anything in here or not, I don't think so. Bop, bop, bop. Start out with all these because I'll be coming back to get them. Tell you what, if you could leave right here and go out there by the lumber mill and stuff and go grab all that junk out there, I would do it. Then go in here and do the whole little meet the council type thing at the war table and then go back and do it all again. that's it. Make my rounds, my loot rounds. Hey Zeus, what's up, man?
Have you gone completely mad? She should be taken to Val Royal immediately, to be tried by whomever becomes Devoured.
Whomever. Nice.
I do not believe that.
Nice. I can't get in the doors for the loots. I can bang my head on the chandeliers, though. That I can do. And nobody can stop me. I don't think I've picked up any ghost droppings yet.
If you find anything, please bring it in.
Bum. Very good.
Chain her. I want her prepared for travel to the capital for trial.
Doesn't hurt my Inquisitor. My Inquisitor could take that.
You walk a dangerous line, Seeker.
The breach is stable, but it is still a threat.
So I'm still a
You
No, she is not.
Someone was behind the explosion at the Conclave. Someone most holy did not expect. Perhaps they died with the others, or have allies who yet live.
I?
Looking at him all suspicious.
You, and many others.
But not the...
I heard the voices in the temple.
So her survival...
Providence. The Maker sent her to us in our darkest hour.
So you've changed.
I was wrong. I will...
The breach.
This is not...
You know what this is, Chancellor. A writ
You know
from
what
the
this
divine,
is?
granting us the authority
I
to
love
act.
Cassandra.
As of this moment, I declare the Inquisition reborn. We will close the breach, we will find those responsible, and we will restore order with or without your approval.
Yeah, take that with your useless ass chantry.
This is the
Go stick it
divine
where the
directive.
religion don't shine.
Rebuild the Inquisition of old.
Sorry.
Find those who will stand. We aren't ready.
But we have no choice. We must act.
If you're truly... That is the plan.
Help us fix this.
I actually like this cutscene. I don't think I want to fess. Oh, Dorian, yeah. Dorian's cool. Dorian, I think he's the most heartfelt of your friends. Because he actually becomes your friend, you know? I can say the only ones I don't really like, I'm not as enamored with Cole as a lot of people are. I understand they made him a unique character, but he's a little flat to me. Interesting. I guess it's supposed to be like a tragic backstory, right? How he just came about to even be in the first place. That's fine. But I never really... He's not one of those that I enjoy having along as a companion on quests and stuff. And I really don't like Blackwall. I don't like Blackwall's dialogue. I don't like his character. I don't like his personality. I wouldn't be friends with him in real life. He's a flake. But that's really his backstory, is being a flake. So I respect the fact that he fits his story as the type of person he is, you know? I mean, I get it. I personally don't like him, you know? I guess it would take probably a player having a crush on him for one reason or another to like him. I think aside from having a crush on him, I can't really see him really having anything for anybody, because he's just a flake. He's just a little dull. He's like a dull bag of hammers. He's just not, you know, my opinion, you know. I don't really see anything there that makes me want him along as a companion. I like Sarah. I think Cassandra's my favorite character. I like her voice actress. I like her character. I like her morals. I like everything that they did with her. She's my favorite, I think. Sarah and Dorian would probably come in right behind her, because, well, Sarah's actually my character's romance option in the game, but Sarah is someone who I would hang out with in real life, you know, type of thing. And Dorian's really, really cool too. I like how he's just a person. They didn't play so heavily on his whole, you know, the whole gender thing and this and that. Like, that's part of his story there, but they leave him as a person to take the politics and drama out of it, as you're allowed to like him or not like him just for who he is, not for what he does or any of that other stuff. So I think they did a good job with that. Yeah, Iron Bull's just funny. Iron Bull, man. Now, his dialogue, like when you first take him to go fight a dragon, he's like, "You're the best, boss." Have I told you that? You're the best ever, man. He just loves you for that.
Grand Cleric. That prattle from Valroya isn't the word for me. No, my lady, I don't know where the other... Oh, Thrin, if you find what I need to fill one of my requisitions, I'd appreciate you... Just take it over there. Here, take a look. You make...
Though you had granted him power over the very Fade itself.
If you're not using them later, Segrit is willing to pay.
Yeah, have you ever noticed how no one likes who? Thrin? The traitor?
My
Name's not that Seeker Pentagast seems to care whether we've got... We're fine. I only wish he died at the Conclave, and his notes weren't here. Just...
Okay. All right.
That should do for you.
Can't upgrade any of my potions, so I didn't get any Dawn Lotus, man. That sucks. Get some Royal Elf Fruit. Yeah, need a Dawn Lotus. Not sure where I'll get one now, to be honest. Go ahead and get everybody equipped. Yeah, Solus, Well, sympathizing with Loghain
The
is
chosen of Andraste, a blessed hero sent to save us all.
how do I put this? Based on what they tell you in Origins, if you listen to everybody and everything, to sympathize with them makes you a bad person. It's just kind of simple like that. I mean, it's, you know, they literally just outline it like that. And it's not me saying that. It's the game saying that.
Am I riding in on a shining steed?
I would have suggested a griffon, but sadly they're extinct.
Oh, yeah, if you talk to Solus, the responses you give him as a Canary or a human, he doesn't mind, but the exact same responses as an elf, he gets pissy about it. He's elfist. Even though he's an elf. Get that.
Every great war has its heroes. I'm just curious what kind you'll be.
That makes you wonder. Well, he kind of has to have, really, seen griffins. Actually.
When I dream in such places, I go deep. I do set wards. And if you leave... Cassandra has been accommodated. But now...
Okay, we can work on his approval, I guess, but... I'm going to say that, honestly, it doesn't so much matter to me, really. See, I'm not going for a canon run. I just want to build this character, so... Although, I am partial to Cassandra's approval because I just love Cassandra. I really do. Let me get the Red Lyrium thing started.
So, I mean...
I'm not sure if you have to talk to him first. I think you do.
More than one day. Bad for morale would be an understatement. Need something?
There we go.
Bartrand brought it back to the surface, and I've written to every mine. It also turned... Did someone find...
Okay. Anything else we need out of here? I don't know if I need anything from this. Oh, yeah, I do.
You're awake. Here. No matter, no matter. Secret, honored to meet you. Thank you.
Ideally.
Precisely. Anything you need is yours. Of course.
Okay. Okay. Let's go talk to the smith. The smith. Smith.
If the Inquisition wants to field a decent cavalry, it needs...
Oh, shit.
I heard Seeker Pentecost might try to acquire suitable maps.
Yeah, we might as well get all our schematics. Fuck it.
Oh, and who are you to be fishing around for what the high
God, that's going to scroll up for a long time. I'm guessing. Yeah. It's just all the collectibles. Damn, that's going to scroll up for a long time. Well, like I said, we're not going for a cannon run anyway. We're just... And I hope the Griffins come back. If I don't get a Griffin at some point in Dragon Age, I'm gonna rebel or something. I'm gonna, I don't know, do something drastic.
Expected you'd be by. How's the new gear fit? Good. Well, so, you need custom work. Something...
If I...
Start... You'll need materials. We should have what you want, just that...
Can you...
Yeah. You can't just slap a new hilt on your sword. Right.
Oh damn! I've got a lot. I got a bunch of mounts too. Mounts that I don't even know where I got them, to be honest. I guess from having played through the game. All right, let me get one of these. Probably save that for Sarah. Although I don't really run with Sarah. Okay. Look at all those freaking schematics and stuff. I've got just about all of them, I would say. Well, if they bring back Griffins, they got to bring back Wardens too then, right? Playing as a Warden. We need Warden Origins. We really, really do. Never seen a Canary Warden, though. Can they not take the Darkspawn blood? Is that the whole thing? You'd think at some point there'd be a Canary Warden.
Another time, then.
Okay. Look at that cowl. That's kind of cool. Utility cloth, too. Interesting. That's what you're looking for, is utility stuff. I don't even have the materials for all this stuff anyway. Looks like it probably already have the... where is it at? Oh, that's from the Descent. Not the biggest fan of the way that looks. Oh, we got that too. Can't wear Legion of the Dead armor. Oh well. Let's see. Utility 5 metal on that. These just look awful. That's okay, I guess. I'm not a fan. Probably wind up with that one, I guess. Utility, 2 utility slots. That'll probably be the one. Let's go with Rogue. Can always make But it looks about the same, actually. That's not it. It's I think it's this one. Is it that one? Yeah, it's got utility slots for leather. Not really a fan of the way that looks either, to be honest. Oh, that one's cool. Oh, it's the same. It's the same defense. Whether you want defense for cloth or defense for metal. It looks basically identical, doesn't it? But it's leather instead of metal utility. Metal gives you strength, which is good for attack, and then, of course, cloth gives you, it can give you dex. Or it can give you cunning, which is a really, really low critical chance. And you can't put anything on that even if you liked it. Where's the warden? There's a warden set in there. I don't know if I've got the there it is. That's Warden Scout. But you can't put anything on it. And that's only you could also go with mage gear if you wanted, and although it looks the same, I mean it's really the same, but with utility, you can go for willpower, which is almost the same as strength, believe it or not. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm sitting here just playing around. I've got to craft something, though, right? So let's go with something we can actually make. We may have to go find materials. Here's a tier 1 armor. Stop with the fucking tutorials, man. Seriously. Enough. Got that.
Good.
Got that. Okay. All right, let's go collect stuff. Does it really need to scroll every single item? Does it really have to do that? Like every seed, bed, throne, schematic. I don't think it keeps track of like all your mosaics and stuff, though. I think it's just stuff you've collected. I said it was going to scroll for a while, and it's definitely doing that, isn't it? Yeah, Brazilian Surefoot. That's a... I think that's one of those deer-looking things. No, that was just with the trials, Huntress. I don't have that trial active, and I'm not going to play with that anymore. It literally breaks the game. I'm worried about the rest of these trials breaking it too, considering what that Pride Demon was doing. How broken that was. I don't know. It might affect it also, for all I know. Oh, wow. Just gave me Hater's Razor. It's a good starting weapon. I don't think you can use it till you're like level 5. Funny, I'm still finding schematics that I didn't have before. I don't believe you find schematics if you already have them. I don't think they duplicate. Which is cool, because once you do that, if there's still ones that you're looking for, it narrows down what the game can give you, you know? Like, sometimes it's good to find certain ones that you don't necessarily want, because you know you won't get them again. Now that you've got them, you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Well, aren't you just fast? I win. Well, there's not a lot we can do till we get some Royal Elf Root and some Dawn Lotus.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
I was happy when they put in the whole thing where you could find more stuff. In the old Dragon Ages, it was like, you know, there was random things that you could find, but they were more like collectibles. They didn't really feel like you were finding crafting materials. Is it still scrolling shit? Wow. Okay, that's a little excessive. It's just keeping. These are all the elf roots I've found. Wow, it literally has to list everything. It's done. Yay. I feel like I worked the game to death, making it give me all my stuff. Very good. Okay, let's take a look. How do we want to do this? First of all, let's make sure none of that changed. First things first. Two. Okay, 3, 4. Guess we're going to want to work our way down here, huh? First, yeah. All right. Okay. Let's put it there. Put that there. Put that there. And then our next two levels, we'll go down here. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to stop and I'm going to record at level 5, 10, 15, and 20 where we're at on our levels. Because I noticed a lot of people on my previous Inquisition build videos, they would say like, well, actually I kind of started doing this and it worked. But the comments were basically like, hey, thanks for showing me how you progressed rather than just giving me an end game build. Because it's like, it's one thing to say, okay, this is what I'm at. This is how badass and uber powerful my character is at level 23. But people are like, okay, but how in the fuck did you play when you were level 3? Not 23, but 3 and 5 and 8 and, you know, early on. How did you survive? What order? What did you pick first? What made the game easier and more playable type of thing? And so I think every 5 levels, if we can remember, we'll do that. We'll go to, this is the basic order that I pick these in. Because like about the time we get to level 15 or so, we'll probably have just unlocked our Reaver ability. Maybe a little earlier than that, you know. But it's a lot of players. I think that's about right. You know, you get to Skyhold somewhere between 10 and 13-ish. And actually get all the materials you need for your particular class, whatever class you're picking. That takes a little while. You have to go collect stuff. Some of them are easier than others. I think the Necromancer is like the easiest. In fact, it seems like my Necromancer, usually by the time I've gotten to Skyhold to unlock my specialty and I get my trainers, I've already got what I need. It's like you need some skulls, I think, and some kind of herb or some shit. But it's like, I'll usually already have them, you know. Reaver, I think, is the hardest. Yeah, Reaver. And, well, Assassin's kind of annoying, too, because you have to get the assassin weapons, and the game sometimes is kind of shisty about dropping them. But, like, I notice in levels, increments of 5, the game's really manageable. Like, okay, so if I was going with my old warrior style, you'd have this unlocked and this and this, and we probably start with challenge. We leave this tree alone, right? Because I used to play with Mighty Blow. It's a good AoE effect, but it also has friendly fire, so you have to be careful with it. With this build, you can play with friendly fire on, and there's no harm to any of your party members, right? So by level 5, we will conveniently have unlocked everything that I put in my action menu. Like I've got my grappling chain and my block and slash and combat roll. The next thing I need is my one primary offensive skill. And so we'll go for this. We'll go for Pommel Strike. And that's not friendly fire. It has some range on it. It's a single target thing, but that's kind of the idea, is going for single target damage, high single target damage. Now with your basic attacks, you cover AoE, because with a two-handed weapon, unless you're using a hammer, which is a single target weapon, and there is some advantage to that, actually using a hammer. You're playing more of an assassin type of Reaver, in that you're picking out a single target and you're taking that one target down maybe a little faster. I kind of like the AoE of an axe or a sword. I think axes are my favorite. I should have the Ornate Battle Axe schematic because we use the golden nugs, so that shouldn't be a problem. I don't have to go hunt for that. So we'll just have it available about the time. In fact, we can start making it. We're just going to be making it with low-tier materials, which will actually give us an advantage, probably make the game easier. Might want to actually do that just for times constraints. But I was also thinking about going with tiered materials as we go along. Stick with tier 1 till we hit level 8. Stick with tier 2 till we hit level 12, and so on and so forth. Anyway, at level 5, we'll have our primary ability. And then from 6 through 10, I basically go back and I upgrade everything. Like at level 6, we'll add... at level 6, we'll add grappling chain. We'll add the upgrade, right? And then at level 7... we'll add the upgrade to block and slash. And then at level 8, we'll add the upgrade to combat roll. And then level 9, we'll add the upgrade to lightning jab. And then at level 10, we can probably start working on passives. Probably start working our way down here. This would be 10. And then this would be 11, 12. The upgrade, 13. What's really cool about this is Livid. If you notice the symbol, for those of you that played Dragon Age 2, that symbol is also on I believe the Reaver tree, in Dragon Age 2. I think it's red, but it has the same thing. And I think in that one you sacrifice a little bit of health to get a damage bonus for a short period of time, and you basically increase the damage bonus for being hurt, right? Well, in this, it's essentially it's still a damage bonus, but it's damage bonus based on however many enemies you're facing. And the choice you make is killing an enemy, but you have to strike the killing blow. See, it's real specific in the phrasing. You have to be the one that kills the enemy, but you reset the duration. But if you can go on a rampage, and basically that's when you got your Reaver, so you would activate Ring of Pain and then activate this, and this would be rampage mode. And then if you had rampage active as your focus ability, you would have that. And then I'm trying to think. You've got 8 slots available. I usually keep my first menu for stuff that I use all the time, and then I keep my second menu for special abilities. Ring of Pain. I'm trying to think of what I'm going to use this for. I don't know that I need to draw threat. That's the thing. Let me see. We won't have any more offensive skills, so it'll all be secondary skills. We'll have Livid, Ring of Pain, Rampage. Got to keep a button active for Rampage. And then might leave a button for Warcry, or maybe even... See, I would say Devour, but Devour kind of defeats the purpose in the Reaver tree, because Devour gets health back. It's okay for survivability, but costs a huge amount of stamina. And if you're using Ring of Pain, stamina is going to be an issue. If you're using Ring of Pain, I would strongly suggest using nothing but basic weapon attacks. Not that stupid Dragon Rage bullshit. Oh, we'll save a button for Dragon Rage so we can lose health and do damage in the process, so we can keep our health below 50%. That's a perfect build. That's a perfect build. So this is basically taking the place of Warcry, and this is a damage buff. So if you've got a 10% damage bonus per enemy hit, and then you've got Ring of Pain active, which is a damage bonus, plus it increases the damage bonus for being hurt, and then you've got you can use Dragon Rage to hurt yourself on purpose, and then yeah, that'll work. Anyway, so we'll go 5 levels at a time. So in 2 more levels, we'll show where we're at. Usually level 6 through 10 on any character is where I'm upgrading my basic attacks. Is I pick a primary offensive skill, pick some tactical stuff. Like with my rogue, it might be the ability to dodge roll, stealth, you know, and then I want to go upgrade stealth. Actually, with the rogue, it's a little different because I usually upgrade stealth first. Those are like my first 2 points. I pick stealth, and I pick the upgrade to stealth, which is where you shed status effects, and you can actually walk through enemies, essentially unnoticed. So if you're in front of an enemy and you want to get flanking attack, you can hit stealth, get behind them, and hit them from there with twin fangs or something like that, where you actually get a bonus. Anyway. I haven't gotten through his guard yet. He's hoofing me. You see him hoofing me? These Ruffaloes are not playing around on Nightmare. They really aren't. Maybe I'll get enough skins to work on a Varric's crossbow piece. This is your practice for a pride demon fight. Just boxing with these Druffalos. I really don't like killing these guys, actually, because they're really not bothering anybody. Alright. Had to kill one Druffalo, I guess. Now I feel like an asshole, and I'm going to go back home and go feel sad and hide my head in shame at being that guy who just had to bother the poor innocent Druffalo way the hell out here minding their own business. He came to tell me about myself, too. Did you see that? They really don't want trouble. They really don't. Except in multiplayer. Then they really want trouble. Kill every Druffalo you see in multiplayer because they're avenging their fallen kin. Oh, yeah, the Brontos. Oh, no shit. They're not playing. Yeah, once we get all the materials, we'll I don't know that it matters what schematics we're doing. I haven't set any personal challenges for myself on this one. It's just like sometimes we've streamed where it's just tier 1 schematics only. That's it, just tier 1 stuff. You can use any materials you want, but you can only use tier 1 schematics type of thing. So basic level 1 staffs, level 1 armor, and then you just roll, which is kind of cool because it makes finding materials and stuff meaningful throughout the entire game. And it's actually doable, believe it or not. The damage, you have to rely more on your build and your combos and your tactics than you do on your gear, because getting an uber powerful piece of gear, that's not an option. You know, you can only do so much with a certain number of materials. Like, you're not going to make this elite uber set of one-shot kill rogue daggers, for example, or a staff that one-shots everything type of thing, or is hitting for, 100 points per basic attack. You have to go a different direction with it. So it did make it more meaningful. That is probably one of the funner times I had, although some of the tier 1 materials look stupid. that's the problem. Like, the daggers are a little bit lame. There's actually a tier 2 set of daggers, which I think are some of the best looking weapons in the game. The crow double daggers, they look like red spikes made of crystal. Oh man, they're cool. They almost look like they're made of red lyrium or something. Although it probably depends on what material you make them out of. But they're neat, man. And they're simple. They're like perfectly straight with a handle in the middle. Oh man, they look cool. Really, really, really cool. All right, so like I said, we'll start making a beeline for our and cooldown with each critical too. That's actually pretty nice. All right, and then with Cassandra, she's pretty simple actually. Like I said, I want to give her first. We're going to get her passives. She needs all these: turn the blade, no flanking, and turn the bolt. So I start making beelines for those. Although this upgrade is great. When you use Shield Wall, your movement is not slowed as much. You also protect nearby allies by giving them improved armor. When she uses Shield Wall near you, you get guard. You get free guard for every time she gets hit. You get a little bit. It's like if she gets a full bar, you get like a third of a bar type of thing. But there you go. That's actually worth having. But for here, we want to get her to where she's not getting hurt as much by any of this stuff. Damage reduction from arrows from the front and damage resistant coming from the front, period. Cassandra's only weakness is really from behind, and even then, you don't get flanked. So there you go. Doesn't mean she can't be shot from behind, but she at least won't get flanked. Anyway, so we'll get her. She's at level 3. By level 5, she'll have turned the blade. You get it? That's kind of how that works. But what we'll do is we'll come down this side. We'll give her shield bash, and that gives her a huge guard damage bonus. Really effective against dragons, if you think about it. You don't have to favor it either. She'll just use it on her own. I allow her to use this stuff. The only bad thing about Cassandra is she has a lot of active skills, and she only has so much stamina. So like I say, stamina regen is a thing. So this will be her level 5 right here. And then we'll get down here, and we'll probably upgrade this for level 6. We'll get her stamina as soon as possible. And then we'll start working her towards Horn of Valor so she can start giving everybody a damage bonus and an armor bonus. All right? So y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and I'll be right back. And I have coffee. What's up, DeGale? All right, so anyway, back to that. Level 5 with your tank. First 5 levels. Get down here, get these things, right? But Cassandra will, first and foremost, if it's available, use what she favorites. So don't have Cassandra favorite like 20 different things. Have her favorite the 1 or 2 things that you want to cycle back and forth on cooldown, as long as she has the stamina available to use them. And so with her, it's Warcry and or Challenge, and then the one ability that you want her to perform that defines her role in your party, if that makes sense. First, the one that defines her class. What is she doing? She's a tank. So her thing is to draw threat. In some cases, I would say favoriting Warcry would be preferable because it's got huge benefits, all right? With the upgrade, there's one upgrade where she can taunt more enemies across the entire battlefield and bring them all to her. That's great if you're playing a mage. Remember what I said? You can give Cassandra grappling chain where she will grab groups, and then you can give her area Warcry where she attracts groups, and then you can drop static cage on her. You see what I'm saying? That's a mage build, all right? But with a Reaver build like this, Warcry can simply just make her damn near invincible. I mean, that 200% armor bonus is ridiculous. It lasts for a certain amount of time. You need to get in there and help her take care of whatever enemies she's doing. It even makes it to where she's essentially almost invulnerable to things like Mighty Blow. You can hit her with Mighty Blow along with a bunch of enemies surrounding her, and it will almost not phase her. Even if you're doing 6,000 or 7 grand or something with your Mighty Blow, it's still, she's an absolute beast. Probably don't want to hit her from behind though. So anyway. But you give her a tanking ability. This is to draw threat and to gain guard. Guard per enemy, 20%, right? If she can attract guard from the entire battlefield, right, all those enemies are going to give her bonus guard. She's probably just going to get a full bar from it. But in this case, I like her gaining a huge armor bonus and having her spam this. But I'm thinking stamina is good for her. So bonus regeneration every time she uses challenge. Well, challenge only costs 20 stamina. That's very small. 20 stamina you can get back by hitting an enemy she uses a one-handed weapon, so you get 20 stamina from hitting twice, but you hit twice as fast. I believe with a two-handed weapon you get 20 stamina back per basic attack. You don't spend stamina for basic attacks, you get stamina back, right? Doesn't work with the mage, but it does work with warriors. And doesn't work with a rogue either. I don't believe. It might work with a rogue, actually, but it's probably a much smaller bonus back for a rogue. But with warriors, you can see chunks of stamina come back each time you hit. And that plays into a Reaver especially. Yeah, solo is defensive-minded, and it's a lot of kiting, and it's a lot of... I don't feel like playing solo because it's tedious and it's annoying and it's boring. It's not hard. It's annoying. It's let me kite this enemy out. Because if enemies can two-shot you, you can't just run into 20 enemies and call yourself a badass when you're getting two-shotted. No, you have to pull them out one at a time. So 30-second fights now take 20 minutes. 1 hour of gameplay now takes 20 hours. 50 hours of gameplay now takes 1,000 hours. That's annoying to me. That's not hard. That's annoying. There's a big difference, you know? You have difficulty and then you have artificial difficulty. Creating something like that for yourself is not to me something that I would sit there and say, yeah, I did that. I would get no sense of satisfaction. I'd be like, wow, I just worked myself for 30 minutes on something that should only have taken 30 seconds for something that really wasn't hard. It was just irritating. And so I personally don't attribute to that. We ran with the solo, what was I playing, an assassin or something. And we did it for a while. Once we got past the crossroads, I'm like, this hiding in stealth until enemy aggro was dropped so you could come out and hit them one time, then go back into stealth. Because as soon as they ganked on you, you were dead. Because you're squishy. That's it. And a warrior starting out, you're still squishy. So you're still dead. So you have to kite as a warrior. You have to kite as an archer. You have to sneak around as a rogue. And you have to... barrier spam and kite spam as a mage. That's annoying. That's work to me. It's not fun. I've tried it and it was really, really boring and it was really irritating. It was taxing me. And I was like, no, challenge is one thing. But that was not fun. I've seen people do it. And if it's a certain thing that you pat yourself on the back afterwards and say, yeah, I figured out a way to do it. Well, that's great. I don't subscribe to that personally. Wasn't a fan. You could technically solo build if you use certain exploits and did a lot of certain things in Origins also. You could solo build, but why? Why? You've got party mechanics and tactics and things like that to do, which don't really make it any easier per se. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the more players you have present, the harder enemies are. If you have a full party, I believe your enemies are going to also gain more health in that sense. So I don't know. I'm just saying. And even if that's not in there, which I believe it is as a mechanic, but even if it's not, still, I don't see any point in playing the exploit kite game with the entire game all the way through. That doesn't sound fun to me. And then in arena battles, just starting over and over and over again. Like you were talking about the Ferelden dragon, fighting her and her babies. All right, you find a way to dodge those babies' fireballs, which are going to 3 or 4 shot you on Nightmare. You find a way. Okay, so you've got all this extra resistance. Well, guess what? With all that extra fire resistance and all that extra stuff that you added on to defend yourself, you've taken away from your offense. Or great measure. Now, as a two-hander, you're talking about a lot of tedium. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying I wouldn't want to spend hours gearing my character just for one fight for a challenge that I really don't care about. That's all I'm saying. Not as a two-handed warrior. As an assassin, where you can use stealth, may be doable because basically you stay stealth, and as long as you're away from Mama Dragon, who actually has perception and can actually pull you out of stealth, the babies probably can't. So you can probably snipe them one at a time until one of them catches you with a fireball, even though you're invisible, and damn near one-shots you, and then you have to start over and over and over and over till you finally get it. Or you've got some damage exploit where you're exploiting some of your skills and you have certain things stacked working the way they're not supposed to work. They're obviously, you're not supposed to do 1,000,000 damage with things like, for example, the Artificer exploits and all that. If you're going to cheat, then why are you challenging the game in the first place if you're going to cheat? So I don't even go down that road. You know what I'm saying? So meeting the game head up with what the game gives you to work with, that's fine. I've done some things like the main dragon as an assassin with no exploits. Yes, I soloed it. In fact, it's a level 23 dragon. I think I soloed it at level 19 or 21 and got a video of it. If you like it, that's fine. I'm not knocking anyone that likes it. I personally don't like the tedium of it. I don't like the work. I don't like it taxing me. It's like grinding and farming type of thing. It's like, why am I doing this again? So I can beat this by myself. But if you have to use a bunch of stuff to do that, that's a whole lot more work and a whole lot more things involved than just simply taking your party along and just doing your thing. If you got your tactics right and everything, the fight should be challenging enough, I would think. So there you go. Well, if you got an archer with stealth, then I don't know, stealth drops threat. And once you drop threat, things stop attacking you. And so you'll find yourself in a fight trying to drop their threat because if they hit you, you're dead. No amount of skill is going to avoid that. When they hit you with their homing arrows and their homing spells, when they hit you, because you're not going to avoid that, then what do? You know, yeah, you can dodge roll and stuff, but then you can also burn up all your stamina trying to do that. And dodge roll does have a cooldown on it too. So I'm just saying, there's most people turn to exploits to this. If you have to meet a challenge with an exploit, then the challenge isn't either designed to be met based on the game mechanics, or you have nothing to congratulate yourself for once it's over because you exploited it. You know what I mean? Like you did something with your character that the game didn't intend for you to do. Obvious, like you've seen the videos where people go in and in 3 seconds they kill the high dragon because they use an exploit. They figured out a way where this skill causes that skill to work the way it's not supposed to. Like causes a skill that is only meant to be used once to have no cooldown and to get to be used multiple times, like your focus ability. Endless focus ability. I saw a guy with an assassin build where it was endless focus. It was the old Mark of Death plus the Fade Rift, which slowed time, which gave you an endless Mark of Death timer. So instead of having 8 seconds to do all your Mark of Death combos, you had like, with a 3-tier Fade Rift ability, you had something like 20 seconds to stack damage. And then when you triggered the Mark of Death, it would multiply all that damage and all those criticals, and people were pulling off millions like that. It wasn't designed for that. It wasn't. You weren't supposed to have an endless focus ability or endless Mark of Death to where you could stack 20, 30 seconds worth of amplified critical damage and stuff. Obviously wasn't designed. They patched it. I believe they patched that. And so you don't see videos like that being made anymore because the game developers are like, oh, wow, a player figured out a way to cheat. Let's go in and fix it. Well, I never respected the whole cheating thing in the first place. I'm not saying you are, but I'm not I'm not respectful of the exploits and stuff, and most of the time players resort to something like that. They find some way to stack things or work things together that really aren't designed to be that way. When the developer comes back and patches it later, it means that it was broken in the first place. And players know this. You know what's broken and what's not. You know when something that's supposed to be a boss fight, you all of a sudden come in and one-shot it with no skill, then it obviously wasn't designed to be like that. Yeah, most of them have, to be fair. But there's a reason they were removed, because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place. It's kind of like field testing. You know, they run the beta, they run all the testing, they give certain players early access to the game to go find these things, but they don't find all of them. And you give the entire world opportunity. You have individuals within that world who, some people play games just to find exploits. Their only real sense of accomplishment in the game is to find ways to cheat and to find all the exploits and pick out the bugs. It's a puzzle to them. And you know what? I respect that. I don't respect the cheating part, but they're not really cheating to cheat. They are trying to find the cheats just to see if they can, just to see if they can do it. And some players do that. And they're really smart. Their IQs are probably off the charts, the people that do that type of stuff. And okay, that's cool. You know, if that's your thing, you pay your money for that. Okay, fine. Some of those same people are used by these developers to find that shit so they can weed them out of the game, you know? And that's all fair. But for the average player to come in and use an exploit to meet a challenge, you haven't met that challenge. Go into that challenge bare bones and then beat it. I can respect that. But, you know. Now, what you're talking about is using things within the game. A lot of fire resistance, a lot of this and that, and finding a way to win that DPS race. Because that's really all the Ferelden Dragon is. It's a DPS race. Is you want to knock her down fast enough to where she doesn't gang up on you with her babies. So you have to knock her into the mode where she flees and calls her babies in and get her babies out before she lands on the ground so that you can attack her solo. Because if you're trying to attack her and you got the baby shooting you in the back, I don't care if you got a sword and a shield and max guard and fire resistance and all that shit. Those babies are going to waste your ass shooting you with fireballs from behind. They're just going to, especially if they got you surrounded, where you've got good defense with a shield from the front. You've got a lot of magic resistance. But from behind, anything flanking, you're in trouble. And so that's the DPS race. And so you're fighting her and you got the baby shooting you in your back. You're out of there, right? So you got to get her babies down. You got to beat that DPS race. Usually stacking, and games are designed like this. If you're stacking defense, you're not going to do a lot of damage. If you're stacking damage, you're not going to have a lot of defense. The best RPGs are designed that way to require you to make a choice. That's what builds are all about. How do you do so much damage that your complete lack of defense is irrelevant because you're killing enemies before they can kill you? But if you get hit, you're going to get one-shotted. That's a glass cannon. Everyone's familiar with those. The opposite end of that is Uber Tank, Bullet Sponge, where enemies can hack on you for 35 minutes and you can heal or regen faster than they can hurt you. But you can't kill a wet paper napkin because you can't do any damage. But that's not your job. Your job is to take damage, right? If you can do both, that's not an RPG. That's an action game. If you can do both, then I feel in an RPG it shouldn't be that way. You know, I think there should be, Skyrim's a perfect example where you can do everything. You can be uber tank, assassin, super sneaky, paladin, heavy armor wearing, mage spell casting, you know, priest cleric. You can be all that because you can be level 7,000 and have a skill point every time you level. And when you run out of skill points, you just go respec and get those skill points back and keep leveling some more, you know, just forever. And I'm like, that's not an RPG. That's an action game. When there's no point of a build. What's your Skyrim build? I put a point in everything and I pull my right trigger and kill shit. That's your build? That's your fucking build? Really? You know, that's not an RPG. No. You're not role playing anything. Your role is you're everybody in the earth all at the same time. That's your role. In Skyrim, sorry, that's not an RPG. That's the truth. It's just not. It's a very much glorified action game. I'm not saying it's a bad one, but it's not an RPG in that sense. If you had a level cap in Skyrim, which you used to, but your level cap essentially allowed you to do, I think, too much. But when it was 81, you weren't necessarily going to have a point in absolutely everything, but you might as well have, to be honest. But it took you a while to get there. You'd run out of XP to get until you started doing what? Exploits. You start exploiting the system to practice skills that you never use so that you can level and get some free skill points to put over here. If you didn't do that in Skyrim, it was actually solid. I love Skyrim on Legendary where you did not train in shit you didn't use. That gave you a level cap. Because once the skills you used were at 100, you were good at those. But if you didn't exercise the shit that you didn't use, you would stop leveling. Usually it was around 50 or 60 or so. And that was a decent level cap considering the amount of skills you were required to invest in what you wanted to do. If you wanted heavy or light armor and block and two-handed weapons and archery and a particular magic skill that you like to use. So you wanted to have a ranged and you wanted to have a magic ability like summoning, which a lot of people used, or destruction, whatever. You had some basic restoration skills. I never invested a lot into that. I found basic healing spell worked just fine. But and then you wanted to have your primary weapon, say a two-handed sword, and you had the ability to block, so you had to invest in the blocking tree. All of a sudden, skill points became kind of thin, you know? And then if you didn't go train in a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, like say you're wearing light armor, but you go train in, or you're wearing heavy armor, but you go train a bunch in light armor also. You just go put on a suit of light armor, let a giant whack on you on novice difficulty or something forever until you get a bunch of free skill points. So you come back and sync them. If you didn't do that, there was actually a skill cap. And the game was very playable. And the game was very enjoyable. It was rewarding like that. But once again, that's just me. Okay, I don't know if Solus can be trusted with this spell. He's prone to use that even when you don't need to use that. But the good thing is I don't have the trials active, so barriers aren't as much of an issue. There are enemies that would get barriers free for no reason. Like you'd run into a Templar that could give himself a barrier and a full bar of guard that was attached to his health, so you could not hurt his health until you got through his guard. They had some really glitchy stuff. But I don't have that trial active, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'm going to let him run with it. You guys keep your eyes open. If Solus starts spamming Dispel on everything, he's going to waste all his mana that he needs for Barrier and Winter's Grasp. And it's going to be totally pointless. It's only effective against Fire and Ice Mines and Barrier. Now, Vivian will cast it on anyone that's got a Barrier, and she won't cast it any other time. But Solus, I don't think they ever patched him. Yeah, Dorian's good with it too. To be fair, Huntress, Dorian can use it too. Dorian, I've never revive, and then level 5 will be Guardian Spirit probably, and then we'll start working on the rest of his tree here. See, I don't even worry about this. This is my mage's one offensive spell. This is what I give him. That's it. This is what they use the entire game. Winter's Grasp and Winter's Grasp only. It's expensive. It costs a bit. But with mana regen, if you're not asking them to do anything else, this is really, really, really effective. Because what's amazing is if you're playing an archer or an assassin, an archer, a dual wielding, or a warrior, doesn't, you know, not just two-handed weapons either. Believe it or not, pommel strike, shield bash, payback strike, mighty blow. And these are, well, I'm gonna take mighty blow out of that. Mighty blow works, but we'll take it out because that's not a friendly fire ability. Let's just say pommel strike, shield bash, payback strike, long shot, full draw. I won't include explosive arrow because that's friendly fire. And you can even upgrade it to where Winter's Grasp will shatter an already frozen enemy. There's actually an upgrade for that right now. Where's it at? Enemies that are already frozen or chilled take massive damage when hit with Winter's Grasp. They get 1,000% weapon damage, which isn't, sounds like a lot, but staffs don't do near as much as melee weapons because staffs bypass armor, so they have a much lower DPS. But you can attack faster. So anyway, basically everything combos with Winter's Grasp. Those huge, big, sexy numbers that you get when enemies are frozen are all coming from cross-class combos. So, anyway, we got him favoriting that. He's favoriting that. We'll see. I'm going to let him use Dispel for a little while. But I got a feeling he's probably going to immediately get us into trouble with that. Okay, now with Varric, this is the one exception. I give him Stealth, and then I upgrade Stealth immediately. Yeah, it removes all debilitating effects, and you can even pass through enemies when undetected. Now, what Varric will do is if you keep... here, we're going to favorite this, too. So he literally, you even eventually get damage bonuses out of Stealth. Where is it? While you're in Stealth and shortly after leaving it, your attacks ignore 50% of enemy armor, right? So even not being an assassin, Varric can still get a damage bonus from Stealth. So you have him favor that. So it's a defensive, tactical, and offensive ability, actually. That's what makes assassins amazing. But if you have him favorite long shot, what he will do is he will stay at a distance naturally. Well, that's what you want Varric doing, is if you're in the middle of it around the enemies, you want him over there somewhere else laying down the fire, while Cassandra keeps either holding the threat or pulling threat away from enemies. I've seen enemies turn from Cassandra and go run towards Varric, and her hit them with challenge and make them turn their ass around and run back to her. Well, the entire time they're running, they're not attacking anybody. They're on their way to attack somebody. So that essentially takes them out of the fight. But I've seen her actually do that. She like looks out for Varric or something. Anyway. So that's the first setups. All right, so Varric's at 3, right? Okay, so levels 4 and 5 with Varric. We're going to upgrade his long shot to where he can hit multiple targets. The only downside to that is sometimes Varric will aggro an entire group. Like if there's a bunch of enemies over there, he'll hit one and his arrow will keep going and it will ping the shit out of everybody and they all swarm Varric. I've seen him do that. It happens, but you just have to accept the bad with the good sometimes. But we'll get him that, and then we'll probably start making our way down here. I leave Evade active for him. I leave it active. I don't make it a favorite. His thing is his Stealth and Long Draw are the only things I have him actually favor. One thing you don't want is once you get down to full draw, is to make enemies unconscious. That sleep duration for enemies immediately loses all threat. If you have one enemy left on the field and Varric sleeps them, all your other allies will stop attacking because that enemy is no longer a threat for 20 seconds. It literally drops all threat and drops all aggro, including any threat those enemies have towards your tank. It drops that also. So the enemy gets up full, clear-headed, and picks a target. Probably you, or Varric, or your mage, or just whatever, you know. So that I am not a fan of that. I know it's got great damage bonus, but it doesn't have much else. It can combo. It can combo. Honestly, if I were to, I wouldn't even upgrade this. I wouldn't even upgrade it. I really wouldn't if I give it to him. But usually I don't have him doing a whole lot. Once he's got leaping shot, I start working on a lot of passives. I get him as many passives as I can. Like, especially down here, critical hits tear through enemy armor. And then once he gets his specialization unlocked, he gets a plus 5% critical chance. And he starts, and then you upgrade his bow with criticals. You want him to have as high a critical chance first. And then you work on, because he's not an assassin. He doesn't get automatic criticals coming out of stealth. Assassins get that. If he had that going on for him, he'd just be ridiculous. Yeah. Here's like the first key I would say to anybody who's not familiar with this game, before you do anything else, all right, these abilities aren't designed to say, oh, wow, I like them all. I think I'm going to pick all of them. You have this thing, right? If you look at the bottom right of the screen around my menu, that's my stamina bar. Mages have a mana bar. It's basically the same thing. It powers your abilities. If you look at the cost of abilities, all right, you have 100 points, unless you have an amulet that upgrades your stamina or your mana. I think the biggest mana amulet you can get is like, what, 25? I don't even think they have one for 50. They might with the Trespasser DLC, maybe. Have like a superb mana amulet, maybe. I don't know. But I think the biggest bonus you can get is like 20 or 30 or 25 or something. Anyway, whatever. That's still not a lot, all right? Because let's look at some spells. Let's say let's look at Solus. Let's find some high damage spells. This is the worst spell in the game. Worst spell. It's totally. First of all, it's got friendly fire. So if you're playing with friendly fire on, it's going to kill you before it kills anybody else. Second is it costs so much, right? The cooldown's atrocious on it. It's just horrible. But look at that, 65 mana. So let's say it had no cooldown. Could you use that twice? No, you couldn't even use that twice. For example, so let's say you want your mage to be giving you barriers, right? And be reviving somebody, 85 mana to revive. 85, right? That's a lot. Let's say you want your mage to revive somebody if they're down, cast regular barriers, 50 mana for that, and then cast Winter's Grasp so you can get some combos, 65 for that. And then you wanted them to do, some people, if they're not playing with friendly fire on, they love their mages to start bringing the fire out, right? So Immolate doesn't cost much. It's only 35. So let's throw this in there. That's 65. That's your whole mana pool right there. 2 fire spells. They cast those back to back. How are they going to cast a barrier on anybody? Man, my party's never getting barriers. My mages suck. How many spells do you have assigned to your mages? 13? Yeah, where are they getting the mana for that? Right? They only have so many resources. So, I have found my mages destroy shit. They are support. They are pure support. This does sexy damage, right? But it sets up everybody in the party for damage. It sets up everybody in the party for cross-class combos. And they can spam this shit. Not only is the cooldown time only 16 seconds as it is, but you can start getting free cooldowns and stuff with other spells. A lot of passives do some really cool shit. And also you can start really increasing your mana regeneration so that if you don't give them as much to do and you send their mana regeneration through the roof, they have mana available to do what little you're asking them to do all the time. Instead of asking them to do a bunch of shit every once in a while, and they probably are never going to do the particular spell you want them to do at any given time because they only have so many resources, and you've given them this many options, a list like this of things to choose from. Well, what's the AI supposed to do? Which spell do you want it to pick at any particular time? They already took tactics out of the game, so you can't do like you could. Now, see, in Origins and Dragon Age 2, it was different. You could have 50 spells assigned, one for each circumstance. You could have heal only if an ally is below 50 or 30% health, right? Use Stone Fist only if an enemy is already petrified. Use Petrify only if an enemy is ranked elite or higher. Use Mighty Blow or something only if an enemy is frozen, right? And it would tell you which abilities work against enemies if they have a certain status effect. All right, this has bonus damage against an enemy that's petrified. So you assign your character. You tell your allies, use this only if an enemy is petrified. Okay? Well, how do you decide who's petrified? Don't bother with mobs. Use the spell petrify only if an enemy is ranked elite or lieutenant or higher. That way you're not petrifying everybody. You're only petrifying the ones that you need to petrify. Fuck these mobs that you can one-shot. There's 50 of those. It's this one asshole over here who's buffing everybody and one-shotting your whole party. Petrify his bitch ass so that you can deal with the mobs and then hit him with a cross-class combo and destroy him with one shot if you have your tactics set. Well, now we don't have tactics. So we cut down on the number of things that the AI has to choose from to waste its mana bar on, right? Find something. Every spell you pick and every ability you choose should serve at least two purposes, right? Like for Varric, stealth. It doesn't just get him out of trouble. It doesn't just remove status effects off him because he is kind of squishy. He is just this little dwarf guy, right? Maybe he's tough for a dwarf, but I don't know. He's still pretty squishy being a rogue. So it not only does that, but it also gives him a bonus to armor penetration and things like that. So it does serve like two purposes. Long draw. It doesn't just do damage. And when you upgrade, it doesn't just do damage to multiple enemies. It gets his ass way over there out of the fight. It serves a purpose. I'm not just thinking, oh, that spell or that ability hits really hard. I think I'll pick that just because it looks good. Is going a little bit deeper than that, thinking about if you're going to pick this specifically, what else does it do? Like Winter's Grasp. Oh, it freezes enemies. That means they won't move. Doesn't just freeze them. While they're frozen, just about any ability you use on them is going to shatter their bitch ass and hit for a huge amount of bonus damage. If you hit a critical on an already shattered enemy with an ability that has a huge bonus, you're liable to hit them for anywhere from 7 to 20-something thousand with one hit, right? And on something that would normally only hit for maybe 500 or 1,000. And so there you go. So it serves multiple things. It's an offensive spell that also creates cross-class combos, also freezes enemies in place, or at least chills them and slows them. It serves multiple things, right? It does more than just that. And you think, well, okay, well, if somebody wants to argue, well, what about Barrier? All Barrier does is just protects you and your enemies, as if that's a bad thing. Well, as a support mage, since you don't have heal, Barrier is pre-healing. Barrier is preventing the damage you would take instead of healing the damage that's already been done. That's all it is. I mean, it's kind of like thermal clips in Mass Effect, soaking up heat. It's an ammo pack. Whether you're putting ammo in the gun or taking heat out of the gun, you get a certain number of shots. It's the same thing, right? You're just calling it something else. So it's the same type of thing here. You're pre-healing, basically, right? But, oh, look at this. When you or your allies have an active barrier, the beneficial energy invigorates them and helps them recover mana or stamina more quickly. The more barriers you can... Why do I have favorite barrier? So that I can have more stamina. My mages can have more mana. It regenerates just that much faster, right? Plus, it gives a couple points of constitution to my mages who are already squishy as fuck, right? And protects you. Now, I'm going to pick barrier anyway. That is one of those things where even if it didn't serve two purposes, fine. But it does. Your passives can make it provide some synergy for your party, where it doesn't just protect you, it also buffs your mana so that you can do more stuff, right? And so on and so forth. But with all the mana regeneration in the world and all that stuff, if you have your AI doing 20 different things, only two bad things can happen. One is they won't be doing what you want when you want them to do it, because you can't assign them what to do specifically. So you narrow down the things that they do, so you always know what they're doing. You don't really need tactics 20 slots long. Well, I take that back. Actually, every game needs tactics, right? Because it's fun, and it's like a mini game within the game is figuring out party builds. It adds to you got character build, and then you got party build. So it just expands your game and makes it that much more rewarding. Why they took it out of Inquisition, well, they'll have to answer God about that one, because that's a crime that they took it out. I don't know why. Maybe because they couldn't make it work. I don't know. I don't understand it. I still don't to this day. But without 20 lines of tactics, how do you tactically get your party to do exactly what you want them to do without having to individually go in and control them every 2 seconds and make them do something, right? Which you're probably not going to even be able to do that if you've got the 20 spells assigned to them, because they're never going to have any mana, because they're just going to be spamming shit, whether it matters or not, right? So you refine. What does Solus do? Solus supports the party. He provides mana regen or stamina regen. He provides barrier. He revives when necessary. And he provides Winter's Grasp to do his share of damage, but most importantly, to set up all enemies for cross-class combos. That's his job. I don't ask him to do anything else. If you've got 2 jobs, you're gonna do both of them shitty. If you've got 1 job, you should do it well. Now with Solus, to be fair, I honestly say to him a lot, dude, you had 1 job and you couldn't even do that right, because he's the worst of the mages in combat. But still, any mage. Let's once I get Vivian, I'm gonna have no one but Vivian along, right? And when you have Vivian in there, she is an absolute fucking beast. She has all these mana regen and all these barrier strength capabilities. If you have a stronger barrier that lasts twice as long and gives you stamina regen the entire time, protects you twice as much, and Vivian can spam that shit, she's got barrier ready before your barrier wears off. She's an absolute, if you set her up right. But if you have her doing 20,000 things, she's not going to have any of that shit. But if you set her up right, she's an absolute battery. She's a barrier battery. Her job is to freeze motherfuckers in place, talk shit to them while she's doing it, kick their ass and keep you on your feet. And the second you go down, you're instantly revived. Vivian's just picking you up like this. Revive, revive, revive. And you're just seeing that. And then what's her focus ability? Group revive with full barrier. So if everybody goes down, fuck it. She'll just pick everybody up. And you're all back at it, And so that's her job. And so I don't ask her to do anything but that. Cassandra's job is to talk about people's mama. To get out there in the battlefield and talk about everybody's mama and fuck you if you don't like it, come hit me. What? You can't do nothing. You're a bitch. So is your mom, and that's her whole job, is to just do that. Is to just constantly piss off everybody on the battlefield. Come hit me. So you should see a circle of enemies looking at Cassandra, banging on her, and her laughing it off and shield bashing the shit out of everybody in their face and just taunting the shit out of everybody, right? That's it. That's her job, right? But I want her to do damage and I want her to do this and do that. Okay, so then she's going to suck at everything. But if you have her just do that, draw threat, and while she's drawing threat, you're not dying. And also to generate guard, not just for herself, but you also, right? And then generate guard for the entire party. And then provide damage buffs for everybody, right? Have you seen her Blessed Blades? When she drops Blessed Blades, which you don't even have to favorite that shit. As soon as you give her Blessed Blades, she's spamming it. Blessed Blades on the ground. You don't even have to be fighting anybody. Shit, she'll just drop it anyway. Fuck it, And so you have that. That is a 15% damage bonus for anybody standing inside of it. If you upgrade it, it's for anybody who even walks through it. So if you're playing a Reaver or an Assassin or even a Mage, and you're near Cassandra and she drops Blessed Blades, you get a damage buff for like 10 or 15 seconds. By the time that shit wears off, she hits it again, right? And it lasts so long that if it does wear off on you, just walk back through that shit and get it again. You'll see the little icon down there and it lasts for a while. And so that works for everybody. So if you're a Reaver running with Ring of Pain, go hit Blessed Blaze and then get Ring of Pain, 30% damage, and you get all these buffs. But she's not going to be doing that if you have her doing 50 things, You can require a little bit more of Cassandra than the other players because she has, with barrier, she should be getting hit with barrier a lot because she's gonna be tripping under your feet most of the time as a player. If you have her do this, where's it at? Where's Cassandra at? If you have her doing this right here, if you have her following, my character's name is Evelyn. We just went with the default, which I didn't mean to, but that's what happened. If you have Cassandra following your named character, she is going to be tripping under your feet. Unless you're a mage. Whoever you're targeting, she's going to go run to that enemy most of the time. Sometimes she'll stand near you, but most of the time, 90% of the time, she's going to run to that enemy and go over there. And if she can't reach that enemy, she's going to challenge them. Then she's going to run over there once she's talked about their mama, and she's going to start pounding on their face. That's her job, right? And so she's going to target who you target and draw the threat of everyone around her. But if you're playing a warrior or a rogue, she's going to be under your feet. She's going to be right next to you most of the time. So anytime you get a barrier, Cassandra usually does too, and vice versa, right? So she keeps that. She's going to be dropping bonuses for you, and she's going to be generating guard for the entire party. And as long as you're standing near her, if you've got shield wall activated, every time she uses that, you're going to gain bonus guard. So she should essentially keep your party alive. And her focus ability is to give guard and some ridiculous, like 100 or 200% stamina regen for like a certain amount of time, and a full bar of guard to your entire party. That's her focus ability. Plus bonus damage, plus magic defense. I forget what the magic defense is. For everybody, that's a passive she's got. And so her job is to keep you all safe and keep herself safe, buff your damage, and be invincible. And just be an absolute tank. But if I ask her to do anything outside of that, if I go for, I'm just going to go straight damage on Cassandra. Well, all of a sudden, she's this wet paper napkin. She can do a little more damage, but now she's just getting destroyed instantly, you know? So anyway, but that's the key to any follower or any party setup in this game is reducing the number of things. Pick a build, pick a path, pick a job, and assign that to somebody and do that job. Like, okay, I'm going to play a Reaver. Well, I'm going to do nothing but work on my armor and my defense and my guard and all that. Okay, so now, and I'm not saying that wouldn't be effective, right? Because true enough, the balancing in this game, the challenge isn't there a lot of the time. So you can kind of halfway get away with that. I don't think you should be able to. The other ones where if you concentrated on a lot of tankiness and a lot of defense and stuff, well, defense is one thing to not get hit, but armor and guard and stuff like that, if you're concentrating on a lot of that, I think you should have to sacrifice offense for that. And you do somewhat. Personally, if I'm playing a Reaver, I'm an offense. I'm DPS. That's my job. So anything that signifies damage and adds damage to anything else, I should go for. So with that in mind, let's go to my main character, right? And we'll look at one of the first and foremost things with a Reaver. This is where you don't need, like those who want to build a Reaver and use a lot of different kinds of abilities and attacks, I'd say you're wasting a lot of what the Reaver's good at. And this goes all the way back to Origins and especially Dragon Age 2. Basic attacks are your most formidable weapon. Basic attacks and concentrating on your passives and just being a Reaver to enhance all that other shit. A lot of times your special abilities and so on and so forth really don't play out as well, and they cost you a lot more in the long run in terms of not having the stamina reserves and stuff that you might want. With a Reaver, you have, with a Warrior in general, you have this. You get a damage bonus to enemies that are stunned or knocked down. So the only abilities that I have, this, once I upgrade it, will damage enemies and knock them aside, knock them down. I know how it's worded here. You knock them down, all right? And so you get a bonus damage for that. With Grappling Chain, when you upgrade it, you give them a hard kick. Once you give them a hard kick in the face, you do what? You knock them down and even stun them sometimes, right? And then with Pommel Strike, you lash out with a fast strike that briefly stuns your target. It used to be Mighty Blow, which wouldn't always knock down your enemies. If they were knocked down, though, Mighty Blow would give you a damage bonus. Notice, increased damage against targets that have been knocked down. But it is a friendly fire ability. So what I'm doing is I'm going pure friendly fire here and more of a single target type of thing. I'm going with Pommel Strike here, but it stuns your target. Now here it says you can stun your target for even longer. I'm not going to go for that. I'm going for the bonus damage, and I'm going for the cooldown reduction so I can use it more often. Because I'm not going to be spending a lot of stamina on abilities. I have one offensive ability. I have something of a tactical ability, which is something of a closer, drawing enemies to me, or approaching them. Either way, that's what I call a closer, is to get them within range of your attacks. And then I have something of an evasive, but this is also an offensive weapon. So even your evasive tool can be used on offense. And that's about it for the things that might use stamina. And this has almost no stamina cost. 20 stamina, you can get that back by hitting an enemy with a basic attack once. You get that back immediately. So those are basically free. The only one that really costs me anything is this. And block and slash costs 10 stamina, and you literally get that. You get some stamina back each time the clock ticks, like 10 stamina regen per second, or whatever the regen is. That's basically free also. And this is all about weapon damage too. You can choose a defensive one, which actually gives you guard each time you block and slash. I'm not trying to generate guard. I'm trying to generate damage. And so you can actually get a free whirlwind upgrade, which gives you bonus damage there too, for a skill that's essentially free. It costs me 10 stamina to get 350 weapon damage. And guess what happens when I slash in a full circle? I knock enemies down, right? And so every single skill that I have assigned to my character, every single one knocks enemies down or stuns them. And so what do I get? I get 30% bonus damage to enemies that are stunned or knocked down. There's a reason I picked every single one of those skills. I didn't pick any other ones, and I'm not going to for specifically. And the reason I upgrade certain skills a specific way. Like grappling chain doesn't have to knock enemies down. Of course I would take that upgrade, because that produces, with synergy, a 30% damage bonus towards that enemy, right? When I do block and slash and I do a full circle, I knock down every enemy around me. They're going to take 30% bonus damage, right? While they're knocked down and while they're stunned. So, you see what I'm saying? And so I'm not doing a lot here. Specifically, everything I do is geared towards one thing. So no matter what I do, that bonus damage should constantly be procced all the time. And that's like the whole point. And then the one active skill I have here is obvious. 10% bonus damage there per enemy. And then with the upgrade, you can reset its duration. I'm thinking about going with that. This one gives you bonus guard for each nearby enemy too. So it acts like Warcry. I'm going to see if this duration works. I'm going to see how often I actually get the killing blow, because you have to actually physically kill your enemy. You actually have to hit them the last time. And if Varric starts stealing, let's say you do all the damage, but Varric starts stealing your kills with long shot, all of a sudden this is wearing off. Now, I don't know what the cooldown time on it is. It's got a cooldown of 30 seconds. That's a while. You can reduce that a little bit with critical strikes, and every hit with a Reaver should be critical. Every single one. Every single basic attack should be a critical. You should raise critical chance before you ever raise critical damage. Get it at least to the 65 to 70% critical chance range. Once you do that, then start concentrating on damage. Varric helps with that a lot. He gives you free 5%. Yeah, it's definitely the easiest of the three. Trials help. Trials help because they at least allow enemies to scale. And the only trial that doesn't work is the one that gives them special immunities and abilities. It works sometimes, but then when it doesn't work, it doesn't work at all. It's broken really, really badly. Enemies become invincible, and not to mention other bugs and glitches and stuff. And when I say invincible, I don't just mean hard. I mean invincible. I mean their barrier regenerates faster than you can break it. And that's with Dispel and with leveled weapons and all your skills and all, like shit where you're 5-shotting a dragon and then you fight a mage who one-shots you with Mind Blast and has a barrier. I have found mages with that trial active that had barriers that had barriers. And I'm not kidding. The barrier had a barrier. It had a barrier that was regenerating the first barrier. You couldn't get through the second one, but even if you could, it was regenerating the first one. So if you ever managed to get it down halfway, it would automatically replenish itself. And if you left it, and if you didn't hit them for 1 second, you'd see their barrier do this. It was ridiculous. You couldn't hurt them. You couldn't ever get to their health, and you could not bypass their barrier either. Both their barriers, because they had two going at the same. Anyway, it was a bug. It would just get stacked. I remember one boss fight. It was at the end of Jaws of Hakon. There was a mage, and I reset the game like 15 times trying to see if I could clear the bug. I even closed the application, reloaded the whole game from that save, and went in. He had a mage that would turn the corner, and he would Mind Blast is almost instant, right? He would come through, and he would just Mind Blast, and my entire party was wiped, just like that. That was with full barrier, full guard, and full health. You're telling me you can wipe out Cassandra with one mind blast, which is it's a stun skill. It's not a DPS ability. It's a stun ability, right? He would wipe my entire, like, instant kill everybody with one mind blast, with full everything. It was okay. I'm sorry, that's broken. You know, and he was invincible anyway. So if you manage to somehow stay out of the mind blast and revive everybody and do all that, like I even tried holding Vivian back, waiting for him to mind blast everybody. He could spam it. He could hit it about every 5 seconds. And so if he didn't wipe your party the first one, he would wipe it 5 seconds. It was impossible. There was no way to win that fight. There was nothing you could do. Even if you could sleep him for a while, even if you could find something to stun him for a certain duration, maybe a certain tonic or a grenade or whatever, as soon as it might wear off, it was instant. That's not to mention the other mages who would come around and either do the same thing or wipe your party with like an AoE chain lightning. One shot. The whole party. With full everything. And I'm talking max gear. I'm talking the best shit that you can make, specifically designed to specifically withstand whatever they were doing. And it was ridiculous. Anyway. But I think it was supposed to install Nightmare mode back into Nightmare. Which is a big part of Nightmare was specifically knowing enemy resistances. Well, that trial didn't give anybody a specific resistance. It would randomly apply special damage and special resistances to random enemies. So at any point, you might come across a bear that could generate its own barrier or something. That was rare, but it could happen. You know, that type of stuff. With no mage around, just random mage bear. Uber mage boss bear. You know, stupid shit like that. So, it didn't work. It was a nice thought to try to put Nightmare back in, but it'd have been nice if it just had Nightmare mode from the beginning. Like making friendly fire an option. That's what Nightmare's about. But it should also apply to the enemies too, and I don't think that it does. That's kind of a problem. I think friendly fire only counts towards the party. So that's the one downside. Okay, let's see. Let's upgrade Varric's stuff. Damn, I've got a lot of Bianca's stuff. Oh, that's tier 4. That's tier 2. I'm just going to use tier 1 stuff and just keep it fair. Aiming. Grip. There we go. Six sticks. I was thought about giving him cunning. But I don't think you can get his critical chance high enough right now that would make any difference, to be honest. Yeah, I think they did their last patch for Inquisition quite a while ago. I don't think they're patching it anymore. I believe they're completely done. In other words, any bugs or anything that exists right now, unless they come back sometime 10 years from now with whatever the next gen might be and remaster this to make it work. And not that it doesn't work. I'd say aside from there being no real Nightmare mode and aside from there being no tactics, being dumbed and watered down. I mean, there's really nothing else that you can call it. Aside from that, it's a beautiful game with fun combat that is a little bit slow, in my opinion. I miss the speedy, brutal, I feel like I kicked someone's ass combat from Dragon Age 2. I thought they should have kept that. I would love to see this, but a lot faster. But they did introduce the Belt of Urgency, which increases... Now see, like when Dorian casts haste, doesn't speed anybody up, it slows them down. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? That's not haste. No, give me haste where I'm zipping around like a hamster on crack, just kicking everybody's ass for a couple seconds. I felt like a badass. That was always in Dragon Age. They took it out, or they changed it. They fixed what honestly was not broken. It was a highlight of the game. Why would you take a painting and scrub out all the highlights? You know? I mean, that's really a fair question. I would love to sit the developers down and find some rational, reasonable, realistic, not politically correct, but actual honest excuse as to why they took out all the highlights from Dragon Age. They added beautiful graphics, and they even made some cool kind of improvements on the combat. I would at least say the animations and some of that stuff, and some of the magic looks fantastic, right? Is that fair? I mean, some of the magic looks really, like Static Cage and all this stuff. I mean, they did their thing with it, you know, true enough. I'm totally down with it. But, you know, still, when it comes down to the combat and the mechanics and stuff, why would you take tactics out? That was like a staple of Origins and Dragon Age 2. I'll tell you this, and this is a thought I was having, is that the forums, the BioWare forums, which if they're not closed already, they're about to close, unless they found some way to resolve all the issues they were having. It got filled with just about everything but Dragon Age, right? It was a bunch of trolling and hate and all the isms, you know, genderisms and racisms and all this other stuff, and trolls coming in just to flare up the social justice warriors to get outraged at whatever was the last thing that was said. It was just a bunch of shit, right? But what did the forums used to be full of? It used to be full of people theory crafting, besides those that were just talking about who their favorite character was to romance, story-related stuff. And that's great, because BioWare is always about story. And all the politics and everything that are involved with that, true enough. But you would have threads that were tens of thousands of comments long on the best way to get a certain character to act a certain way. How do you set your tactics so that I can get Morgan to do this, or I can get Alistair to stop doing that? Or what's the best party setup to go beat, you know, the Ancient Rock Wraith? Or what's the best skills to use with the rogue? You know, should I go Dex or should I go Strength? Could I maybe try this with this character? And then somebody would respond, yeah, but if you do that and you use these weapons, then it won't work. So what you need to do is this and this. You also need to factor in that party member that's going to affect you in this way, because if you don't have them, then this isn't going to work. And right? And you would get threads like this. So you take tactics out. Wait a minute. 90% of the gasoline that set the fire to your thread involved tactics. You just took out all of the conversation from your forums. You just removed everything anybody had to talk about. Now on Inquisition, I pick skills and I hold my right trigger down and I hit shit and I win. And I like this character because this character is such and such. And I like that character because he's a complete asshole. But if I say I like him, I will appear to be different than everybody else. So I can now label myself as being different. That's all. That's what it turned into. But what happened to the forums? Yeah, you removed the forums out of the forums. You removed anything anyone had to talk about. We've already talked about Origins for 6-7 years. We already talked about Dragon Age 2 for 4 or 5 years. And there was so much hate on Dragon Age 2 that half the people that should have played it didn't. Even though it's probably the best game in the series. In fact, it is. Maybe not exactly story-wise. It's got an amazing story, but as far as combat and tactics go, that game was the shit. It was the best ever, you know? You felt like you were kicking somebody's ass, backstabbing them, watching them explode and cutting them in half, and legs and torsos flying everywhere. And even a mage, if somebody got close enough and you were playing a mage in Dragon Age 2, you'd start kicking their ass with your staff, looking like a ninja and shit, you know? That shit was badass. And they took that away. And then you wonder why people are only talking about dog shit in your forums, is because you didn't give them anything to talk about in Inquisition. There's so little as far as theory crafting goes. It's basically the only theory crafting is how to get a game without tactics, how to get your AI to work right, and how you have to define and build your character in order to do that, you know? Or how to cheat. I did see a lot of that in the forums. How to cheat. How can I exploit this? How do I get unlimited damage? How can I get infinite gold even though I don't actually buy anything in the game? Right? You know, shit like that. That was the rest of the forums, and that burned off real quick. People got tired of hearing about the same old cheats and exploits every day. There wasn't anything else to talk about. Tactics were gone. There would be so many builds that you could. They kept the level cap. They at least did that. So you can't have every skill. You got to pick and choose your skills. I think they have. I don't think they have enough skills to put points into. I can say that. I would like a few more skills, or if nothing else, a lower level cap. Although I like leveling more than less. So please don't take away the. Give me either more upgrades for each skills, or just give me more skills, or water the skills down a little bit so I have to pick degrees of that skill. Like, you know, you do 5% critical damage, then you do 10%, then you do 15. Make it cost 3 points instead of 1. Right? I don't want it. I don't want everything on a silver platter. I want to earn it. I don't want to just hold my trigger down and beat shit. I want to actually have to design a build where if my build sucks, I get destroyed. Where I cannot play Nightmare without a solid build. That's what I want, you know? Why they took that out, I'd love to hear him tell me why. I'd love to hear a reason. I really would. You know, that just doesn't make any sense to me. But outside of that, they did a lot of amazing things. I mean, we're still playing it here, right? It's still a great game. It's fun. It's beautiful. I like every area and the way they designed it. I like the art style. I like all the monsters and the creatures, and for the most part, character creation. I would like them to finally get hair right, but they never got hair right in Mass Effect or Dragon Age before, so you know, I can forgive them for that. They obviously don't have they don't have their hair game. BioWare's never had the hair game down, I guess. So that's fine. I can live with that, but don't take the bread and butter. It's like really taking the sugar out of the cake mix. Like, that's biscuits. That's not cake. That's biscuits. Do not take the sugar out of the cake mix. Why would you do that? Honestly, you could give me a reason and I wouldn't believe you, because there's no excuse. There is no reason, right? I mean, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I still like it, though. I still like it. Frame rate, gotcha.
I'm glad they're big, strong men.
But they did manage to get the belt of urgency in there to at least speed up your attack speed and stuff. You know, they do have that. So that the DLCs offered some good stuff, and I don't care about the tier 4 schematics. Actually, with the higher tiered enemies in Jaws of Hakon and the Descent and Trespass, I could say all of them. The higher tiered enemies and the new abilities and the new cool shit that they could do, and the new challenges that were offered, new dragons and stuff, offering new attacks and different things. The tier 4 schematics never really seemed OP'd. In other words, like I saw the tier 4 daggers, which are cool because they're like little mini axes, which they actually came out with in a DLC in Dragon Age 2. They're like hand hatchet axes, little mini scythes, right? Very cool. Very cool. They still fit the same attack animations and patterns and stuff, but they're very cool. Believe it or not, the stats, all they essentially give you is about 15 or 20 extra points of damage, which once you factor in criticals and stuff, that's pretty extensive, but it never seemed to be way overbalanced. It didn't allow me to go into anywhere and just where I was struggling all of a sudden to just start one-shotting everything. I would still fight. The numbers were a little higher, but nothing so much as to break the game. The tier 4 stuff has as many drawbacks as it has advantages, to be honest. I believe those schematics in particular, they allow for more materials, but only the type of material that allow you to raise the damage a bit. Like you can increase the base damage, but you can lower the amount of stuff you can put in for, say, critical. Like they lowered the amount of dex that you could stack on your weapon. Instead of being able to get like 26 points of dex, now you can only get like 24. So that actually lowered your attack by 2 and lowered your critical damage by 2, right? While raising maybe your base damage by 20, but you're still taking a penalty. And so a lot of that stuff was the case. A lot of the armors that had really high armor ratings that would give you an extra 20, 40, 50 points of armor didn't give you the utility slots to raise your strength. So you took a penalty. You know, I'd still find myself using tier 3 schematics over the tier 4 schematics. And so I was happy with that. I compliment that instead of criticizing it because it was fair. It was balanced. For everything you get in an RPG, you should have to pay a price. Dark Souls, the first Dark Souls, not Dark Souls 2 and all the rest of the shit that came after that. The original Dark Souls used that formula to perfection. For every benefit came a cost. You had to pay for what you want. If you want this, you can't have that too. You can't have them both. And if you want them both, then you can't do this at all. You know, and there was always that. So you would try to find that middle ground that fit exactly to how you like to play. And it was all action oriented. This didn't really have a whole lot to do with, you know, it didn't need a story. It was all about builds. It was all about that stuff. But they did it masterfully. So they kept a little more of that in mind with the DLCs in this game. They introduced challenges, introduced some new things, gave some stuff that allowed you to keep up with the Joneses, but didn't put you way over the top. You weren't paying $15 for a one-shot weapon. And if somebody did find a one-shot weapon, I don't even want it. I'd rather have a good solid playthrough through all that stuff with gear that, even though it's a little better, well, the enemies are stronger. So, you know, it's a wash. It's fair.
Farewell.
That's my personal preference, I guess you could say. But I thought they did an amazing job with that. So I'm trying to compliment Inquisition and the things they got right. But it's things that they could have added and not take. Like, why did you have to take out all the good stuff to add a few new upgrades? Like, why couldn't you just keep the Dragon Age game and add the graphics and add all the stuff? Why did you have to remove so much of the game just to change a few things? That's one thing I probably won't understand. Honestly. Probably can't make me understand that one, to be fair. Probably not.
There you go.
Okay, let's all get those. Those will come in handy. Lyrium infused. See, I like specifically. Actually, I've got the schematic for it. I should, since I used the golden nug. I think it's either Grand Enchanter. It's one of the Enchanter staffs that allows you to put a bunch of leather it's got utility slots for leather specifically. That fits my mage's playstyle perfect. And when I'm playing a mage, I think I have a different staff that I like depending on if I'm giving it to Vivian or if I'm keeping it for myself. Like if I played a mage, there was one in particular that gave me so much bonus critical damage that once I got I would stack critical chance till I got critical chance. A lot like my Reaver. It was like a Reaver mage or an assassin mage. I build everything around the assassin mentality. Is first, I want to hit criticals every time. I'd rather, if a critical gives me this much damage, right? Then if I'm getting twice as much bonus damage, right? I would rather hit that more often than get 10 times the bonus damage, not near as often. In other words, I'd rather hit you for 5,000 3 times than hit you for 10,000 once. Does that make sense? That's always been my logic. That's how I like to play. So that every hit is giving me that big, flashing, sexy number. It's not quite as big as those numbers that I would hit less often. You know, you can either choose critical damage or critical chance. I'll take critical chance until I get it to a certain point, and then I let the carryover drop into critical damage. In other words, I'd rather raise the damage last. I'd rather hit criticals all the time for less than hit them every so often for a little bit more, if that makes sense. It depends on what the balance is. Like, if I can only hit half as often for 10 times as much, you know, that's one thing. Like, if you had a material that gave you 5% critical chance or 3,600% critical damage, well, okay. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But it depends on how it balances in the mechanics. Like, if every enemy has a 3,500 critical resistance, then you have to play it out. You have to see what matters, right? And there is something to that in the game too. Is that enemies' armor is factored into critical damage. It calculates the critical damage first, then it calculates armor and reduces that. Then it goes on to factor in attack, and then it goes on to factor in ability bonuses. Magic resistance, then ability bonuses, right? Magic resistance would play into, obviously, if you're hitting them with magical spells, or if you're hitting them with elements like frost, fire, whatever you've got your weapon enchanted with. And then I think abilities come at the very, very tail end. So what you want to do is you want to be able to bypass their armor. The assassins are best at that, in that you bypass enemies' armor. You don't break their armor. You just ignore it altogether. You can ignore coming out of stealth. Plus, with your assassin passives, like 85% of enemy armor. Essentially, you treat them as if they're butt naked. And that includes dragons. That's why assassins are just, they're the ultimate damage machine, right? More so than any of the other classes overall, not counting exploits and cheats. You're not going to hear me factor those in. So when you use your abilities the way they're intended in the game, assassins are your ultimate damage machine. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to be. You can treat your reavers and mages as such. Mages ignore armor. So you don't have to do a bunch of that stuff. You don't have to have like sunder armor and things like that. With a mage, you ignore their armor altogether. First, you get their critical chance up. Once you get it up to a certain percent, then you dump everything into critical damage. You don't have to worry about it. With your Reaver, you want all your followers to be breaking down enemy armor. Like Varric, he sunders armor with every critical hit. Get his criticals up there. So every arrow he shoots is breaking their armor. 5%, 5%, 10%, 10, whatever percentage of their armor he's reducing. You will find that in a prolonged fight, like with the dragon, for example, with Varric in your party, you'll start off doing like 1,500. You finish doing 3,000 because you're getting past their armor, and your critical damage keeps going up as Varric breaks their armor down. You can also assign your mages with sunder armor also in their staffs because they hit so often, right? Their attack rate is so high with a mage. A mage attacks twice as fast as anyone else. They're just shooting with their staff. They do a lot less damage, but their attack rate is higher. So for every time you can get a status effect on an enemy through a basic attack from a mage, you're going to apply that status effect twice as often. The only thing you have to be careful with is sometimes sunder armor doesn't work. I don't know how much of that they patched in the game, but sometimes, and I don't know if it's just with a particular upgrade on a weapon or if it's with a particular kind of staff schematic, but sometimes sunder armor counts as bleed and it doesn't do anything to their armor. So you crank all this high dollar material into a staff to get your enemy, to get your mage to sunder enemy armor, and then you see these little bleeding numbers come up and you're like, shit, because your mage isn't doing shit to their armor. He's making them bleed. And on Nightmare, bleeding is like poking them with a needle and laughing at them. It doesn't do anything but piss them off. It does nothing. An enemy with a health pool of 120,000 doesn't care about 3s and 6s. In fact, they might not even feel it. You may not even piss them off with that. They may not even know you're there. Bleeding is completely irrelevant. So, something to be said for that. But if you can get the sunder effect to actually work, playing a Reaver, and we're probably going to go with this, we'll have between Varric's passives and Cassandra, we'll probably give her a hatchet. I found that hatchets tend to have the higher critical ratings, and they usually come with upgrade slots that allow for leather, which can give them critical chance. You give Cassandra a really high critical chance and give her sunder armor, and then you have Varric sundering armor, and then you can get your mage to sunder armor. You basically take that out of the enemy's resistances, and it makes your Reaver's criticals shine. Your criticals should be optimal, right? And especially considering Cassandra attacks twice as fast as you do. Varric attacks twice as fast as you do. Not quite as fast as Sarah, though, to be fair. But he gives a 5% critical chance buff to the entire party. So I can't not use Varric. And then your mage, whatever mage you're using, I prefer Vivian, attacks 3 times faster than you do. And so that should allow all of your criticals to just sink in. And if every swing is a critical, your basic attacks over time cost you no stamina. They actually build stamina for you. They actually, like, you can use Ring of Pain as a Reaver, and as long as you're not using abilities and you're just using basic attacks, your Ring of Pain will do this. You'll see it just do this. You'll see your stamina bar go down and up, because your basic attacks are earning back like 20 stamina every swing. And your Ring of Pain is basically taking away 10 or 20 stamina every second. And so essentially, as you attack, you see your stamina bar just doing this, fluctuating, right? And it never empties until you use an ability, and then you'll see your stamina bar do this. And then you just swing with some basic attacks, and you'll see it inch up like that. You can keep Ring of Pain going forever with the Reaver using basic attacks. And if every attack is a critical, your damage over time, sure enough, you're not hitting for 6,000, 6,000. You're hitting for 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Every hit, every single hit. And you're never running out of stamina. And then every once in a while, you use an ability, mostly for buffs, is what I'm going to be using my stamina bar for, is for buffs, like using that, what is that? That one where you piss yourself off and give yourself bonus defense and bonus damage, right? Which, that's why I wanted to make this build. I wanted to kind of push that. We're gonna pick that path with the Reaver, and we're gonna do nothing but that. Everything's damage. If we have the option to do more damage, if we only have an option between like that one ability is either to reset the ability on a killing blow or gain bonus guard, you know, you can't kill anything if you're dead. You know, my logic is always they can't hit you if they're dead, right? You can raise your armor all you want, but if you can't kill them, they're eventually going to hit you enough to kill you. So just kill them faster, right? But you can't kill them if they can one-shot you, right? So there is something to be said for some defense. Not sure which I'll take on that ability. I may take the bonus guard and kind of treat it as Warcry, get my damage buff. Since neither of the upgrades have a damage buff, I might as well take bonus guard so I can stay in the fight longer. But if I can keep resetting that ability so I have a constant damage buff forever, there's something to be said for that too. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure which way to go on that particular ability. Probably if we do a build video, I'll probably talk about that. I'll say, hey, this particular ability here, I field tested it and I found that this works and this works too. So it's kind of whatever. But if there's damage option, always take the damage option. And so, because your job is DPS, your job is not to tank. If Cassandra's doing her job, we should not have to tank. We should be able to get in there and just wreck shop. That should be kind of the idea.
It's stopped spreading, and it doesn't hurt.
We take what's important. You've given us the same level of power used to open the breach in the first place. That is not...
Couldn't that kind of power just make things worse?
And people call me a pessimist.
Cassandra's awesome.
You've met Commander Cullen, leader of the Inquisition's force.
Sundry, it's well,
only for a moment.
Axeman, it's supposed to, but it doesn't always. It doesn't always.
Ambassador and chief diplomat.
I've heard much.
Sometimes it does a bleeding, and it'll do like a bleeding percent based on your base damage, base weapon damage. So say you say like 2% bleeding if your weapon does 100 damage, you do 2 extra damage, and like you'll literally see 2s and 3s and 6s and 8s and 5s and shit like that popping up off the enemy. If you have the damage thing, you know, where it shows, where it scrolls up for you, you'll actually see the bleeding damage, and that's when you know that you've got the bleeding effect instead of sundering. And it's a bug. It's always been a bug. I don't know how much of it they patched out, but we'll find out. Did you handle that dog? Did you show him a thing or two? Did you teach him what's what?
Pleased to meet you.
I mentioned...
Which means we must...
And I still disagree.
We need...
Might destroy us all.
Pure speculation.
I was attacked.
Unfortunately, now the Chantry has denounced the Inquisition, and you specifically.
That didn't take long.
Shouldn't they be...
Some are calling you. The remaining
Chancellor
It limits our options. Approaching the Mages or Templars for help.
Will the Chant...
With what?
And yet...
There is something. A Chantry cleric. She is not far, and knows those involved.
I'll see what she...
You will find Mother Giselle tending to the wound.
Look for other opportunities to expand the Inquisition's influence while you're there.
We need agents to...
In the meantime...
Alright. Got our war map going now. Oh, no treats. Ooh. Boy, that's... Damn. Man, that sounds serious. Yeah, that dog's gonna know it messed up. Dog sitting there all day tomorrow like, I'll never do that shit again.
You're not
Bite niece or bite treats? I think that your dog will probably choose treats from this point forth. Scout Harding isn't all just kittens and butterflies like she would make herself out to be. She's... What's up with these? What's up with the Mohawk crows? Huh? The cool birds with the mohawks. Oh man, shit, Warriors. All I ever liked was Rogue before. It's all I ever played was because I really liked the Assassins. But once I got into Warriors, man, the two-handed Warrior in Dragon Age 2, oh, it's the one I'd say it's even funner than the Assassin. It's even more fun to the Assassin. It really is. It's friggin' amazing. You are a friggin', you're just a wrecking machine, man. It's ridiculous. All right, let's get this started. Leliana or... Who can deal with this? Anybody? All right. Colin. All right.
To work?
At your service.
Might as well get people started on stuff, right?
Let's see what we have.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to fix my character's face a little bit. I'm not going to spend an hour on it. I just want to change the eyes a little bit. I think maybe pick a different eye style and maybe adjust them a little bit and make them a little smaller. I think my character's eyes are a bit too big and too spread apart. Hey, Malice, what's up, man? Man, everything happened today, too. Malice, we tried to start back Fallout, and apparently if PSN is down, you're not allowed to use any of your DLCs. And as bad as I wanted to blame just them for being shisty and bastards, found out that can't play the Inquisition DLCs either. And I didn't want to just sit there and be mad at both games, so... Oh, look at the mini bear. Oh, man. Mini bear dude. He's got a name, too, I think. A little mini bear.
Help yourself to a suck from the basket, but only one.
See, this is not Xenon. They say it's the same voice actor too. Not only does he not sound the same here, he's like a creepy puts lotion on his skin child molester. In Dragon Age 2, he was cool. He was creepy, but in a different way. And this one, they screwed him up here. That's fine. I just want to use the mirror. I don't want any of this other.
But only one.
I did not agree with this particular DLC. When it came out, I ranted. I ranted about the Black Emporium for a long time. A long time. Because the only thing left to do in this game at the time, remember, you didn't have trials. You didn't have a lot of things. You didn't have enemy scaling and all that. So the game was already watered down, dumbed down, made easy in a lot of different ways that was not normal for BioWare. And then they came in here and they added Black Emporium. So now you didn't even need to farm anymore. You didn't even need to go fight dragons. You could come here and buy dragon scales and stuff. And I was like, and you could buy every schematic for legendary weapons, unique weapons, named weapons. How the fuck are you going to give me a schematic for a one-of-a-kind weapon where I can go copy, paste, and print 50 of them? What is that? And make them even stronger. That I didn't agree with it. I still don't agree with any part of this DLC, except the mirror. I like the mirror. So once the game shows you that what you thought you made in character creation isn't exactly how your character looks, you can go in and change some stuff. So first let's change the size a little bit. A little bit. Let's change the spacing a little bit. And then let me see about shapes here. Oh, that's not a bad one. Hold on. We're probably going to go with that one. That. Oh, let me see this one. Let's see if we rotated it.
As long as the job gets done, I don't care about the rest.
I'm not into the whole cat eyes thing. Not for this character, anyway. I don't like those either. Okay, let me go with that first one. Okay. Bring them out a little bit. Let's try this. Just curious. Actually, I might make these bigger now. I might like that, actually. Let's see. I can always come back here. That's the cool thing is you can get in-game, get into a couple cutscenes and say, I don't really like that. At least you can come back and change it. This is something I thought should have been in the down in the blacksmith shop. You know, back at Skyhold. Maybe a little bit bigger, even. Right in the middle. This is average. All right, let's see. No, see, they're either too... Sure. Yeah, I think the spacing. Size is a little bit big. Another thing, I don't know about you guys, but does it seem like the outside of the face is like here and then it tends to cave in towards the middle? So it's like the eyes are looking pointed. I mean, you're looking straight ahead, but it's like, it's almost like the cheekbones in the outer, right over here, right in front of the temples, are out farther than the nose region. It looks caved in. Like a lot of character creations, they'll have an option for nose region, which is this whole, it's like this triangle right here. Which the faces, all the faces is an oval or an egg around a triangle set inside of a square. That's all a face is. But you have the triangle right here. And it's like that's pushed in. That region should be able to be brought out somewhat without bringing all the features out obnoxiously long. Most character creations have that. It's the one. See, it's like once you get past the cheekbones do a dramatic curve back in, and the bridge of the nose right here is about 2 inches too far back inside the face. I don't know if there's any way to bring that out. Oops, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I do like that. I like those eyes a little better. They have a similar shape actually. Once you tilt them down a little bit. But yeah, I don't think that'll ever get right because if you push them back, you know, to where they're at least flush with the outer edge of the front of the temple here, then they're sunk like 2 inches behind the nose, down in here by the tear ducts, and that I don't think it's supposed to be like that. That's what's kind of throwing me off. But other than that, I think the face is balanced. Let's see, maybe kind of like a little bit of a squint, a little bit of a... We'll go with that for right now. That's fine. Oh, and the hair. I wanted to change the hair color. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, that's the brown. That's dark red. There's blue-black. That's Cassandra's color right there. We'll keep that.
I liked your old nose better.
I like that. I like that. I like that a little better. That's cool. I can work with that for a while.
Handle the mirror with care. It has been known to bite.
Oh yeah, I would have liked to too. Oh well. So we can just go straight there. Yay! Yeah, I would have liked to. Actually, it's funny. Malice is that's what I usually name my warriors in here. Malice, except in Dragon Age 2, I call my character Patrice because I figured out most of the slider settings for Patrice, the character in the game, and I always thought she had that kind of sexy evil priestess, kind of thing going anyway. So I would name my character Patrice. One of my friends, Nikki, she comes in every once in a while. She hates Patrice. Can't stand her. And so, of course, that gives me plenty of opportunity to poke at her a little bit. I am going to play Skyrim Remastered. In fact, I just paid for it Tuesday? I think I went in Tuesday.
I've heard the stories.
I went on a taco run. I had to have tacos, and I was going to die if I didn't get tacos. And I stopped by GameStop. And oh, I also got, I don't know if you guys can see it.
We'll do whatever we can to help.
Harding, huh?
Let's see, which way am I looking?
Walls, Hightown.
See my Nuka World poster? Not that I'm proud of Nuka World, but I thought it was really cool because they gave me one of the actual advertisements for it. Guys at GameStop, they're really good about that. Plus, he said that, of course, if you work at GameStop, you get all this shit for free. But I'm just a plebe noob, so I don't get this stuff. But the Skyrim banners, the advertisement banners that are going up for remastered, he said I could have it when it came down. I thought that was pretty cool. I've actually got the actual poster from when Skyrim was released. You can see that over there. That was the actual official poster. And I've also got the New Vegas one from behind when it was released. That was their banner poster for New Vegas, the one that hangs across from the ceiling instead of on the wall. Right behind me there. Anyway, so they gave me that. They also gave me a small one for Doom and one for Mafia 3, which I thought I would tack up eventually. I don't know. I'll fill the wall behind me with posters as they get. It's pretty cool of them, though. They'll even save them for me. I don't know yet. We were going to work towards that tonight, and they wouldn't let me play the DLCs, and I didn't want to crash my game, especially it being a Bethesda game. So.
I'm starting to worry about... Oh. The hinterland. We came... I grew... But with Mother Corporal... You best...
Okay. I guess we'll get this so we don't get bothered by these people every time we show up at a campsite.
What is it?
This may...
All right. Okay, let's go get our Royal Elf Roots. Huh? Royal Elf Roots? Sounds good to me.
Watch your step.
Apostate staff. I swear. I'm getting the rest of the schematics that I guess I don't have. Unless it maybe repeats some of the tier 1s. Maybe.
Mother Giselle ought to be around here somewhere.
Alright, let's go get our map. As well as our royal elf roots. Okay, well, if it was, then, hey, I haven't played it, so I don't know. The trailer looks really bad. The gameplay I saw looks really bad so far. But I said I would go in with an open mind, and I will. But if I was just going by what I've seen so far, to go buy it, I wouldn't buy it. I'll put it that way. Someone would have to come back later and tell me how wrong I was for not having played it. I'd have to take somebody's opinion who looks for the same things I do in games. I'm not going to count anyone's opinion and what they like in a game as bad because it's what you like, you know. But I'd have to take someone who looks for the same things I look for. Like, the ability to shoot things is not what I'm looking for in Fallout. That's great. That's fine as a side thing. But what I'm looking for is, like, things that are, that fit the whole feel of Fallout. That's what I'm looking for. And, by all appearances, that DLC doesn't have any parts of that. From what I've seen. Like I say, I don't know. I don't know yet. I can only go by what they've shown me. And that's just me trying to be honest, you know, just going by my actual impression. You only have one chance to make a first impression, and I don't know what they were trying to accomplish with it. What the hell is that on the table? Sausage? See, that might be the ram poops right there, Huntress. Might be. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I hope that's the case. I hope, like I say, I hope I'm going to be pleasantly surprised, and it's just this amazing display of Falloutness that I'm just going to love to death. But the gameplay that I saw, as well as the trailer, looked like, I don't know what it looked like.
Certain objects in the distance. I am not familiar with such magic.
Of course, it had to be a skull that lights up creepy shit.
Now, Solus says he's not familiar with this magic. I don't know what that tells us, but that tells us something. There's something important to that a lot of their little side dialogue in Inquisition is real relevant. A lot of times it will show where they stand on a certain thing or how they are related to a certain thing more than anything else will. Which I think is pretty cool, actually.
That's what the skull helped you find? Right. Not ominous at all. Interesting reading. Could be worth a look.
Okay, let's go up to the camp real quick, too. Oh, let me see something. Really? It's 70, huh? Oh, that's because it's level 12. Well, that's a piece of shit for level 12. All right. That's level 8. I don't know what we'll be when we find Sarah. I don't think it'll be 8. I don't think she's going to need that, though, either. What is this? Level 8. Oh, that's level 4. I'm sorry. I was looking at item level on that. Yeah. Sarah can use that. It'll be better than whatever else she's got for the time. I'll run with her a little bit at the very beginning. Sadly enough, as much as I love Sarah, I don't really run with her much because, what's this? Level 9. Okay, that's trash. Yeah, that they're made from the skulls of Tranquil. Okay, so what changes when one is made Tranquil to change their skull pattern to where it gives you access to that? I remember when I first used to come here when the game first came out, I found level 8 bandits here and I didn't understand why I couldn't kick their ass. They were one-shotting my whole party. And I'm really not exaggerating when I say one-shotted. All right, let's see what...
Apostate!
See, I should be kicking him in the face right there. He wouldn't have killed that scout. Yeah, he wouldn't have killed that scout if we had...
Before attacking the Inquisition now.
Oh, I love you. I love you. I never get good rings at the beginning. Ever. Yay. Yay me. I'll wear that for a while. I'll wear that until I get my... I'll wear that, and I'll wear a pommel strike one until I get my critical damage rings, and then start... Okay, I don't know about you guys, but can everyone please... This is when I got the chills when I first played this game. I got the chills, and I was like... I had to sit back and... bask in it, like, you know, like the Indians did in the circle when they smoked their pipe. They just... Right? That music in the back. I don't know if you want to call it music or singing or... It's celestial. It's, I don't know, it's almost angelic, right? Ah, oh, fucking love that. I don't know what it is about it. I love it. You're like, well, dude, shut up so we can hear it. Okay. Man, oh, that's just, that is the shit right there. Yeah, there's also Codex,
Where does this lead?
in the whatchamacallit, in Redcliffe, in that one hut. I guess I need to get the quest for ram meat before I start getting Varric to shoot down the rams. All right. Okay. Should we start working our way down there now? Should I upgrade that? I think we'll start working our way down there now. I That's fine. Doesn't really matter so much for him. All right, so we'll favorite this, right? But that is one thing that they can't use unless somebody's dead. So you can favorite that all you want. That means that if somebody's dead, as soon as it procs, they should use it. Once again, Vivian's even better at that than he is. All right, so our next one will probably be this. Then we'll come back and we'll upgrade some of these. Like I said, for level 6 through 10, I usually spend upgrading everybody's basic attacks. There's a Fennec. I don't know if that's Uber Fennec or not, but he's not bothering me, so I won't bother him. I guess we could go close this Fade Rift real quick. Come on, get in there. Okay, Solus isn't using... Oh, shit, never mind. Oh, that's no good. Oh, nice job. See, that's where you want to kick him in the damn face. Energy barrage. That'd be great if I was a mage. What, energy barrage and static cage?
Even as a ruin.
Sexy.
I wonder what dreams it might hold.
Oh, I didn't get my fucking map, did I? God damn it.
Perhaps the Inquisition could determine the nature of these objects.
Alright, well let's let me go back and get my map. Although it's just the tonic, really. I don't know, maybe something else will come with it. You never know. I probably shouldn't even bother, to tell you the truth. I mean, I've already got it. Once you found it and use the golden nug, you get all your collectibles, all your tonic recipes and stuff like that. You can't really make a lot of it early because you're just not going to be in any areas where the materials to make it are found. But okay, I will grab all of these that I can. Oh, nice. Very cool. Let's go get our camp spot. Well, mage is definitely the easiest.
I doubt these were mere bandits. They moved with the efficiency of a trained group.
Well, they're giving me the rings, though, aren't they? I mean, seriously. I don't remember the game dropping rings like... Well, it used to way back in the day, but then, like, stopped. Now they're back at it again. I'll take it. I need to go get some Blood Lotus. Like, 5 million of them. Oh, I know why we're having problems here. Oh, this is no good. I went the wrong way. This is totally my fault. I went the wrong way. See, that's where with Pommel Strike you'd be getting a combo on that. Get down, bitch. Nice.
It must have been some time since the Renegade Templars faced a mage of any talent.
Yeah, I'm totally going the wrong direction. I meant to go to my campsite. Where the fuck is my campsite at? Down here? Yeah, it's down here. Stupid me.
We could make camp here?
Nothing to report, sir.
I thought it was elven women that Solus didn't like. I thought that was the only one he wouldn't romance. Is it only elves that he will romance? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, let me get some... Can't ever have too many of these. I'd even buy a bunch of these from What's-His-Face down there at the crossroads once we finish all that nonsense.
Look, that's the King's Road down there.
Okie dokie. Zambrium.
Nothing to report, sir.
We never even used those, did we? Okay. I still want to go get my map. Just because. Let's go do that real quick. I'm in no real hurry. Oh, we have enemies again, huh? Assholes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my map. Might come right back up here too. Okay, isn't there one more treasure chest or something right here? Did I get them all? I guess I did. It's iron. It's not what I'm looking for. There it is. Right there. Thought I already grabbed that. I guess I didn't. And nothing. Bum, bum, bum.
Mages and Templars and innocent people caught in the middle. Some things never change.
Let's see if I can get another Royal Elf Root real quick. Nope. Well, one of them respawned. Two of them respawn. Weird. Might as well go grab this. Just because. God damn. Spawn spam. Fucking spawn spam.
Around.
Kill that warrior!
One down!
Too many refugees out here. Reminds me of Kirkwall during the Blight.
Decorative gems, huh? God, I probably wouldn't piss off my Velveteen on this bullshit-ass requisition, though. Better than the one that asks you to make the things with obsidian, though. It's pretty much, once you get that, it's like, well, okay. Guess I won't be making that one. That's cool. Well, if we pick up some Velveteen, I'll use it. Whatever. Let's see. Remember how to get up here. I've already got that, actually, but I don't mind grabbing this anyway. 50 gold. Yay. Rich now. Shit. We can buy anything. I got 50 gold. What's up, Squares? Sarah's just amazing. I want a Cassandra to be a romance option so bad, though. Not taking anything away from Sarah, but, like, damn. Cassandra's just cool. Just a really cool character. Like, even all little dialogue cutscenes with her, just... Yeah. Alright, let's go do our thing.
Inquisition forces. They're trying to protect the refugees.
Looks like they could use a hand.
Hold. We are not apostates.
I do not think they care, Seeker. We are not Templars. We mean you no harm.
Doesn't look like they're listening.
Kick his ass. Cassandra getting knocked out. You can just spam that, huh? Funny, nobody else can, bitch.
Be ready. More coming our way.
Looks like we gotta handle them ourselves this time. All right, let's get the archers down. That's the main thing. Nice shield bash. There's another archer over here? Yep. Oh, I don't need to. Bitch.
That's the end of it.
That's how you do that.
There are mages here who can heal.
Don't...
Turn to noble...
What?
Hush, dear.
Mother Giselle.
I am. And you must be the one they are calling the Herald of Andraste.
Not through... So you agree?
I don't presume to, but I did not ask...
Then why am...
I know of the Chantry's denouncement, and I am familiar. I won't lie to you. Some are simply terrified. So many good people.
What happened?
Fear makes us go to them. They have heard only frightful tales of you.
You want...
If I...
Will they even listen?
Let me put it. The power is the unified voice.
It's good of you.
I honestly do. Hope is you could.
Seriously, Mother Giselle? If someone says thank you, just say you're welcome. All this extraneous bullshit.
It is not.
Damn, can you not preach? Are you capable? No, I answer my own question. No, actually, she can't
Corporal
not
Vale is
preach.
coordinating the Inquisition's efforts in the area.
Never
You should
mind.
Speak with him.
I don't like how she's all up in Dorian's grill, too, being a busybody and a slanderer and a murmurer and all that other shit. Like, that's really not cool. I mean, at least you get to sort of tell her about herself and make her apologize. At least you get that. Yeah, she has no business. Like, she's sitting there passing on and whispering shit about Dorian, and you're like, yeah, okay, so all this shit is getting passed along, and whose fault is that? And she like, oh, that's kind of on me. But at least she admits it. I mean, there is that. At least she admits it.
Just rumors.
Very well.
Sensing something else up here. There it is. I was hoping to get a ring off one of these guys, maybe.
You there?
Thank you.
Can you help my wife? Please, I beg you.
What's wrong with...
She gets sick. Our son Hindle makes a potion that... Please.
Hindle. Hindle the religious guy. Hindle the cultist.
Of course.
That's the last of the bread. Going to be a long, hungry night.
These people need food.
They're too dangerous to go hunting now.
Good.
Luck.
Since I'm not going for relationships, I can just do these things. Like, normally I bring certain people along for certain things, just out of habit more than anything else. I don't think I'm going to worry about that this time. But I do want to get the requisition people overall as agents. We're going to go deal with this Templar and Mage problem. Then we can go off to Valrayo and do all that.
You're with the Inquisition. Corporal Vale, thanks for your help. The Mages and Templars don't seem to...
This is my favorite theme in the game right here, this music.
Refugees here and dying
Aside from the Australian.
If the war doesn't kill them, cold or starvation will.
Oh, is he rubbing his cereal in our faces again?
I know healers are in short supply. There's a hunter up the hill. A recruit named Whittle is trying... Every Templar... The rebels in Redcliffe have what... Horseman... We haven't heard from him. And...
that.
More cold weather coming. Fool villagers. Where are their coats?
What? If we were... I'm sure the apostates have plenty. And see...
We'll make good use of it. Thank you.
Nice. Very good. Okay. Anybody need a level? Okay. They'll sell all this shit real quick.
Hopefully the Inquisition can find some way to help these people.
Maker's breath.
Pizza and ice cream? Are you fucking serious? What's...
It seems the Ferelden army has chosen to stay clear, for now.
If I wanted to make something badass, I gotta go actually make it too. I have stuff I could make fajitas, soft tacos. I could sort of make those. Pizza and ice cream and cereal. Man, it just sounds good as shit right now. I saved having to make one. Excuse me. Actually, I really need the rest of this. Not really.
It's good to have
You never know.
commerce restored.
I have nothing else to spend my money on. Might as well piss a little bit off on something, right? Okay. Let's see. God, I gotta remember where to go. Where is that? Ah, okay. I know what this said. Gotcha. Let's just go here first.
Nothing to report, sir.
Okay. Are these back again? Good shit. So you can't have too many of these. I always wind up buying some of these later anyway. Bees, man. I don't remember. I think it's Rash Vine for the Mighty Offense tonic. I think. Rash Vine. See, I'm going to need Rash Vine and some of those something primers. Let's go deal with the bitch Templars and the bitch mages.
Look at this. The apostates have gone mad with power.
I see just as many Templars.
I'm gonna make this quick. In fact, I'm gonna do this the quick way this time. I was gonna say we could go clear them out of this building, but there's why bother? Attack that one right there. Do that if you want to, asshole. See this where a pommel strike? Shatter his bitch ass. Beautiful. That's beautiful Butimus. You ever heard that word, beautiful Butimus? Can somebody spell that for me, please? Beautiful Butimus. Because that's what that was right there. Sometimes there's just only one word for something. Getting a few blue items here, I've noticed. Sandra went over there, kicked his ass. Yes, she did. Okay. I think those are the ones. Now, if you're playing a rogue, I don't know if it'll let me have those or not. I was thinking about going with rogue gear on this one. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet.
The Templars have secured a position ahead.
You're an asshole. You gonna run? That's what you were gonna do, run? Asshole. beating their ass. Red Templar abominations. Well, let's kill all the mages. Then let's go try to do what the mages do and turn into abominations. Fucking dumbasses. I think Cassandra hit that dude so hard that he went flying. I swear she did. I see you, girl. Just do your damn thing. Damn, I love Cassandra. With her badass. Wait till she really starts generating some guard. She doesn't even have Warcry. You know what? No, I'm going to stay true to my build, but still, get her Warcry sooner than later. I think she's dealing with just challenge right now. So, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think we'll go with Warcry next. Let her go ahead and favor that too. Lay your bitch ass down. You're lucky I don't have my grappling chain kick you in your bitch face move.
Refugees should be safer on the King's Road now.
We must still deal with the apostates, however.
All these schematics. Maybe it does double up schematics for you. If you import them from the Golden Nug. Maybe it does. Although I can swear that tier 2 leggings that I just found, those are leggings that I look for when I'm a rogue, because one downside to the rogue gear, and I'm sure they did this for a balance reason, is the best schematic is actually a tier 2. I think that was it right there. It's either hunter legs or scout legs. I'm not sure. It's one of the two. But it's the only one that really gives you a utility slot so you can raise your dex. You want to treat your armor as a weapon. Well, I do, anyway. Wait a minute. I think I want to fall down here. Yeah, I think I want to fall down here, right? Yeah, there it is. Come on, man. More Blood Lotus, I'll take it. Look at the water. Man. So good, man. Okay. Oh, that's true. Yeah, she likes tall. Yep, my first Canary. Me and Sarah hit it off immediately. Okay, we'll go get those Damn, kind of want my armor right now. I can't get it without deft hands, can I? Okay, so really no point. Never mind. Let's go deal with the mages. Go get this shit just done and out of the way. And we can deal with all the little stuff. I'm sorry, it's really, really annoying in the hinterlands to be attacked by mages. I've had them spawn on top of me before. Like, you can't walk 5 feet without tripping over a fucking mage. And it's rah-rah, rah-rah, rah-rah. Every 2 seconds, rah-rah, there's a mage attacking you. Rah-rah. Wow, after an hour of that, where you're just walking forward, just holding your trigger down. Hitting mages. Through the entire hinterlands. I can't do it. Can't do it. I gotta end this shit early and just be done with that. Like this right here. Ah! See that shatter? I would like to produce a shatter effect, please. Right. I'm tempted to get give him the boot upgrade next. I really want the pommel strike really bad, but I guess the mages came and busted this shit down, huh? Actually, that armor might come in handy. Let's see what we got. See if we got any upgrades. I can't use anything yet, but Cassandra might. See, 2% sunder on hit. We'll see if it sunders or if it creates just bleeding. 4, level 9. We won't be needing that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, that might be better off with Solus, to be honest. Now this is leaning towards Blood Mage stuff, as you sacrifice health for stronger cold-based stuff. Probably work for Solus, and you know what? I don't see his health being that much of an issue either. So I'll let him wear that. Until we get Belts of Focus. Once we get Belts of Focus, everyone gets a Belt of Focus. Everybody. Even if we're not using focus abilities yet. I don't care. We're all getting Belts of Focus. God damn it. Everybody's getting one, and that's just... That's it. It's like, dude, what's wrong with you? It's just a Belt of Focus. Shut up. You don't understand. Where are they aggroed from? I don't even care where they're aggroed from. I'm not going to go chase them. What the fuck is... Oh, that's right. Where's my party at? Solus is giving me a... Solus have Dispel yet? No. God damn it. How did Cassandra go down? Where's Cassandra at? Oh no, Varric at. Never mind. I'm not sure what happened with Varric. He got stuck somewhere and died. He must have gone off to go fight those, whatchamacallits. Those mages over there by himself, I guess. But he kind of disappeared, didn't he? Okay. Yeah, I think he went off to fight those mages over there. Tell you what, if he wants to fight mages, I got something for him. We're going to let Varric fight the whole friggin' mage camp over here. I don't have this key. I don't remember where that key is. It's got a magic amulet in there, too. Son of a bitch. Well, so much for that. So what's over there? What is this? What is this? A cave? I have no idea what that is. Nice. I think we went the wrong way. Okay, well, rather than go fight more mages, let's go fight these mages. I'm not sure which way I'm supposed to be going. Is it over here? I don't remember. Bring Fereldans to the tree? I have no idea what that is. Garbage. There it is. Is it right here? Nope, that leads over to red. Beating your ass, asshole. Don't scream now, ho. Hate mages. Hate them. Hate them, hate them, hate them. For all the right reasons. They are a disease. Like a virus, like a cancer. Trying to reason with them and pacify them just makes them multiply. Become more and more aggressive.
I sense magical energies ahead.
All right.
The mages cannot be far.
You should have buried your girlfriend a little quicker. Well. Gotta get rid of these assholes. That may be the most annoying thing in the game, to be honest. Enough. That a royal? No. Wouldn't mind another royal elf fruit. Alright, so we're gonna, since it's 320 against 1 in there, what we're gonna do, we're gonna let Varric, well, actually, first we're gonna let Solus do this. Raru! Shut up! Die more quietly, please. Alright, so let everybody stay right here. This is why we have a hold button, y'all. Raru! Raru! Well, I guess that's about all they can do is scare cats, huh? All right. Oh, I wish Varric had his little... Okay, well, I guess we're going straight up in there then. Fuck it. That's not good. God damn it. God damn it. I'm getting spammed. Never got a chance to, No! No! I didn't roll it! Fuck it. That was a complete fucking disaster. We're here way too early anyway. We probably have no business being here. I didn't even want everyone to walk in here. I wanted Varric to clear the place out. This is what happens. I see your cat just looking at the phone, too. Just waiting for the demon to rear their ugly head. that is pretty funny, actually. Ah, you lost all your girlfriends there, huh? What are you telling me that for? Asshole. Oh, he had no business really being here. No business being here. We still got a mage here? Oh, come here then, asshole. Let me make sure we don't have this active anymore. Clear commands. There we go. Yeah, I got barrier now, asshole. That was close. That was close. That's a good fight. Start coming here earlier from here on out. Let me say hi to you. There we go.
With the apostates dead, refugees should have an easier time on the King's Road.
Yeah, see, I wanted Varric to just come up and kind of thin out the herd a little bit with old Bianca. Even the odds somewhat. Those mages are... Well, they're pretty nasty if you come through here at 6 or 7. Coming through here at 4? Yeah, I don't know. Well, it worked out. All Solas needed to do was get hit one more time, though, and we were about to restart. It's about as close as it gets. I've never had a cat. I might need a cat one day. I'm more of a dog person, but I did meet this one cat this one time, and I don't know. I didn't trust myself to really take care of cat right now. Just a million other things going on. If I can't care for an animal the way it needs to be cared for, then I'd rather just not. But this one cat came up to me at a McDonald's, and it was obviously a stray, but didn't act like it had always been one. But it acted like we had just been best friends for life. It kind of picked me type thing, and I didn't take it home. I regret that to this day. I'm not going to lie. That still bothers me to this day. Yep. Should have taken that cat. Okay, 92.70. That's much better. Might as well, it's free. So I think for right now, we're going to stick with the fire anyway. Alright, well, we don't have to mess with them anymore. That's the good news. This is where the Druffalo is. I'm trying to think, is there anything else we want to do right now? Where are these landmarks? I'll go grab them. I didn't know there were 2 more here. Let's see them. There they are. What the fuck is that?
Dead.
Weird. Never been attacked by a spider this early either. Ah, is that it? Rams. Could go do that, I guess. Go get Mother Giselle, too. Not Mother Giselle, but... never mind. Where she told us to go. Go to Val Royale. Let me think. Got Solus with us. Got Varric with us. Ah, shit. How far away are we?
Nothing to report, sir.
We could go do that. Actually, I don't think we can even go down there. I think we got to go the long way. Yeah, let's go see if there's another Royal Elf Fruit, too. Okay, I know what we'll do. We'll go get that Ring of Power, or Amulet of Power for Solus. Let him get his extra point real quick. Although, to be honest, getting Vivian. Go get Vivian, too. I'm not going to use but 1 mage. I mean, that's just the way it is. So, for most of the time, I use 2 mages on dragon fights because rogues are irrelevant. Although when you take Varric out, you lose that 5% critical chance. That kind of sucks. But having 2 mages in there to revive and barrier usually makes dragons quick work. That Royal Elf Root, that's twice it hasn't grown back. Weird. That's a first. Okay, so let's we'll go get the amulet anyway, I guess. Oh, it's my Pip-Boy shirt. It's a little bit Fallout-y. Fallout-ish.
yourself. Bandits up ahead. Or something anyway. They're blocking the...
You don't...
Bandits? They're either stupid... What? It's too many for us.
Thank...
Too many for you. So I guess the 4 of us are going to go handle it then, huh? Too much for the whole Inquisition, so let the 4 of us go take care of it. Yeah.
Bandits ahead.
Come here, asshole. I'll take that. Get him. Get his ass.
I doubt that's the last of them.
I'll take that velveteen too. I should get a ring here. At least one. May not be one I can use. Nice. But I should get one.
According to my
Right when
research,
we get up to the
Dells
little
may have sent
fortress.
wards near here. If we can find the artifacts they used, it may help strengthen this area against tears.
Peace. I am no danger to you. My name is Maris. By your weapons, I see you come ready for battle. Perhaps we face a common enemy in these demons.
Are you
Fighting the but I was not expecting so many demons, however.
It sounds...
Thank you. Thank you for joining me. I do not think I could have done this
Well, that's
alone.
right. You have to talk to her twice. Conversation bug.
How did you come...
I know.
Ma.
Okay. You done forcing me to talk? Thank you. I don't know why you're standing over here, Solus. Bitch.
One down.
Missed. Damn.
There.
Well, I want whatever she was using.
Crystal, it should react to the strength of the veil.
Nice.
What manner of fire is that?
I have heard of this, but never seen it before. It is called veil fire. It is a form of sympathetic magic.
He's never seen it before.
Flame that burns in this world where the veil is thin.
I don't think Solus has ever told the truth once about anything. Ever. Not once.
The runes
I don't think he's
are
capable of it.
interacting somehow with the flame from the torch.
Honestly, I seriously believe that he's like pathological. To ever tell the truth is to admit wrong for him. Can you imagine somebody who's so wrong in absolutely every thought, word, and deed, that every truth convicts you of wrongdoing? Can you imagine that? Being that completely, inherently pharmaceutical 100%, pharmaceutical grade 100% bad, evil. I don't think he can tell the truth about anything without, what would you call it? Without accusing himself or without revealing some wrongdoing. He can't ever tell the truth, ever. If he does, his hand will have done something to either to have caused something bad in relation to it or something. Isn't that crazy? And to appear so normal. It's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like that dude from American Psycho.
Yes, the wards are helping to strengthen the veil. This area should be safer for
Anyway.
travelers now.
Interesting. I always marvel at. Oh, I need to get my amulet.
I believe our alliance is concluded. Go in peace, stranger.
Mahalan.
Aye. Perhaps you're right. Go with...
Okay. Okay. Did I completely I haven't seen Solus use Dispel even once now. What? Is incapable of telling the truth because anything she says would convict her. That's the word for it. Convict is what I was looking for. Yeah, sure. I think there's lots of people like that, actually. And I'm not talking about just, you don't want anyone to see your browsing history type shit. I'm talking about every single thing you've ever done ever is bad. That type of thing going on. Crazy. All right. Oh, inventory first. Okay, we won't be needing that. 87? That sounds like more than what I'm using right now. No, I'm using 92. Never mind. Now, 80 on the Raider hatchet. That. No, never mind. I'm about to say that might work, but no. Okay, now. Okay, should we get mana regen up? All right, see, you do this, and then you start working on passives. I think we'll upgrade. I don't think we need the mana regen. Maybe we'll do that next. So you got mana regen right here. That's a huge one. I think we probably should upgrade some of these abilities first and foremost. Okay. Get that. Why would I want that? That one's amazing. Your allies, if you do get, getting raised up and immediately getting knocked back down again, when you get raised up in the middle of an ice mine and shit like that, this'll keep you revived for a little bit. It'll give you time to get out of shit like that. So that's a great upgrade. Okay, now here's my choice. I can either get my pommel strike now, or I can start kicking people in the face. Go ahead and just take it now. All right, we got to get everybody else to level 5. you go. See, that's my whole first action map right there. That's my basic combat. Got a blocking, an evasion, a closer, and a primary skill, primary offensive skill. There we go. See, those are the things that I would use if I go to control my mage real quick. Barrier, revive, and dispel. All right, so they're all level 4. Let's hope I can get them to level 5 before I turn level 6. And then we'll record a little clip. Are we good? I think we're good. Go kill this. Go finish off this bandit camp, and that ought to do it. What's that? Nothing. You know what? Since Varric couldn't get his last time, I'm going to let him get his now. Put her to work. They don't know what to do. Cowards, they won't come out from behind their little... Make them pay for it. Bitches. Weren't running a second ago. What you running now for? Bitch! You're Varric bitches!
Alright. Didn't we try... The Val Royeaux now, Seeker. The breach isn't going to close itself. Indeed. The sooner we
How about this, Solus? How about I do what the hell I want to do, and you take orders and follow along? How about we try that instead? See how that works. If that doesn't work, we'll go with what you suggested. Need one more Velveteen. Are they all waiting up there? Okay. Where's everybody at? Pommel strike now, bitches. No. This is where I wish I had boot to the face. That's why I wanted it first. Did she kick that Reaver's ass all by herself? I see ya.
Spot to camp.
God damn, what's all this stuff? Still haven't leveled up yet, huh? I was hoping everybody... Oh, there they go. There they go. Alright, sure, we can get a... We'll just go kill the Ferelden Frostback Dragon right now, god damn it. Just kidding. Well, if I had a couple Frost Runes, I might think about it. We'd go try it. Just to get destroyed a couple times, but... Just for giggles. No ring. Not a single ring. Yet, anyway. Shield. No ring. Oh well. Usually get at least one here.
Nothing to report, sir.
It should be a royal elf fruit down here, too. I don't know what my fascination is. My fixation with royal elf fruits is, but I just need them. I must have them. Yeah, I think these guys start at either 8 or 12. Don't remember. Little baby dragons. Anyway, no real point in starting that at the moment. Okay, so let me... I think this is a good way to do it. We'll just make a build video and we'll just do it every 5 levels. Oh, actually, let me go fight something. Yeah, let me go fight something. I don't think we'll level up for a while, so I'm in no danger of... Well, even if I did level, I still wouldn't have to put the point in it. You can save your skill points, so... Okay, we can go do that. After I grab all of this Drakestone. Which, for some reason, doesn't spawn until after you kill everything here. Yeah, I think what we'll do... We'll do a simple... yeah, we'll do a quick... kind of run-through of all the basic skills. Like I say, the basic combat skills that keep you through the rest of the game. That's it right there. Everything else now is just gravy. So you can set every class usually by the time you're level 5. You should have your basic stuff you're going to do. Anything above and beyond that is extra skills that are probably more a waste of time and energy than anything else. And start recording right here.
A Templar, I believe.
Okay, got that. All right, I'm gonna. So if y'all can give me a minute, I'm just gonna run through Well, let me level everybody up real quick. All right, so Ferric, yeah, directly through the shadows. Shadow step, that's a whole different thing. I'd like to upgrade that, but let's go ahead and... That's his last actual ability. That's more to unlock that passive. Okay, he's got his stuff. All right, so we'll call that his extra point. It's good enough for now. All right, so let's see. See, I could have respect and taken that, but I'm going to need that later for these. Sometimes I respect Varric, and I'll drop that point into upgrading long shot. That's right. I was wondering where that extra point went. And that's what we want for that. Definitely want those unlocked. And we'll work on these over here later. See, then yeah, the hate was just about the maps. That was all it was. There wasn't anything else to hate about it, and that wasn't even something to hate. It's just an excuse for people to cry. They didn't get all the branching storylines they did from Origins, so I guess they were let down by it. And then they want to criticize the combat, which tells me that these aren't people who, well, are into that sort of thing, because it's nothing but amazing, you know, honestly. Combat and the tactics and everything else, if they didn't, let's just say they didn't do anything else right, they certainly got that right. I mean, just saying. Now, see, now we know why the Rams do drive-bys on me. We're seeing exactly why right here. This is the reason right here. Okay, I need 10 of those, so we might as well. Okay, I don't want to go start that Fade Rift yet. Although we could go clear it out right now. It's a level 8 Fade Rift. You want to go? Y'all want to go do the Fade Rift anyway? Just because we're fucking bosses like that? Because they're all bitches to us, every last one of them. take those. I usually wait till I'm with Vivian because Vivian's got a book there. It's one of those books that she wants you to find for the circle. You have to go back there to get it anyway. If you want favor with her. Which, I don't know. I'm not really all that worried about it, to tell you the truth. We could go get the ram meat and deal with Fendel and deal with all that at the same time. We actually could. Let's just do a sweep. Let's do a sweep of that. In fact, yeah. Before we head out. That way we won't have to come back for that. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Sounds like a plan. Gotcha. Well, I would say that at least they didn't go the way like other game companies have gone and kind of whittling down their stuff, but really with Inquisition, they kind of did. God damn it. Fucking Rams. Like, they know we're coming. Their homeboy said, hey, they're coming your way. You need to watch out for these guys. This is... I think if Varric's bow is not upgraded, if Bianca isn't upgraded, you don't quite get a one-shot on these things. Then you got to chase them all over the damn place. But in this case, we're good to go. There should be rams all up through here. I'm like, this isn't 50 feet away from where they're starving down there in the village at the crossroads. This isn't even 50 feet away. Like, we got a camp overlooking their crossroads. And they can't walk up the hill and come shoot some rams? Not a single one of them? I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, I understand helping people out, but, you know, if someone's hungry and they've got food sitting in front of them, helping them is not grabbing their hand, unless, of course, they're, you know, they're paralyzed, have some disability. But assuming these people down there walking around the crossroads, talking to each other, gossiping, are not disabled, grabbing their spoon and lifting it to their mouth because they can't feed themselves, that's not helping. That's not helping. Bianca with those homing arrows. All right, I need 6 more. Oops. Sorry, Mr. Fennec. Look at the cooldown on this thing, man. Let's see, if I had the extended one where they hit extra targets, we'd have got both those rams real quick. Oh, nothing suspicious here. There's all kinds of animal carcasses and shit out in front of this cave. Not ominous at all, in Varric's words. Not ominous.
Not every dwarf likes caves.
These must be the supply caches Whittle asked us to find.
Drakestone everywhere. So I'll be using that for something.
I hear reconstruction is progressing well in Kirkwood.
I know things are bad there.
I wasn't trying to
You weren't trying to remind me how bad it is in Kirkwall, so you decided to talk about it?
About its recovery.
What you're talking about are the buildings, and even that will take years. People don't recover so easily.
Thought I just killed a ram. How come I got Fennec? I did kill a ram. He's sitting right there. Where's my ram meat? Back here? I guess we could go close this Fade Rift and go get this lady's little quest to go get her wedding ring back. I think it's up there on that hill. I think. Well, no. I take that back. This is... Yeah, it's a Fade Rift up here on this hill, right? I think. Right, but give him a fishing rod, teach him to fish, and... Right, and take care of him. So, exactly, sure. Using Dispel now. He just remembered he had it, huh? I'm assuming y'all know you can do this on Fade Rifts, right? Kill them before they spawn. I've had mages end Fade Rifts before they started, basically. Okay, why don't y'all just shoot at me right out the chute, assholes. He's not worried about anyone but me. You weren't worried about me. Should have worried about my friends, bitch. With your broken ass threat. Just because I'm controlling my character, you're automatically scoped in on me. You can switch characters, and threat will move to whatever character you're controlling. Never like that. That's one thing I don't think should be a thing. Threat should be whoever draws threat. Whoever's the most threatening, first of all. Now, I understand wearing heavy armor, but it doesn't matter if you're playing a mage or a rogue or a warrior. If you're controlling your main character, you get threat by default. I know it's being a little nitpicky, maybe, but... when it comes down to the mechanics of it, when managing threat is a thing in combat tactics, if that's a thing, then threat is the thing. If it's not a thing, don't worry about it. But if managing threat is a thing, then trying to manage it when it's unmanageable, that becomes an issue. Don't need that. I think this is the equivalent of what Cassandra's already got. It just has different stuff on it. Yeah. I could give it to Blackwall, Liewall, I guess, but not going to worry about it. Okay, I know Mighty Blow will do this. I'm not sure about Pommel Strike. Oh, wait, wrong house. That house up there, there's a locked door on it. Mighty Blow will actually open locked doors. I don't think it opens the ones that need deft hands, but it will open normal locked doors.
Templar bastards killed my husband and stole the ring from his finger. They deserve to die.
Templar bastards.
You're saying the Templars attacked...
Aye. Had to be... They took the ring I gave him on our wedding day in case... Fell.
I see, once again, so is this Templar behavior in general? I think you can look at Cullen and a lot of other Templars and say, no. Some Templar individuals wearing Templar armors just happen to be thug-ass thief pieces of crap. Kind of like some of the pieces of shit calling themselves Templars in Kirkwall, right? That's a difference. But, so then not all mages are bad either. No, I see mages doing something in general. The exception to mages are the ones that aren't doing that. And that's just the opposite, actually. No, you can't judge Templars the same way you judge mages. Mages do something in general. The majority. That's the common rule of thumb. And some don't. Whereas Templars are pretty honorable as a group. Their order is pretty honorable. And then you have exceptions that are assholes. Right? And trying to judge them the same way, by opposite principles, doesn't work. The Rams are all on fire and shit. Oh, this isn't good. God, I love Pommel Strike, man. As soon as I discovered it, I'm like, why haven't I been using this all along? Because the shit is not friendly fire. It's quicker to use. You can use it anytime, anywhere. Oh, there's a one of those Lotus things too. Don't talk shit to the ram. Fair talk shit after kicking their ass like he did something. Eat dirt, swine. I'm sorry, man. I know you're hiding up there, hoping that right there wouldn't happen. And here I come along like an asshole. No shame. Crystal Grace. I need a couple of those. I'm going to need, geez, I think like 3 more. Okay, so I claim that, right? And all that good stuff. Sir Wolseley. See, I don't think Pommel Strike works. Maybe Shield Bash does. Yeah, Shield Bash works.
They've locked themselves in for safety, and then the Templars set the house on fire.
Probably the same Templars that stole that lady's ring just down the hill. Most likely. So I'm not trying to justify the Templars where I would condemn mages. All I'm just saying is this: it's a completely different standard. In some cases you have a rule, and in some cases you have exceptions. And when the rule is good on one hand with some bad exceptions, and then the rule is bad on another hand with some good exceptions, can't judge them the same. I mean, you can, but it wouldn't be proper judgment. It wouldn't be fair. And you take 10 people from one group and 10 people from another. 9 are bad out of this group, 9 are good out of that group. So you have 1 good exception and 9 bad exceptions. You know, is that the same? No, it's not the same. It's just not. Do mages now it's all the demons' fault, but demons are tempting mages all the time and they fall. That may be a reason, but it's not an excuse. You know, that, like I'm saying, okay, well, because that takes place, then that means because now that you know that, somehow fewer innocent people die at the hands of mages? Well, what about the innocent mages dying at the hands of Templars? Well, not all of them are innocent. Most aren't. But let's say the ones that are, because you do have some bad Templars in there, would be the exception, not the rule. Whereas mages need bodies to fuel their blood magic and satisfy demon lust. So that's what they do, in general, at some point. Whether they've got a legitimate excuse, say they got raped by some Templar, or they got another excuse like their breakfast was cold that morning. Regardless, it's still not an excuse. That's all I'm saying.
Excuse me, have you seen another...
It's 2 completely different rules of thumb there. Missing that distinction is what causes a lot of the error in judgments, and why people wish to sympathize with mages.
You said your friend hasn't reported...
She was... I'm on duty here, or I'd go look for her.
guess we'll go do that too. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's just a matter of judgment, really. Very good, very good. Yeah. That may have been one of the times where we got the drive-by with the ram farts too. May have been one of those times, because he does have other rams up there with him. He's just trying to fit in, trying to be what would you call it? Incognito up there with the rest of the rams. Although he's glowing gold, right? He's a rage demon colored ram. Not conspicuous at all, of course.
Seeker, you initially believed our Herald of Andraste was involved in the attack on the Conclave, yes?
I did. The evidence seemed damning, given the lack of an alternative.
Yet you changed your mind.
You also heard the voices at the temple. Is it so surprising I listened to them?
Sadly, yes. Too few invested with authority possess the courage to alter their course. They fear the appearance of weakness.
The truth is more important than my reputation. And anyone wishing to accuse me of weakness is welcome to try.
Yeah. I like how Sarah says it. You know, Cassandra, have you ever punched a bear? No, why? It's like, well, something, but you could if you wanted to. Have you ever punched a bear? Sarah likes Cassandra, too. Cassandra's like, I'll teach you to fight. And Sarah's like, what? No, I'll just stand behind you. Let you take all the punishment. I'm like, that. Now that's awesome right there. That's a smart girl. What? Why should I learn how to block and do all that? I've got my bow. I'll just stand behind you and shoot arrows. Is that lady's ring? We'll go give it back to her after. We'll just make a circle real quick and do all this shit. Another Fade Rift over here, too. There's another level 8 one down there, too, but I don't think we can really fuck with it right now. Keep worrying about me. Get your ass tore off the bone, bitch. Off the bone. The whole thing. Nothing but ass cheeks just flying everywhere. Torn off the bone. Shut up. Damn. Varric shot him so hard. Where are you dropping those things? Where are they at? I guess that's one right there. I don't know what it is, but fuck it. Okay, I'll tell you what. Stop it. Still got a Wraith up there? Kill that Wraith, please. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Just... Aveline was more of an offensive... Well, see, also, but that's by design. Remember, in Dragon Age 2, Aveline, most of her threat was generated by... Not most. A lot of her threat was generated by her offense. See, they did such a beautiful job balancing that game. You couldn't just make Aveline pure tank. I've made that mistake. I've personally made that mistake. If you make her pure tank, just super, you can't hurt me, no one gives a shit about her. So what, you're going to sit over there and get punched on? They'll come bother someone who can actually do something about it. So she had to actually, you had to balance her DPS with her ability to take damage too. She drew half of her threat by hitting hard also. So she had to be able to do that. So you had to, I mean, once again, Dragon Age 2 combat system was the shit. It required you to think. It made you think, or you were just going to get destroyed. Dragon Age 2 was quick in wiping your party in 2 or 3 seconds. If it could catch you slipping, you might get by for a while, but then it would throw a certain challenge at you that would just wipe your fucking party in 2 seconds. You thought you were a badass? Well, check this out. You go in there, and all of a sudden, where you've been just rolling along, not paying any attention, all of a sudden you're just decimated. Be like, damn, what the hell's wrong? And it would make you figure it out. I can't but respect that. And by the time you were done, you would know more about RPGs and combat systems in general than probably from any other game. I swear, it's to this day, if not my favorite, definitely one of my favorites. That makes up for anything else that might have been lacking as a game. Yes, sir. We got to, I was playing, not this last time, but way back when. In fact, I think it was the last time before that I ever played Dragon Age multiplayer. This was, man, going on a year ago, maybe. Anyway, the guy, one of the developers, designers in Dragon Age 2, he was in a party with us because he's friends with a friend of mine, Nikki. She knows him, and they talk a lot and stuff. Anyway, so he was in there playing multiplayer with us, which was cool. You know, one of the Dragon Age developers in here playing multiplayer with us. I don't think he had a hand in the multiplayer aspect of Inquisition, but he was still in there playing with us, and we were just talking. And then, of course, I didn't really know much about him. Of course, Nikki's known him for a long time. Anyway, find out that he was one of the developers of Dragon Age 2. Well, that's like one of my favorite games ever. And I got to fanboy him until I made him uncomfortable, right? Oh my God, I can't believe it, and this and that, and blah, 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 and I was shameless. I was totally shameless about it. But it was really cool because he liked talking about it, and he loved getting some compliments on his game because he probably got no compliments on Dragon Age 2, you know, to finally hear that someone appreciated it for the genius that it was. And well, personally, I made sure to point that out specifically. It's just that the depth of not just the combat system, but the story writing and the dialogue and the narration and the way it was played out as a game actually being narrated by somebody else. And it was sort of how Varric remembered it, you know, with a little of maybe his emphasis thrown in here and there and stuff. And it's just amazing. And I'm like, the reused maps, I said, I didn't really even notice that. Someone could point it out and I'd say, so you're really missing the forest for that one little tree over there when there's really nothing wrong with it? I'm like, you're just cheating yourself, you know? I just feel sorry for people who just can't see it. How fucking just fantastic it is. This is the same guy whose mind was behind Jade Empire and Knights of the Old Republic, which are RPGs that people still talk about today. So, he was a big part of those games also. So it just makes sense that Dragon Age 2 was just all that, you know? God, I love this. Okay, we got half the wildlife in the hinterlands in here. We already didn't kill the mage, and they're off chasing Phoenix and shit like that. Alright, well, while they're doing that, I'm going to collect Drakestone. One of these should be the key to that house with the magic amulet in it, too. Actually, I think we probably already got it. I think it was up there in that, that one place where we found that apostate mage or whatever in that cabin. And I think this is the mine referred to in that other mine with all the skeletons out in front of it.
Red lyrium and a would-be miner, I believe.
Nice. Okay, so all we need is 12 lyriums. There's about like 30 of them in the game, but we need 12 of them to open up that one place on the Storm Coast, right? Something like that. That is awesome. Yeah, Malice, I ever meet your cat, and your cat's gonna claw the shit out of me. That's for trolling me on the phone. There's the key. No, that's the key right there. Grandma's cabin key. That's it. Now, there's a Fade Rift down here. I've had problems with this when I'm leveled for it before, but it's a fucking rage demons. There's always rage demons there, and they're kind of nasty to handle early on because they two-shot you. Pretty much. They won't one-shot you, but they will two-shot you. Or they can. Could always save. If it spawns a rage demon with a bunch of wraiths, that's game over because you can't deal with all the ranged while that rage demon's running around two-shotting your party. It's pretty much, yeah, pretty much just not gonna work. Let's go save Ritz. Let's go save Ritz. Deal with all this.
There's an elven artifact nearby.
Templar deserters.
Get off Ritz, bitch. Ritz is awesome. How'd you like that, assholes?
You're asking me, so you don't read my...
Do you need anything? I should probably report back.
Ritz is awesome.
It looks like someone was having a picnic.
Yes. The mage must have been hunting for blood magic.
The mage must have been hunting for blood magic.
I'd heard other apostates call her that. The Templars attacked the apostate. I suppose I just got caught in the middle. So, the truth. I may have been, passing time with Eldredda.
They're talking about remastering Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, all 3 Mass Effects.
I take it the Templars interrupt.
Wait. So, are you going to report me?
Look, kid, if you make
All right.
Okay, that's 1 agent for Leliana. We just need 2 more. And then pick 1 more for Deft Hand. I just want to get Deft Hands unlocked. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think you need to pick any of them to get Deft Hands unlocked. There's that agent in Redcliffe, too. I don't remember. Although I think I take 1 out of there anyway, which is herbs. The one where you pick extra herbs. So I'll take 1. I'm pretty sure that's under Leliana's little tree. And sometimes there's a friggin' Crystal Grace up here, but I guess not this time. See, by now we'd have a couple hundred elf roots if we had that perk.
I know you. They call you the Herald of Andraste for what you did at Haven. But are you? The Maker has not told me.
Now see, if you got Sarah with you and Varric, when you save writs and then talk to her and you say I'm not certain and some other things,
As I suspected,
you get a lot of favor with Sarah.
Master in the Rifts are just blind heresy.
No, I can seal rifts.
Then prove it. Show me that the rifts bend. It was the Maker has opened the sky.
Until
So they think the rifts pouring out demons are going to take them to the Maker in the Golden City, huh? Wow.
I suppose it only natural that some would turn to worshipping the breach, if only in hopes of appeasing it.
Let me go get all the loots. Nice.
I greet you. My name is Hindle.
Hindle, your...
What? Here.
No. Damn it. I haven't stopped at a merchant in like forever. All right, let's see. aren't even worth anything. Be nice if you could get a piece of iron back from them or something, though. I think these are worth 2 gold. Not sure about all those. Let's see who's back there. Nobody.
The wards are working.
Ah, shit, we never did find that lady. Yeah, there's an agent here, too. God damn it. I didn't find the lady. Gotta find, she's got a note on her. God damn it. You know what? That is an agent. I don't know if I'll need that, but... Wouldn't take but a second. He's in this next building over here. Apparently the stable boys have money here.
I hear rumors about what caused the explosion that killed the divine, my Reaver. We need no longer listen to rumors. We know the truth. It was Maker, guiding the divine and those with her up to his side.
And you? How did the Maker bring you here?
Okay, I'll come get that up there later. Close this fade rift when we get back, too. Fuck it, might as well. In fact, is this a fast travel point? I don't think it is. It might be. Go grab this real quick. Oh, shit. I'll get that on the way back up. Forgetting stuff. I think we passed right by her, actually. I think we did, over there by that cave. This is where the mage was. Yeah, we're farther away than I thought. Oh well, fuck it. There's some money in this cave, too. There it is. No? she is. Okay. Yep, no fast travel. Son of a bitch. Alright, well, whatever. Oh, there's a chest up here anyway.
Does anybody else smell that? Seriously, just me?
Don't act like you didn't fart, Varric. He who smelt it dealt it. That's all I know. Varric. I can just see Cassandra saying that too, with that look and that tone of voice. He who smelt it dealt it, Varric. Yeah, I can just totally hear her saying that. Yeah, Sister Tanner. Oh, come here. I have something to say to you. Sucks to be you. Well, Solus does not appear to be spamming Dispel every 5 seconds. Have you noticed that? He's not spamming it. He hasn't had a whole lot of mana to cast it. That may be it. Once you get his mana regen up and he can cast it, he might start spamming it. I think I have enough other stuff favorited to where he doesn't really have it available. Although it seems like that never really stopped him before. He used to spam that shit regardless. Oh, Dispel's ready? Here, let me just cast that. Solus, there's not even an enemy around. Yeah, but it's so pretty, and it sounds cool. I just have to cast it over and over. Freak. I'm just getting shit on now. That's cool. When it does give me something, though, it's been giving me good stuff. Blue vitriol. You don't find that shit right here. Not very often. You can keep that, though. I don't need all that. Alright. We'll do this, and we can go give most of their stuff back at the crossroads. The only thing we still got to do is take care of everything for Horsemaster What's-His-Face. I usually do all that all at once. These people count as an agent for Liliana. I know that. One of you guys probably already said that, but yeah. So you got these guys, Ritz, Sister Tanner, or whatever her name is. No, don't worry about that. She's dead.
Lady Velena should be here. We need to be together. Velena, what am I supposed to do now?
The Inquisition.
Yes, my men.
Hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Oh, man. I think we got most of this stuff. See, I had two mages here once, and we ended it right here. One of them hit Dispel here, the other one hit it on the other spot, and that was it. That was pretty funny. It was like, okay, we're done. Go out there, and they're like, oh my god, you really are the Herald of Andraste. You're so awesome, I can't believe it. My mages are over here. Yeah, we know. Well, that's not exactly the kind of ring I was looking for. Just saying. I'm getting stuff, though. Like schematics. Pretty good drop rate on the schematics and stuff. Alright, so if we tell her to be eyes and ears, then all these people here become shifty agents for the Inquisition.
We want no trouble here.
Respect my authority. That's all I have to say about that.
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you. How may we serve you? Herald of Andraste.
Have your believers searched for secrets that may help us?
As you said, when the make... The faithful move to follow your divine will. It shall be as you say.
Now, with all the magical doodads that they throw in here, all the animations for fireballs and lightning and leveling up and all this, can you imagine what they're going to do with the next Elder Scrolls? Even if it is a watered down action game, pretty piece of shit, it's going to be pretty. I can't wait to see all the magic in Skyrim remastered to see what they can do with that. They said they put some work into that too, where if you shoot a fireball, you can see it reflecting off the walls as it flies by and stuff. That's the type of shit that I liked about Oblivion. Which was last gen. I don't know, they could do it last gen, but they can't do it now. That really makes sense, but anyway, they're supposed to have worked on all that, so I thought that sounded pretty cool. Alright, so let's turn all this shit in. First we'll go to the camp. Then we'll go give the lady a ring, then we'll go to the crossroads and give the lady a breathing potion or whatever. Then we'll go give the guy his ram meats. And let him know that we experienced all the ram farts in his place, so he didn't have to go through that. Because that's the charitable type of people that we are.
Damn it, Ritz, where are you?
I found Ritz.
Thank you. It's dangerous.
Praise the Herald of Andraste. I said, praise the Herald of Andraste. I said, oh. Strange bedfellows. I think we got all the apostates' caches too, so we can probably turn that in too. Fuck it, we'll just go turn in everything.
Where the Templars? They don't care who they kill anymore.
This is it.
It won't...
Okay. That's it. All right. Let's go to the crossroads. Should have about 15 things to do here. You can make her an agent too, but I think you need Vivian for that. Or you need to be a mage yourself. No, no, Huntress, no. You can gain favor with Solus. And probably a couple other characters. It's like a favor type thing. Approval. Don't know if there's... I'm not going to bother. Like I say, I'm not going for completionist stuff. I'm wondering if I don't need her as an agent, though, for something. I might. Got to come back here with Vivian, I think. I think Vivian... Yeah, Vivian's the only one that she'll listen to, pretty sure. But that, also, I think when you do that, Sarah and Solus don't like it. Whatever. I'm like, go figure. That empties that out. they fix this? No, they didn't fix it. Bitch, stand up. You can't talk to him while he's sitting down.
I suppose you're right.
Do you have the potion?
Oh, the arcane perk? Yeah. Where you can get bonus XP from the codexes and all that stuff.
Whoever, it doesn't matter. Just thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll give it to her right away. If ever I can help the Inquisition, you have my word.
It's all good. We can go get Vivian. I gotta bring her back here anyway. We'll just fast travel here and then go from there.
Mages, Templars, bandits, demons, making it hard for a man to hunt for his supper.
Here.
If more, I didn't think.
See, Sarah approves of all this shit too. I'm not gonna romance anybody. I don't think we'll be playing that long.
Could be better.
I'll keep an eye out. Frost every morning. They'll be losing toes soon enough. I'll get out. This will keep it.
Well, am I getting approval with the character that I care about outside of Blackwall? Probably the least. I got 2 points of influence, though. That seems kind of fast. 2 points of influence, just... Huh. Huh, interesting. Seems kind of fast, actually. Alright, so let's go to Val Royale. Let's just go knock that out real quick. Ba-ba-bum. I think if there's any benefit to having Cassandra's approval. So that was another thing I missed from Origins, and they should have included it in here. Unless it's really well hidden. Is the approval giving bonuses to your followers. Like, Origins and Dragon Age 2 both had it. Where if they liked you or disliked you, they would get benefits one way or the other. Like, if they liked you, they might get this, but if they hated you, they'd get that. I think if, like Aveline, I think, for example, if she loved you, she would take some damage on your behalf. If she hated you, she got a bonus to something. Stamina regen or something, because she stayed pissed all the time, or something like that. Anyway, there was different things for each. Each bit of approval.
We've got scattered reports of Divinity sightings in the...
Oh, we got something in our chest. That's cool. Enhanced stamina amulet. Really?
What kind of name is
That's
Charles,
cool.
anyway? Doesn't sound elven.
Pardon me while I pick some elf root.
Your kind killed the most holy. Lies. Your kind let her die. Shut your mouth, mage!
Enough!
Knight Captain.
That is not my title. We are not Templars any longer. We are all part of the Inquisition.
And what does that mean exactly?
Back already,
I'm curious, Commander, as to how your Inquisition and its heralds
Rabble rouser. That's what you call that. Rabble rousing.
Of course you are.
Let's see you call him. Slap the shit out of him while you're at it. Actually, Chancellor whatever, he winds up being kind of a hero later. I actually wind up liking him. Right now he's a dickhole, though.
Which is who? The Rebel Inquisition and its so-called Herald of Art.
I don't...
How many? Here. Centuries of tradition will guide.
Don't let anyone...
The walls will...
Might as well grab these while I'm here. Just saying.
Segret told me that he can't let the herbs go for anything less than 8.
That proximity heal is the shit right there. That is kind of badass. Don't have... Oh, I did need more Dawn Lotus. I was... Okay. That's what it's for. Dawn Lotus. Amrita Veins. Rash Finder. You get a lot of those in the Hissing Waste. Funny. Hissing Waste give you everything you need for a Reaver or a... or an Assassin. Hissing Waste is the shit. Critical damage rings. Man, you name it. All kinds of good shit.
My creator, judge me whole. Find me well within your grace.
Researcher Menave wishes to verify.
I don't really care about Josephine.
We can use that.
There we go.
You're the Herald. My name is Menave. I researched, at the least, some material. Luckily, Seeker Pentagast took me in, along with the...
There we go. See if we get our bonus damage. I didn't see anything. I love going to the Templar thing when you kill all those friggin' Templars, and then when you come back, usually you have like 20 or 30 things to turn into the researcher, and you get bonus damage versus Templars and Archers and shit, you name it. All right, so like you need 4 points. Actually, I'm going to take this anyway. It didn't matter. Extra herbs. That's fantastic. And so we've got Ritz, and we've got the people. We just need What's-Her-Face and Redcliffe right there. We already found what we need to accuse her. So we'll go to Redcliffe first. Then we'll go do all that stuff over there by the Horsemaster, because he's got... Yeah, that sounds good to me. We've got Speaker Aeneas. Yeah, Speaker. Okay, that's the lady at the... Okay. Capture any keep. Four points. Okay, I'm not worried about that. There we go. Amulet of Power for Varric. Yep. That'll work. Power. Let me go ahead and unlock that.
At your service.
Somebody get on this.
Let's see what we have.
Might as well open all these up. I don't even like going down there to the fallow mire or whatever. Oh, let's just go do this.
Having the Herald address the clerics is not a terrible
Well, we're
idea.
kind of right where we're supposed to be, 4 through 7.
Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion. And we should ignore the danger to the Herald. Let's ask her.
Later on he doesn't. Later on he tells you himself that he's he's behind you.
What can they do? It's just talk. Don't underestimate.
I will go. Mother Giselle.
But why?
What choice? Use what...
Oh, where'd everybody go? Oh, I guess it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, this is level up time right here. You get damn near a whole level just from doing this. Between this and getting Sarah and Vivian and all that. Get Vivian kitted out and get our party together. That's the thing about Sarah, man. I like, man, her dialogue, her and Cassandra. I'm trying to think of the best mage to bring along with Sarah. She hates Solus, which makes me like Sarah even more. She likes Blackwall a lot, though. Maybe because he's a liar, too. I don't know. But she's not full of shit like Blackwall. In fact, Sarah's just the opposite. She'll tell it like it is. She sees something in him that she likes, though.
You're one.
The champ.
There are
People that gather.
They wish to protect the people from us. Return to Haven. Someone will need to inform them if we are delayed.
As you
return to Haven. Someone will need to inform them if we are delayed.
As you say, my lady.
Okay. There's so many codexes here, it's not even funny. Oh, have you any other read these? There's somebody making fun of each one of these statues. At meeting a low door frame, right? Someone holding their head. I forget what this one said. And his head suddenly weighs too much, right? Anyway. An unrelated headache. Oh, that one actually talks about the statue. That is unfortunate hair. Someone picked on all those statues. Right, there's about 5 million codexes here, too, but let me go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm going to fast forward through the Templar punching the lady because I'm really not down with that. I don't like the Chantry any more than he does, I'm sure, but...
Templars will help.
We say this is...
If you came to appeal to the Chantry, you are...
Has Lord Seeker Lucius gone mad?
Excuse me, but is what they're saying real? The Inquisition's going to fix the hole in the sky?
We're going to give it a try.
No one is... Listen.
You want to?
Never been part of something this big before, but...
What do you...
I think...
Well, she...
The Herald... Haven is a mess, but we won't...
Head to... I don't know. Thank you.
Ever since our divine was murdered, 2 of us old fools are lost without...
What's that? An arrow with a message?
She's all dramatic about it and shit. What's that? I can almost see the voice actress voicing that line right there. What's that?
The Templars did...
I believe that...
You are the Herald of Andraste, are you not? I have an invitation for you.
So many codex here. Okay. cool thing, I don't have to go in here and hit the shop up either. I usually buy a schematic when I get here for a battle axe. Oh, Madam Snappy Snips. Madame Snappy Snips. That's one of my favorite songs. I like all the tavern songs, though. I don't know about you guys. I really like them all. Oh, nice, man. Oh, I'm glad they pointed you in this direction. Usually they save the recommended channels for the big guys, you know. But I noticed lately YouTube's been doing a favor to some of the smaller nobodies like myself, where you know, you'll see I've even seen my videos up there on recommended before, and I don't have 1.5 million views. I've got 100 views or 50 or 30 on the video, but it'll still be up there. They'll recommend that stuff. I think YouTube wants everybody to. I mean, the best ice cream shops have the most flavors, right? You want to show everything you got. And so why not get all of your content creators? I mean, it's impossible considering they have millions, literally millions of content creators, but just kind of throw up a random shuffle bag and just pour them out and let the chips fall where they may type of thing to give people, you know, because otherwise, if it was just the big guys and nobody else, you'd never find some of the other channels. And like you say, sometimes you find channels that you really like, you know? I'm happy you guys found it and actually happen to like some of the stuff here. I mean, that's kind of what it's all about, right? I used to come here and get the, oh, I forget what the schematic is called. I don't need to now. I've already got it. We'll probably make it when we get back to Haven, as a matter of fact. Make it out of iron, but that's fine. I don't care. It's a little bit better than what I've got here. Yeah, oh man, Dorian's story is the one that I think is the most, like, I guess you say emotional or whatever, in my opinion. Because that shit's like real, you know, to him. And the voice actor does it so amazingly with the facial animations and everything that you go through, and his anger, and at the same time the sadness with his father when they meet. Man, that was some well done shit. That was like a scene out of a movie. That was like a scene out of one of those tearjerker movies, you know, that type of thing. I gotta say, that was, I was impressed anyway. Oops, where's this thing at? Up here? Yeah, that was really well done. But they did a lot of them, like Cassandra, when you catch her reading Varric's smutty literature. that shit was awesome. Because her face and the voice act, it was like, she was really embarrassed. That shit was really well done. Iron Bull, after you kill your first dragon, he celebrates. Whether he's with you or not, it doesn't matter. He's celebrating with you, and you're all drunk and shit. I mean, that, good stuff. I'm going to grab all my codex while I'm here. We might as well get free XP. I don't think we're ever coming back. Well, no, I take that back. We are going to come back here for something. Come think of it. Is this the mystery box? One of these. There it is. There was one right here. There it is.
over the very fade itself.
Some of these don't appear to be giving me XP. Whether they are or not, doesn't really matter. Grab them anyway, but... I think that's it.
Well, that was a change of affairs.
This is bullshit.
This is bullshit. Are there any bulls in the game? Well, there's Iron Bull, I guess.
If I might have a moment of your time.
It'll be like saying this is pig shit, but there's only nugs.
Grand Enchanter Fiona?
Leader of the Mage Rebellion. Is it not dangerous for you to be here?
I heard of this gathering, and I wanted to see the fabled Herald of Andraste with my own eyes. If it's help with the breach you seek, perhaps my people are the wiser option.
I think that's how you get the battle nug. I think the mystery box. I think. Well, thanks, Brendan.
Come, let us return to Haven.
I don't know that I'm a fan of my character's hairstyle, although it seems to kind of fit her, but you know what? I don't really like any of the hairstyles at all, so it doesn't really matter. The Canaries are easy. Just go with a bald Canary. Okay, we'll go. Well, when you play with that trial active where everybody has special resistances and stuff, and you come back and you just play on Nightmare, it almost seems easy. What do we can get through without dying? Well, we already did die in the tutorial. I thought that was bullshit. I think he was glitched. He's doing some weird stuff. First of all, there's no reason you should have to go through 6 or 8 rotations of that Fade Rift interruption bullshit, for one.
The Inquisition Herald!
Well, they know who I work for, at least.
Take that, bitch. No loots? No loots in here? Really? No loots for me. Somebody needs to drop one of those pommel strikes rings. That's what I'm talking about.
How much did you expend to discover me? It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably.
Immeasurably.
You don't fool me. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts.
This was one of my favorite. I think this is my favorite intro for any of the characters right here.
Just say what?
What is that?
What?
Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve.
Blah, blah, blah. Obey me. Arrow in my face.
So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're kind of plain, really. All that talk, and then you're just person. I mean, it's all
Kind of
great,
plain,
isn't it?
really.
The important thing is.
But if you're a Canary, she's like, you're so tall, you're so up there, or something.
Sure, why not? I glow. What's going on?
No idea. I don't know this idiot from Manners. My people just said the Inquisition should look at him.
Your people?
Elves? No. People. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches. Friends really came through with that tip. No breaches. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join.
Okay.
How about we get to know each other first? You know, names and such.
One name. No, wait, two. Well, it's like this. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The Friends of Red Jenny. That's me. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven, brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sarah. The Friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I used them to help you. Plus arrows.
I love this one right here.
The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals?
Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you. I'll crush you. Ooh, crush you. Then you've got cloaks and spy kings, like this tit. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his little knife?
Little knife.
All those secrets. And what gave him up? Some houseboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one.
Simple
No,
to me.
I'm not nice
You don't
to
have to
you,
be
Dark
somebody
Lord.
to recognize somebody's an
If you don't
asshole.
down here too, you risk your breeches. Like those guards. I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you.
All right, Sarah. I can use you and your friends.
Yes! Getting good before you're too big to like. That'll keep your breeches where they should be. Plus extra breeches because I have all these... You have merchants who buy that piss, yeah? Got to be worth something. Anyway, Haven. See you there, Herald. This will be grand.
Best one ever. Actually, I've got some stuff for her, but... I could give her some stuff. But even then, like, she doesn't offer any passives. She has a, she's like Cole. Her skill tree, too many breaches. Her skill tree is really, I think there's really only one support tree in each class. Like, you've got the, you got Vivian's tree for mages. You've got Varric's tree for rogues, and then you have Cassandra's tree for warriors. The other two are really more for player character classes. Not saying you can't play a Templar or an Artificer or whatever, if you know, Knight Enchanter or whatever, but those are really support classes. They're the only ones that really offer passes that benefit the whole party. It's, anyway. Really? I'll give her that. Get rid of that. Level 8. Oh, I meant to get that. Doesn't really do me any good. Not really. I'll let her wear it. Doesn't matter. Go get Vivian real quick. Yeah, they really don't like each other. Well, Sarah will strip Vivian down real quick. Vivian's not going to have that. But Sarah will let her know that she's just a commoner too who just got promoted and got set in place because of who she slept with. And, you know, I mean, she used whatever she had, whatever was at her disposal to get to where she's at. But Vivian handles it well. That's the thing I always liked about Vivian is everyone calls her a bitch, and she is. But even Sarah will say that. She's a bitch, but she knows it, you know? It's like she knows that, but she's... I promise you, out of all of your followers, except for maybe Sarah or Cassandra, I can't even say this about Varric, although Varric's really your bro for life type thing, right? Kind of like your Garrus of Dragon Age. But even he's got his secrets and stuff. But Vivian, she'll tell you because she doesn't give a fuck whether you like it or not. But you always know exactly what you get. If she doesn't like you and she's not on your side, she'll tell you. Then she'll probably kill you. But
everything you've heard?
You know, she's no bullshit. I'd rather have a friend who's willing to hurt my feelings than one who lies to me, personally, you know? And when Vivian's your ally, not only do you have a really staunch ally, but she's not going to turn on you. And she'll tell you, I'm in this for you, and I'm in this for me. This is what I want out of it, and this is what you're going to get out of it. It's all up front. That's business on the table. You don't like it, she expects you to tell her. Because if you don't tell her the truth and you say, okay, but then you turn on her later, you're going to pay for that. But if you're as straight up as she is, she's got your back all the time. Nobody has your back like Vivian, even though she's a complete bitch. Yeah, as a person, I can see that. But, you know, but once again, I can always respect. I don't care if you like it or not. I can always respect that. If somebody talks to me like that, I may not like what you say, but if you've got that, this is the truth, or this is the truth that I see it, and that's that. I'm not going to be moved from that. I actually have more respect for that than the wishy-washy, super kind, sugary, sweet, fake-ass bullshit. That's, if you think about it, sweet stuff, if you're hungry, sweet stuff like a Snickers or something, yeah, okay, it lasts for about 5 seconds. You get a sugar rush that tells your body you're not hungry anymore. But then you're starving afterwards, right? But the hard, real truth, you know, when you get down to the meat of it, that's the shit that lasts. That's what's real. It may not taste good. It may not be all sugary sweet, but it's going to last. I'd rather have that, to be honest, rather than someone just give me false promises. I mean, look. We elect people to be millionaires over us who never, ever tell us the truth. That's the type of mentality. I think we're accustomed to wanting someone who will just smile at us while they lie, rather than someone who might frown while they tell us the truth. Me personally, I'd rather have someone angry telling me the truth than someone being all fake and shit. Because then you never know what you're going to get. You will get stabbed in the back, you just don't know how. But that's guaranteed.
I've never made any claims to holiness. What's your point?
In front of all these people, you admit to being a pretentious usurper. We know what your Inquisition truly is. If you were a woman of honor, you would step outside and answer the charges.
Oh, well, that was a mistake.
My dear Marquis, how unkind of you to use such language in my
She comes down, her fist is all smoking and shit. That's awesome.
You know such rudeness is intolerable.
Madame Vivienne, I humbly beg your pardon.
You should. Whatever am I going to do with you, my dear? My lady, you're the wounded party in this unfortunate affair. What would you have me do with this foolish, foolish man?
He insulted my honor. I want him dead.
And this, Marquis, is why one must always be careful.
She doesn't even think twice about it. That's what I'm talking about. She wants to be allied with the Inquisition. This piece of shit is standing in her way, and he's standing in her foyer. She doesn't want him there any longer. Somebody sweep this shit out of my hallway.
I'm delighted you could attend this little
She's
gathering.
awesome.
I've so wanted to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vivienne, first enchanter of Mont.
People would say Vivian is not humane.
Imperial Court.
I would say Vivian's willingness to crush evil that would murder innocents. That man, he, like she said, as soon as he put his hand on his hilt, that's it. That was a threat to be answered by the law. It's more inhumane to allow evil to prosper because you're afraid to offend it than to crush evil to keep it from killing those who don't deserve to die, whereas those that are evil actually do. I mean, that's, you know, I can respect that.
Charmed, Lady Vivian.
Ah, but I didn't invite you to the chateau for pleasantries. With divine Justinian, only the Inquisition. As the leader of the last loyal mages of Thedas, I feel it only right that I lend my assistance to your cause.
Aren't you charming? Hold
Is
on.
your interest in the Inquisition Madame de Fer, or is it more personal?
Aren't you charming? It's professional, of course.
So
We'll
classy.
be happy to have you, Lady Vivian.
Great things are beginning, my dear. I can promise you that.
Like, you know, you say, well, she just wants to use the Inquisition as the means to obtain power. She never once denied that. She'll tell you in a heartbeat, yeah, I'm going to move up the ranks with this shit. She wants to be divine or empress or something, you know. But I think you can probably trust her before you can trust anyone else in your party, to be honest. Except maybe Cassandra, who's incapable of lying. Or Sarah, who's Sarah's like the same type of way. She tells you the shit, but she'll tell you in parables and leave it to you to figure out. And then insult you when you can't figure it out. Because she talks too simply. She talks so simple that there's no hidden agenda with Sarah. This is what it's about, you know? She's not ashamed of that. So Sarah's a lot alike, actually. Opposites and alike at the same time. Once again, just amazing writing when it comes to these characters. Disgusted noise.
Ugh.
You're kind of a force of nature, aren't you?
When I need to be.
It's impressive.
You flatter me.
I'm trying.
Did I do the right thing? What I have set in motion here could destroy everything I have revered my whole life. One day they may write about me as a traitor, a madwoman, a fool, and they may be right.
What does your faith tell you?
I believe you are innocent. I believe more is going on here than we can see. And I believe no one else cares to do anything about it. They will stand in the fire and complain that it is hot. But is this the Maker's will? I can only guess.
That hairstyle isn't the worst one.
You didn't have any choice.
Didn't I? My trainers always said, Cassandra, you are too brash. You must think before you act. I see what must be done, and I do it. I see no point in running around in circles like a dog chasing its tail.
I love Cassandra.
But I misjudged you in the beginning, did I not? I thought the answer was before me, clear as day. I cannot afford to be so careless again.
It wasn't like you had no reason to suspect me.
I was determined to have someone answer for what happened. Anyone. You've said you don't believe you're chosen. Does that mean you also don't believe in the Maker?
I believe he exists.
That's comforting. Surely the Maker put us both on this path for a reason. Now it simply remains to see where it leads us.
Very cool. Yeah, I've heard that argument before. The whole, well, God doesn't even exist thing. Really? You know what my proof is to the contrary? I know this has been a debate that's been going on for thousands of years, right? Literally thousands of years, and has never been won. That's my proof. You don't fight against something for 4,000 years without winning unless it exists. Because if it doesn't exist, you're doing one of two things. If it doesn't exist, then you look like a fucking idiot because you're just standing there shadowboxing talking about how you're winning some fight that doesn't even exist, right? And if it does exist, you look like a fucking idiot because you're fighting against something that could crush you at will. It might just be so actual kind and whatever that it just doesn't want to. But that would be my proof in and of itself, actually. See, it's got some closing distance a little bit, but not much. But yeah, that in and of itself is proof. Now, not agreeing with certain principles and stuff like that, well, okay. But, regardless, if someone's stubbornly just insisting on thinking one way or another, it's really not anyone's place to really even talk them out of it anyway. You know what I'm saying? If someone believes or chooses not to believe something, well, it doesn't affect me at all, so that's totally their business. Now, when someone's belief does affect me, like they try to blow me the fuck up, now that's when it's my business. And I don't like being told by everyone else that it's not my business to say anything about it because I might offend them. They can eat a dick. You want to blow me up for no reason? You want to blow me up for what I believe because of what you believe? Fuck off. Yeah, you're right. That's my business. I'm absolutely going to speak up about that. But as to whether someone should or shouldn't think a certain way or something, that's not for anyone to say, and it doesn't really matter anyway. Like I say, if someone has a faith in something, and you make them say with their mouth that they don't, you still haven't changed what's here, right? Regardless. So, I mean, you have no power over that. Nobody has power over that. You can influence someone to choose to change their decision somewhere on down the line. But, yeah, I don't know. That's another thing I hate about religion is the whole, let's try to draw flies with vinegar. If you don't believe this way, then this will happen to you. What, threats? That's what your God's about? Well, your God must be a dick then. If threats are what it's about, love me or else, that's not love. If that's what your God wants, he can fuck off. That would be any religion. Because that doesn't even make sense. If you don't have anything to offer, you're not going to draw anybody's attention or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that any relationship, even with a person, much less some divinity, would mean that that person has to have something for you or else not loving them. A lot of times what a person has to offer is just themselves. There's something about that person which draws you to them. And it makes you happy to make them happy. Has anyone or does anyone have a relationship like that? Where someone else, it makes you happy to make them happy. You get nothing. In fact, you get more by giving than you would if they gave you something. I'd rather buy flowers for my spouse than get flowers from my spouse type of thing, right? And that when your spouse feels the same way, well, that makes it just even better. That type of thing. That's what someone or something has to offer. If a divinity isn't drawing like that, with something like that, then it's nothing. I can't stand religion. And now religion is all man-made, every single one. I'm not saying what they're based on is, but the religions themselves, where you dress funky and you burn shit and you do stuff and you hamada and you say this and you do that 1,000 zillion times because God's deaf and he didn't hear you the first 999 times you said it type of thing. Who the fuck has time for that? Like, why waste your Sundays or Wednesdays or whatever day of the week you do that? Why? It makes no sense. None whatsoever. That's religion, though. Like I said, that is man-made. Absolutely. But individual faiths are completely different, or in my opinion, should be completely different. Whatever draws you to what you believe in, that certain person or thing or God or whoever, whatever you want to call, him or her, whatever, should have something that entices you. Should have something that, well, like I say, something that you admire, something above yourself. If it's not bigger than yourself, well, fucking set your own path anyway, right? If it's not bigger than you, then why are you looking up to it? That's all I have to say. Even alcoholics can tell you that. Doesn't take a genius. I wonder if I should upgrade these mana potions. I don't have any Black Lotus anyway. Where are those? Down on the Storm Coast? Don't they have like 1 million of them growing along the water?
Felissa said to check with you to make sure these are safe to serve.
Oh, let me see if Sarah can open these locks for me. I should get a Dawn Lotus out of one of the... I usually get a Dawn. One time I didn't, but normally I do.
So, this is it, huh? Oh no, it's fine, yeah? It's just, I thought it'd be bigger. That would have been hilarious if you were a man, right? Wasted. Anyway, stopping wars should earn more sovereigns than this. Need things back to normal for coins to be flowing again. Another reason the Templars and mages need to be sat down.
I'm pretty sure the Conclave proved it's not that easy.
Yes, it is.
No, that's true. That's true.
Why? Because someone yelled it real loud? Make them prove it. They're too busy to look up where the real questions are.
Right. They should know it's a simple job. End all war. Stitch the sky. The easy one first.
Huh?
You're daft, yeah? Most people get special. They lose their snark. Can't see how stupid it all is. I think I'll like you, Lady Herald. Maybe you are a little touched, yeah?
I think I'll enjoy having you around, Sarah. I hope you'll feel the same.
Lady Trevelyan is cheeky. See you, Herald.
Uh-oh.
I have to do something about that.
Herald.
Chasing the Lord Seeker, I hear. Anyone who thinks they need Lord in front of the name, that's bad. Bet he's got a portrait taller than he is. That's your first.
He's got a portrait taller than he is.
I was wondering if you could look at some locks for me.
What, the doors under the chantry?
You know about them.
Places have doors. I just wasn't interested in poking through some sister's breeches. Good to know about you, though.
Good to know about you, though. It is my personal belief that faith and knowledge are the exact same thing. And I mean the exact same thing.
It's good you've returned. We heard of your encounter.
You heard?
My agents in a city
For example,
Of course.
I would ask
Saying
anyone
the
this
Templars have
if
abandoned their senses as well as the capital.
hold on.
At least we know how to...
Do we?
True.
We must look.
Or they...
You think the Mage Rebellion is more united? It could be 10 times worse.
Or you could stop...
I agree. We should... They are powerful, Ambassador, but more desperate than you realize.
So it'll...
If some...
The same...
True enough.
Then the
In the mean... There is several... Ordinarily, I wouldn't even consider the idea they're involved in all this, but the timing is curious. The other 2 days, if you... And if he... Then...
No point in really doing that until I get specialization where... Oh, it's Blackwall. Never mind. I was thinking... Okay, we can go get all this started. let's say if I asked you if you turn on a light switch, what would happen?
Excuse me. I've got a message for the Inquisition, but I'm having a hard time getting anyone to talk to me.
What's the message?
We've got word of my company. If you'd like to see what the Bull's chargers can do for the Inquisition, meet us there and watch us work.
We'll
We're the best.
Right? That's what would happen. You know, let's say you got a room with a light in it and you got a light switch and you hit that light switch, what's going to happen? Well, the light's going to come on. If it doesn't, would you think that electricity doesn't work? Would that be your first thought? Or would it be that A, either the light bulb's out, or B, the electricity's out, go check the breaker box, right? Because from experience, you know that that light switch will send electricity to that light bulb. That's what they tell you in school. That's what you've experienced consistently throughout your life. And when something steps outside of that, right? Now, you don't actually physically see the electricity going to the light bulb. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could cut the wire and join the wires and shock yourself. You would feel it, but you still wouldn't see it. Even if you got a spark, you don't see the electricity. What I'm saying is you haven't seen electrons. You haven't seen atoms. You've seen pictures of what someone said. And this isn't a whole lot different than any kind of preaching or whatever. But if you are, so let's say a spiritual principle. We won't even name a religion. This is not even the point. Is just any spiritual principle, any God, any faith in a higher power. This higher power, if you have not seen or witnessed or experienced or felt or over a consistent period of time been seen it proved reliable, right? Then if you say you believe faith, if you have faith in or believe in this higher power, but have not been convinced in your own mind through experience that it is true, then you're a liar. The church is full of them these days. I'd say probably the 90-something%. Oh, who are you to say that all the religious people are wrong? Well, what I'm saying is, I can't judge any individual's heart. I wouldn't even try. But all I'm saying is if you claim to believe in something that you don't know, then that makes you an idiot and a liar. Because you really don't actually believe it. See, faith isn't this allegorical. Faith is knowing something that you can't actually particularly see, right? You have faith in electricity. You do. You have faith in electricity because you've seen the results, right? No different. You don't actually see the electricity itself, right? Electricity may not be doing anything to you or for you directly, but it's there. You know that. You've seen it. You've experienced it. Not it directly, but you've seen the results. You've seen the. So I would say that. And I would say that same principle applies to, well, pretty much anything, but especially spiritual principles. If you claim to have faith, but you don't know, if you don't know, then you really don't believe. I believe what I know, right? I don't have to necessarily have seen it, but I have either seen it in action or I've seen the results of, or it's never proved itself false to me. To where I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that effect or that person, that place, that thing, that deity, that divine, that whatever is real, and it's exactly not only what it says it is, but it's who and what it is, and it will do what it says it will do, or he will do what he says, or she, or whatever you want to, whatever you believe in. Like I say, I'm not going to get into any particular faith. All I say is that principle holds true, and that applies to the individual, is that if you claim to believe but you don't know, then you don't believe. You're lying to yourself and others. And if that's hard, it is what it is. It doesn't change it. That's all I'm saying. So faith and knowledge is the same thing. I could even bring up from memory the biblical definition of faith, because it's the only one that I can actually refer to, because I haven't seen definitions of faith in other scriptural texts. So I'll bring up one that I do know, and it says it's the substance of things hoped for. Substance of things hoped for, and evidence of things unseen. That's the definition of faith. That's knowledge. You call it what you want. That's still knowledge. That's knowing. That's not believing. That's knowing. And if you claim to believe what you don't know, well, then there's a little naivety in that. Well, how can you know what you don't see? That's what it's about. That's what the whole, what would you call, spiritual journey that people look for when they join religions or cults or whatever they're into, or even atheism or whatever. They're into their own journey to establish, to settle themselves on a particular truth. But once you know it, you know it. And if you don't know, why claim to know it? You know, that's why I think churches resort to threatening you with all this made up shit like hellfire and damnation and torture and punishment, like God's a real dick, you know. And I'm just speaking from a Christian perspective, and probably a couple other religions can share that same thing too. In order to get your devotion and get your money and get your attendance, they need to threaten you. You better come here or else, you know. And who the hell has time for that? If that is God, I don't want no part of it. Go ahead and let me waste away anyway. I don't want any part of that. That's all negative. That's all. The world's full of enough of that already. That's how people act, which is, I think, people imposing their personal traits and personalities and beliefs onto God and then teaching them as if that's God. That's what I believe religions are, personally. I didn't get a Dawn Lotus from that either. Seriously? I always get, well, one other time I didn't get one out of here. And it was the same time. I think it's being a human. I think it's starting as a human. Because I normally start as an elf or a dwarf or a canary. I think humans don't get Dawn Lotuses out of these stupid chests here. Maybe elves and dwarfs are the only ones that can sniff them out or something. Yep. You know what? I'll bet you that's it, too. Fucking spindleweed. Seriously? That is just so not cool. All right, well, whatever. That's true. That's true. Lightning. There is that. I was trying to come up with an analogy, but that's a point. I guess to avoid the truth of an analogy, you can try to find a fault with an analogy until you finally do, to avoid the obvious truth that it's portraying. You know, like I say, I mean, coming up with just a basic example, just something. I mean, there could be any number of things that you do repetitively that though you never see exactly how it does it, it gets done. You know, I use that as an example. If you can find some argument against the analogy itself to bypass basically the example, it was, okay, well, you know, that's when the argument ends anyway. It's like, well, okay, then there's no point to be made here, you know, and that's fine. Just a basic example. Okay, so should we go to the Storm Coast? Should we go back and get Lywall? I wouldn't really even care about Blackwall, to be honest.
Chancellor Roderick came to speak with me. Could you try not to antagonize him?
If I offend the man so easily, perhaps he should try leaving me alone.
Bees. We'll get some bees, Colin. All right, what do we got here? God damn it. Josephine should take care of this. Okay. I'll take Vivian's advice on that then. All right, so we go get Iron Bull real quick. Trying to think if there's anything we need on the Storm Coast. We could get Varric's upgrade for his crossbow, but I've already got it. We could go deal with the Husarians or whatever they're called. Cult of Andraste. Oh, y'all remember from Origins, the Cult of Andraste near Haven, right? In fact, that's where Brother Genitivi was being kept. Sure, right. Okay, what do I want to do right now? We'll go get Bull, I guess. Yeah, we got to get Vivian decked out anyway. Get her leveled up. Get her tactics set. So I think whatever divine powers that be, should there be any, right? It's like once I say, not just trying to project my personal beliefs one way or another, but just being, I guess just say, unbiased about it, is I can respect that. Like, I don't personally believe that way, but if you see something that's right or logical or true, you acknowledge that. Now, once you've acknowledged enough truth, you might investigate a certain either set of beliefs or a certain idea and look into it for yourself to see if there's any truth to be had there. And that once again, that's no less a personal quest than anybody else. From the time they're born looking like a raisin to the time they die looking like a raisin. I mean, that's kind of what you do. All the rest of it's pretty much irrelevant. Everything comes and goes, including your body and your looks. All that shit goes of it, but you find something. And something to hold on to in that storm, right? There's been enough fucking songs written about it. I mean, it's got to be something to it.
I'll do what I can. Thank you. The soul with all this, well...
All right. Quick potions, huh? Actually, I was going to do this. Elf roots for these two, really? I didn't know that. Let's see. We'll give Cassandra some... Let's give her some bees. We'll give Cassandra bees. Actually, her mighty offense tonics too. Think of it. Well, you give Vivian some bonus mana. She goes berserk. She's like a hamster on crack. She's just slinging spells like there's no. That shit is really kind of amazing. Probably had to give him some of that too. I've never really given Varric that, but that actually kind of makes sense. Okay, I've got Varric's Amulet of Power too. Go ahead and give him that. Okay. And Vivian. We'll go with fire here too. I'll go with Fat Fire. Here we go. I think Solus already has one of those, so I think I left her some armor. Oh, let's give her that. No, never mind. Spirit resist. Yeah, let's give her that. Never mind. We'll save that for Solus or something. See, it might be better for Varric, to be honest. I like the Dex. It really doesn't fit anybody, not really. Nothing that I wouldn't change out in a minute regardless. All right, that's cool. All right, let's go kill the things. Dragon flying by. How awesome is that? No. Let's get this. Isn't it way out there? Yeah, I was about to say it's way out there. Okay. I remember we were streaming too. I spent 2 hours on the Storm Close looking for this last Ocularum because I was reading total stones that I needed to find to open one of the doors. Not the stones that I needed for the Storm Coast. I had found them all like 2 hours ago, but I was looking all over. We must have fought everything in Storm Coast 5 times, up and down from the north end to the south, looking for this friggin' skull. And yeah, well, needless to say, it wasn't there because I'd already found it. But yeah, anyway. Okay, so do I get kick in the face now? I think we need kick in the face. And we need Varric to upgrade this. All right, then we can move on down to this. That starts working immediately. All right, so for her, I really want this. She's got to get this anyway, doesn't she? I might upgrade her grappling chain and let her use it so that she can pull groups. For right now, let's get her this. We'll favorite that. Like I said, we got to get her stamina. If we're going to ask her to do a little more than the others, she's got to have the stamina. So let's get Vivian. Okay, let's get Vivian to first let's give her this. Let's favorite that. I don't think we really need to favorite though, to be honest. Let's get her down here. There we go. All right, she's favorite that. Favorite that. Yeah, I don't think we really need a favorite. Winter's Grasp, actually. Doesn't matter. It's really only 2 favorites because this doesn't count unless somebody's actually dead. All right, so allies have active barrier. Okay, so that's good. Let's get her up if she goes down. And then, oh, because she's human, she gets an extra point. True enough. And then we'll get longer barriers too. That everybody? That's everybody. All right, hold on. I'm in bathroom break. I'll be back in a second. What opens that doorway? I think you have to find 12 red, destroy 12 red lyrium things. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. Down here and grab Bull. Yeah, the Blades of Asarian become an agent. It's not exactly sure for who. I think it's for Colin.
Chargers! Stand down! Krim! How'd we do?
Krim's armor's pretty cool.
No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. So, you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you could make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming.
Iron Bull, I presume.
Yeah, the horn.
The horns.
I assume you remember Cremisius Aclasi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have him check again. I don't want any of them.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you, Canary, right?
Uh-huh.
You've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it.
Iron Bull doesn't. He doesn't even bat an eye. He's like, yeah, okay.
Can afford us. They are. You need a front line. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
They're a Kuno.
I'd go closer to the Ben Hasrath are concerned. I've been ordered to join the but I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
You're a Kunari spy, and you just told me.
Whatever happened to
He
that
just
conclave thing in
told
the
me.
past, someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever
You still could.
from something called the better you hear it right up front from me.
I can respect that.
All right, you're in.
Excellent. Krim, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
What about the casks, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them.
No, that's not all. No, they're everywhere. Malice, they're all over the place. You can... Yeah, there's definitely more than... I think you need to get 12, right? There's like 30 of them. They're everywhere. Like every location has at least 4 or 5 of them. All the different maps. Look at this. Everybody's neat and tidy right next to each other. That'll work. There is a way to make Iron Bowl effective too, by the way. Bullshit. Payback strike. Actually use that. Actually, so I wouldn't mind 1% critical chance, but what does that really do for me? All right, very good. Now, it's on now. I don't. Oh, well, it's all good. There wasn't. I don't think there was much debate topic going on. Like, it's when someone says something about someone else's personal beliefs. Well, that's a personal affront, as far as that goes. But just, you know, basic truths about just people in general. That's more what I was talking about anyway. You know, I mean, the Maker comes up in the game to avoid that altogether, to be afraid of offending or being offended. That doesn't get anyone anywhere either, you know. But yeah, I mean, true enough, if something's uncomfortable, although I didn't see anything being talked about that was uncomfortable for anybody, because there wasn't debate going on. When it turns into argument, I get you. That's usually what happens. Is yeah. That's why, what are the 3 office topics you don't talk about? What is it? Politics, race, or religion? Those are the 3 things you just don't ever discuss. There's actually offices that hold that as a policy. I'm getting tired of you shooting me in the back, asshole. Yeah, that whole shooting in the back bullshit there was, I had enough of that. I remember coming through here and struggling with these guys. Yeah, I remember struggling with these Husarian dudes up here before. I'll take some Samite. Samite's a tier 2 material, isn't it?
Murdered. Shit. I will see that their families are notified when we return.
Our men were murdered by a group called the Blades of Husarian. It seems there's a way to challenge their leader.
Naming themselves after the sword that killed Andraste. Ambitious.
I guess we can go make that thing right now.
Along the beach.
What's that? Is that a shard? Really? Oh, I didn't grab that. Well, let me go back here and make this thing anyway. Might as well. Not sure exactly how much of the stuff we're going to do here. We can go challenge our leader, kick his ass real quick. Him and his guard. He's not shit without his guard dogs either. I remember this guy. Hmm. Codex everywhere here, huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll just sort of long shortcut through here. It's always raining here. We don't even really need to go looking for the Rebel Mage because we already got the Mighty Offense recipe, so. Guess, wait. No, stop it. I guess I really don't need to go for that either, do I? Oh, it's got that one shield, though. I really like that shield. Yeah, let's go grab that. I was about to say, we don't really need his, the schematic for his crossbow either. Maybe we do. Maybe we actually do.
My dear Cassandra, I am impressed with how well organized the Inquisition was in the aftermath of the Conclave.
It was chaos. I would hardly call it organized.
Perspective, darling. The Chantry hasn't even found the right vestments for issuing a statement on the Divine's death.
Being more flexible than the Chantry is not a difficult goal.
Take your victories where you can, dear.
I like how Cassandra's respectful and respectable, you know? That was another thing they really started to introduce early. You really don't see the relevance behind it until later is surface dwarfs, surface tigs, and stuff like that. Surface dwarfs still bringing in, you know, the, with these statues for the paragons and stuff. Like, what use do they have for that surface dwarfs? They've pretty much separated themselves from all that, or supposedly. God, I've had problems with these guys here before, too. This is strong. Take my Deep Stalker hides back, too. And even more. There you go. They don't want to tell you this chest is back here, do they? Yeah, this is one of my favorite shields. I know it's like a 10% chance to cast something on hit, like Unbowed or something. But it seems like this shit goes off every 2 seconds when Cassandra uses it. Maybe it's because she's just bashing the shit out of people with it or something. Was it what's it called? Schaefer's Rampart. That's it. It's amazing. That shit's awesome. Okay. Save that for Lie Wall, I guess. Destroy that shit. All right. Wow, damn, I died fast. Not sure what killed me. Yeah, actually, I'm really not sure what killed me, to tell you the truth. Regardless, I went down. Hold on, guys. Yeah, all right, just I see this is exactly what he was talking about. It going to this, like, even right or wrong, like coming and people try to get away from that, I think, to chill. You know what I mean? So chill on the stream. No one needs to apologize for bringing anything up, but at the same token, it's at some point when the messages start getting real long and everyone gets emotional, and if you feel heated up, it's like what? Any argument's going to be won here? Anything going to be right? Nothing's going to be settled. I mean, and you know the implied things like, oh yeah, how the hell did weapons come up in these things like that? I understand amendment this and that and whatever else, but I mean, really, you know. Tense topic. Guess I could just never mention anything that might possibly bring up a debate again type of thing, but I think we're adults here. I think at some point we can realize where something's gotten off track and is now carrying its own momentum to become an issue, if it's not, right? In other words, if y'all start getting heated up, just put the brakes on it. There are going to be more hot topics these days anyway, simply because you have a truth and then you have what everybody else is saying and doing, which could be in 100 different directions, right? You know, it is in 100 different directions, other than you have basic standards of truth, moral decency, and so on and so forth, right and wrong, law, actual law, not what people rewrite the laws to profit and for their own agendas and stuff. But and we as a society, right? Not the individuals, but most of the society and very few individuals now are doing anything but what's true or right or whatever. And the first thing out of their mouth is, well, who are you to tell me what's right or wrong, and blah, blah, blah. And then it gets pride, and then everyone's beating on their chest and doing all this. And it's like, you know, common sense is that if everything we're doing is turning out the way it is right now, then I think that says enough for itself. No one needs to say it's wrong when everyone knows goddamn well. Now the response to being wrong isn't for anyone to actually admit it, to try to think that, hey, maybe fixing this would stop resulting in so much bad shit. But rather than that, now the response to being wrong is to get on social media and find a bunch of other motherfuckers who believe in the same wrong shit we do, and then get a support group going so that we can socially bash anybody who says the truth in light of whatever wrong that we want to get away with. That'll somehow eventually make it right. I mean, are we kind of in the habit of doing that as a society type? That's infuriating. That's infuriating for anyone who sees it. I think that's why hot topics are, well, I think that's what gives them the heat. You know, that's what pours gasoline on that, is in light of so much wrongdoing, which is, it's obviously blatantly wrong and results in so much more wrong. And I mean, shit's going downhill and snowballing for a reason, you know, because I mean, you got motherfuckers down there talking about, literally, this is our society. You got 100 motherfuckers chasing a snowball down the hill, and if it ever slows down, they push it, right? Talking about, man, we need to shrink the size of this snowball, right? You know, adding to it the entire time, you know, and it is infuriating to see.
Someone's come with a challenge.
I guess it's impossible to just discuss things without it becoming a thing these days, I guess. For a good reason. There's enough to upset most folks, I think, just watching the evening news nowadays, right?
So you would challenge the blades of Hasarian?
You killed soldiers.
You want...
Hurrah! How much for that?
It's done.
Provided no one stabs you in the back on the way out.
Sure. Yeah. I can't even begin to say, hey guys, maybe we might want to not get, you know, because I mean, if you feel something, right, like totally, but if hostility and pointing fingers eventually comes about, like if you're dead set that you're right and someone says the exact opposite of you and they're dead set that they're right, and then pride gets in the way, is you're not going to tell me a motherfucking thing. One of you very well may be right and the other wrong, and everyone else in the room may know it, but nobody in the room has to say, yeah, I side with you and not the other guy. That's one thing we have way too much of in the world, not here. In fact, here, we can sit here and do this like we're doing, like right here, exactly right now. Be straight up and honest and say, I feel this way and that way. And then when it gets to a point, we can all say, hey, wait a minute. This is ridiculous and it's not amounting to anything. And then we can, that's more adult responsible and that's more truthful, I think, than a lot of what you would get pretty much anywhere. I think entertainment value is great. And for the most part, entertainment value is also fake. It's superficial. It's something to take your mind away from whatever. I'm not comfortable personally with avoiding real things just because it's not comfortable, or just because it's not pleasant, just because it's not all butterflies and unicorns. In fact, I'll be the first to say how much I really dislike that whole butterflies and unicorns mentality. As long as we pretend like it's cool, it is, when, you know, while the house is crumbling around us, right? And we've got, I mean, that's a serious problem today, and it's a for real problem that's costing people their lives type of problem. Like, going as far as you can go with it type of problem today, and everyone still would rather the whole let's just not ever offend and let's all be peaceful and let's all do this while we're getting smacked in the face and getting run over and having our shit ripped right out of our own pockets by guys right in front of us telling us, I'm not stealing from you, as they're taking your shit. I mean, we're all going through that, right? So not speaking on it, especially when we don't play Call of Duty here, which, I don't know, Soap has issues that might bring up something with the government and the military, which might still bring up topics. But we play RPGs, which brings up real life shit. Elements of everything from spirituality, whatever religion comes up in a game, and we just go off on a tangent with it, cool. And then if it gets to the point where it becomes a thing or branches off into some totally unrelated thing, so, you know, that two people can beat their chest at one another, and I've done my fair share of chest beating like anyone else, right? Then at some point we can all go, okay, you know what, that's really just not going to go anywhere. Because honestly, age-old debates aren't going to get settled here on Ninja Flip's stream in 1 hour. It's just not going to happen, right? But we talk on them. I don't think we should avoid topics either because of discomfort. Probably lost viewers because of that. But on the same token, everyone, if that's not respectable, I'd like to think that we are here and we attract the people that would find that respectable, the ability to be real, but at the same token be considerate, and at the same token be mature and you know, have some understanding and stuff at the same time. And we do that here. Go look at the comment section on the videos. You don't see people, you know, we don't have there's no trolls and all. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's no trolls, very few, a lot less than what you might find on other comparable size channels and even bigger channels when you get into just mindless insults being thrown by 12-year-olds back. You know, there's not a lot of that here. And sure enough, that may reduce the audience here, but I think the people that do hang out here bring a certain measure of quality and are an exception to the rule, even on YouTube, right? Right.
Do you have anything to report?
Nothing of note, Your Worship.
Okay, I don't remember who this guy's an agent for. Isn't he an agent for Josephine? Doesn't he count as the whole political thing or whatever, Josephine's thing? I don't remember. I forget. I know Liliana's is called Secrets, I think. Ring of Critical Chance. I might actually look into that. Actually, I might let Varric wear that too. Okay, this one might get thrown away. Yeah, that one's getting thrown away. I don't need it. Don't need that either.
I told you.
I was recommended by somebody that lightning be, you know, that being the element that enemies are least resistant to and stuff, and I don't know. I found overall fire. I mean, ice has a good tactical advantage, but there's more enemies resistant to ice, I think, than anything, which sucks because ice is one of my favorites for some reason. Frost. Okay, next for Varric. Okay, we got that upgraded. Anything else I need here? I don't usually upgrade evade. I don't see him using it all that often, to be honest. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to want to get down here to where he starts sundering enemy armor now. Okay. let's start working our way down here now. Could make that 11 through 15 though. Yeah. Damn it, see, I'd like to upgrade some of these. Let's start working towards Horn of Valor, because this is a different style of build. Let's start working towards that. I think I'm gonna deactivate that for now. Yeah, I'm gonna deactivate that for now. Yeah, guard on hit. Guard on hit. God damn it. See, that looked pretty sexy. Guard on hit is... That's pretty tempting. But then, an additional 15% damage bonus? Like... I don't know, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build her different. What I'm gonna do is her all the way up to level 10, she's just getting her basics. And then we'll spend 11 through 15 upgrading everything. She's got to upgrade Horn of Valor, Grappling Chain, War Cry, Shield Wall, and what is it? Shield Breaker? What's that called? Shield Bash. Yeah. Yeah, let her do that. And really, the last ability she's getting will be the first one we upgrade. Let's start getting that damage and armor bonus early. And we'll have her favorite the shit out of this. I'd like her to use this on groups. Grappling Chain, Horn of Valor, War Cry, Shield Wall. Shit, I even want her to upgrade Challenge for the stamina regen. She's going to have to, because I'm asking her to do twice as much as anybody else. Yeah, that's my plan for her. It changed it up a little bit. All right, so, but we'll continue to upgrade her shit. Oops. Let's get this. Huh. 8, 9. Ooh, that's nasty. 10. By level 10, she's an absolute beast. And then 15 will be all passives for her. And then she'll have her, should have her focus ability unlocked and start working on that. But passives can come whenever. Passives are when I don't have an actual ability to... I like that. That sounds like a plan. All right. Okay, so... Eight, 9, 10. No. 8, 9, 10. But I would like to... Yeah. No, let's finish these first. either upgrade those, start working my way down. I'm going to work my way down to Livid right now. Also, I got these. Those are tactical, so that's a good deal. The upgrades here are just okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take these. Get down to here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I like that. $14. We'll see as we go. Got 3 more levels before I can record a clip anyway. Okay, that's about all I wanted to do here. Got that agent. Got, what's his name? We'll go get Blackwall real quick. I want to get Varric's crossbow part. I think I've already got it, but we'll see. Game of the year come with all the DLCs and stuff? How much is it on average? Because they had, what, 3 DLCs, right? And they were all full-size, like $15, I think, each. Might be the way to go. I've actually got a copy of The Witcher 3 and still haven't played it. Which I know I would like it too. I just haven't yet. But I've always got that on the back shelf so we can turn to it one day when we just have nothing to stream or something. It'd be a matter of getting into it and learning it and then devoting 6 months of my life to it. And I already know it too. All right, okay, we'll go get Blackwall. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. We can go to Redcliffe too. Should have gone to Redcliffe first, to be honest, because there's several things up here. Should have talked to Vivian already, too. I'm forgetting things. Actually, what is it, almost 6? I think I'm going to talk to Vivian here. And I'm going to call it an evening. What we'll probably do, since I don't think we can finish this build in one day tomorrow, but I'd like to get back to the build we were working on in Fallout at some point. So, we'll probably start a little earlier today. I'm not going to be working on any Oblivion videos today or anything like that. I'll just go to sleep, and whenever I get up, we'll just probably start streaming and just stream till whenever. $60 is not bad. That means you're getting the game for about $15 or $25, $30 at the most. I don't know what the Witcher DLCs all cost. I'm sure they were at least 10, if not $15. So that's not a bad deal at all.
So we have to vent activity. Only the word. Sing only the chant. Then the golden city.
Sorry, I'm going to get some elf fruit here real quick. And I love the speedy picking of the elf fruit now. It's awesome. I also love getting 6, 7, 8, 10 at a time. That's beautiful. Where's Vivian at? There she is.
I met an elven mage earlier. Tell me, why were you at the Divine Conclave?
The Circle
I wish just if mages, Templars, innocent people of all kinds now that would and now many believe you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power.
Once this
Yes?
Is there
I've received news that some tomes have been if you
Okay.
Though the darkness comes upon me, I shall embrace the
Apothecary Adon will have more poultices for the injured as soon as... Lady Trevelyan. May I have a moment?
Yes, Ambassador?
What, Josephine? What?
A little sudden, but it's time someone made an honest woman of me.
What? Very
What?
This is serious. I'd like to dispatch a courier asking the bands of House Trevelyan to align themselves with us. What are your thoughts? Should we approach your family for their formal support of the Inquisition?
All right, Justin. Night, man. I'm about to be off myself.
You are from Ostwick. The accommodations in Haven are surely rough for someone.
All right. I wanted to talk to Vivian. That was the main thing. Go look for those books. Go to Red Cliff. Get Deft Hands. Should we go now? No, we'll save that for tomorrow. That was a good run. We actually got a lot of stuff done right there. All I got to really do is get Blackwall, do a couple little shitty things just to finish getting whatever we can get there in the hinterlands. I'm not trying to do all the quests. Got to finish the horseman stuff, get Blackwall, get Deft Hands. I want to get that last agent in place. And then we can go to this, what is it, the fortress, the Templar fortress, and then that's it. From then on out, just big storyline stuff. Start leveling really fast after that. Get our specialist ability. That'll probably take longer than anything else. But anyway, good progress. All right, guys. Well, I'll probably be back on mid to late afternoon. It depends when I can get to sleep here. And then we'll stream this tomorrow. So if anybody wants to hang out, it's going to be... Hold on. It's not, is it? 1 second.
Speak only the word, sing only the chant, then the golden city is thine.
It is. It's freaking Friday. I'm about to say it's Friday, isn't it? Yeah, it is Friday. Holy crap.
Only the chant, then the golden city is thine.
It's yeah, anyway. Looks like we got Inquisition for the weekend. All right, guys. Anyway, enough babbling. I'm out of here. Y'all take it easy. And if I don't see you, then have a good weekend and all that good stuff. All right? Y'all take care.